Good morning, Eddie Warren. I hope you have a great day. Court's about to start, and I'm behind, so I'm going to mute myself. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having a great day. Here we are, another day in court. Going to be some interesting. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having a great day. Here we are, another day in court. Going to be some interesting. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having. We're going to have some interesting witnesses today, and I hope you guys have gotten a great start to your. Are we at Wednesday or Thursday? I think we're at Wednesday. I think we're at Thursday, right? Yeah, we're at Thursday. So let's see what they have in store for us today. If you guys don't see me for a while, it just means that I'm trying to figure everything out on the back end. But yeah, I heard the witness rundown yesterday, and I think it's going to be a very interesting day. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to get on Twitter, get myself together, get myself a cup of coffee, and we're going to watch. So I will be right back. I'm going to do audio today as well. I won't be on camera much just because I have some things to take care of this morning. So, but I definitely wanted to share the court scene with you. So I'll be right here.
In lieu of formally swearing in the counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way, and that the witness has verified that he is in fact Bruce Whitkin.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chu?
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Whitkin, California, 91607.
And how did you meet Mr. Depp?
He joined a band that I was in Florida.
And did Depp ever become family?
To me, yeah.
Who was the first person that Depp married?
My sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes.
Okay. And was that around the time?
Right when we moved out here, 1984.
Okay. So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
It's got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
Yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah.
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah. We had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way. Yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know.
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but you know, I think that it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh.
Getting high.
Okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while, if I saw it, you know. I mean, a handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me. Did
you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness? No, I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but, you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him. I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
Feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You can tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, you know, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act, you know.
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up. you know.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Whitkin,
Right.
your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. You know, they were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, if I hit it hard, they would do.
They would drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together.
Yeah, I worked with them both on a few things. So
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
do you know what kind of professional help more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with that. That's my opinion.
Okay. So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the mansion or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. And my dates are a little squirrely, but
And
yeah,
do you have
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah, smoking weed.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other. No.
And did you say this was at 3 a.m. when you called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was, you know, something bad. So yeah, I went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 a.m. And then you went down, and your understanding, you went down after that call.
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
yeah, that there was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. You know, the first time Steven ever called me for help like that. You know, usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steve had called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. You know, it was almost like shit's going crazy down here. Can you come?
Did he say that he wanted you to come urgently?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom. And, I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. You know, I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's gonna be all right. Like by the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, you know, a little bit of an edge, you know. And look, I got called down there at 3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Whitkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah, one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Whitkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to be. Finger marks.
And did you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
Could have been can you be more precise of a month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16. I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
If we could bring up Exhibit 15, please. If you look at the first text, Mr. Whitkin, it's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text,
that's from dudes. And yeah,
And do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, you know, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea.
No, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working? You know. But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference, you know.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
yes,
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
they were doing cocaine.
And how do you know they were doing cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it because I was quite surprised because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, why are you doing this? He kind of hid it from me for a long time until I believe in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about that?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Time. Just something about the business manager and, you know, been spending too much and I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me. And I just remember Waldman saying, hey, nice to meet you. And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit. And if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And it's like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much I haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the whole bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to know, what are you talking about? I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. Or we would just talk about it. And he would say, oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. And I said, well, you're not all right. And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but what, you know, they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but it's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge one way or another of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you?
No.
With anyone?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness. I'm sorry. One more time.
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me
All right.
asking questions.
All right. Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tracy Renee Jacobs, Los Angeles, California,
And what is your current occupation?
talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent, so my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope, never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
Um, his unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk, it's a small community, and it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on a plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yes.
And in your observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes. It worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines when he fed to him during films.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of issues associated with London Fields?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at deposition exhibit number 8. Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first, so you can just read the frame. And there's really some part there. And then here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp would write to you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
Harley's, he says fucking Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about the nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm all have spoken to Matthew Cullen. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pilot 6?
No.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge
No.
Wooten?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
No.
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier, you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So, as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No,
Why not?
because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included,
I think I've described it several times.
would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes,
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us and he had asked for $20 million.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why, he just expected us to do it.
So so Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
Actually, it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
He felt that it made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
you ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No,
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
no,
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
they didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
All right. Yes, ma'am, your next witness. Yeah, again, Ms. Brithoff. Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation. And we start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Can you please state your name and business address?
It's Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena. Is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87 called Lyman, Boutzer, Rothman, Pekel, and Silbert. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. We pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes, and we help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through it if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in '99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this. But early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they've changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more. I mean, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, you know, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, you know, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, you know, director, I mean, if you're only judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful, and so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions, what I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
You indicated that you were having more difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
Okay. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, you know, there were times when he would be upset about something, and he would be very, very, very upset about something, seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. You know, I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, you know, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, you know, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly the notion of I want to answer you accurately. People moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was that Mr. Depp became increasingly less constrained, less concerned with whether he was going to upset someone's feelings, or just increasingly comfortable venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010?
It began to change in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually obviously severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Sure.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I've described in that 2010 and on time frame, as I recall, income was very significant. Spending was very significant. And the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
No specific recollection.
Less than 50,000?
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be, at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMG file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month, but I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing $25 million by the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain $25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that you were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed. And as I've indicated, the tone of these conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
I'll answer even more specifically. Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on because the circumstances were more dire.
And would it be fair to say that your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMD's termination?
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
I think they were hand delivered, like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
Did you steal $650 million from Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, did TMG or you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
All right, well, we go ahead and take our morning recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Again, court is still in session, if we could. Court is still in session. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a recess then until 11:15. Is that one? All right, thank you. All right, recess.
Morning, y'all. Well, how about that? I did not see. I've been kind of preoccupied this morning. I was so tired that I could not get up. I mean, I got up, I ran, and it's so funny too because I'm running like to do this stream, and like I've been doing this since the beginning of this week, and I started out like super super, positive and super super like hopeful, if you will. And I'm new to streaming, and I've said this every day pretty much, just because if anyone pops in or if anyone peeks into the view, I'm new to this, so I'm trying to understand the way it works. And it's all like to not have anyone in the chat is hard for me because I have to learn how to stream. I was actually asking people yesterday in Facebook groups, because I haven't been on Facebook in months. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll just go on Facebook and see if I can get some advice. So now I'm streaming on Facebook, and we'll see what happens as the days unfold. So I'm going to do Twitter highlights because I haven't been on Twitter this morning. I'm trying. I mean, I have it on one side of my screen, but I don't have it on the other side. So I'm trying to just see what's trending this morning or who's talking about what. Now, like I said, I'm new to the Johnny Depp case in terms of like the history of details. And prior to me deciding to stream on this channel and convert it into a commentary channel, I was watching LawTube to see, what's happening in terms of which witness and how it affects Johnny's case and how it affects her case. I'm pro Johnny all the way. I am justice for Johnny 100%. So I'm trying to figure out, how this all affects him. So it looks like, if you can see this, if you pop in, the man is sitting here lying this whole his whole chest. Yes, you did steal from him. You did. So I don't know. See, the thing is I missed it. I missed this morning, and I apologize. That's why I figured, you know what, I'm gonna go on audio today. Actually, let me turn on my camera now. I don't have any makeup on today, so I wasn't trying to show myself. Hey, I'm back. I'm back. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I'm everywhere today. But I decided, here, let me do my banners. I decided to do Twitter highlights. I'm new to Twitter. I'm like a dinosaur that's just discovered Twitter in 2022 when Twitter's been out since like 2009. But I am absolutely 100%. I'm going to take the earphones off today, y'all, because I know my mic is working excellent, and I just don't feel like having those earphones on all day. So I'm going to go ahead and just, I tested my sound. I just don't want to have earphones on today. So, but anyways, I'm a dinosaur when it comes to Twitter, and I'm new to it. So, I'm trying to figure out, since I've been watching the case since day one. I started watching it on LawTube. So I've discovered some pretty amazing channels, and that's what generated me to make a Twitter. And so now I'm following all the legal channels, or all the legal accounts, I guess you could say. I know that I've been, now I know who's in the courtroom, which is pretty cool. And so there has been two people that LawTube has really promoted, which is James James in the court. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. We'll talk in just a second. So for some reason, we just switched from I Stand with Johnny Depp was 26,000, and Amber's. I don't know what that means, because every day something's different has been trending. Of course, the trial has been trending for some time. In terms of Depp versus Heard, that's been trending on Twitter. But I'm new to Twitter, and I'm absolutely 1,000% obsessed with Twitter. I used to never like it because I felt like it was hard to understand. But now I totally get it, and I'm obsessed. So I can't get enough of it. And I'm telling you, for all the people that, I stand with Johnny Depp is what it was. So Amber's was trending last night, actually, is what I want to say, or this morning, because I signed on this morning at 6 our time, which would be 9 their time. And I know there was a delay this morning because a juror was late. But I Stand with Johnny Depp is trending right now, as you can see, at 26,000 people. And then the Depp versus Heard trial is trending at 33.7. Now, if I refresh, that probably is not accurate. It's probably more than that or less than that. As you know, it fluctuates. But I think I've been, and I watched I don't know why, but I like Aphrodite. I'll leave him in the description box, but he's pretty cool. I like him. He did a reading on this case, and he's saying good things about Johnny Depp, y'all. Johnny Depp is telling the truth. Johnny Depp is telling the truth. Her cards came out all over screaming of deception. So we all know that Amber Heard is full of shit, and she is just basically, she's just gone, girl. There's no other way to say it. So let me finish this tweet on this side, and we'll get to this side in just a second, because I was trying to say good morning to everybody, because I always try to address Twitter in the morning. I'm gaining followers by the day, which is pretty cool, because like I said, I'm new to Twitter altogether. And so whenever I discover something new, I become obsessed. And I just love it. I absolutely love it. There's a lot of people that don't like it, though, I think, or something. I don't really know the ins and outs of Twitter. Honestly, I'm learning. Just like I don't know live streaming, just like all of my subscription people here on this main channel is like, what is this girl doing? She was just doing shopping one day and now all of a sudden, but that's not really true. I hadn't been active on my channel in about 2 months, and I made an announcement that I was leaving. I am pursuing photography on the side, and then, but live streaming and commentary and reaction is what I've always wanted to do. I just never knew how to start it. I'd been mentioning that I was going to start a podcast with some of the girls in the family and a couple friends soon. And we still intend on doing that. Right now, I'm trying to gather them all up, but everybody's so busy. I know my daughter-in-law is starting a fitness. She's an aspiring influencer on Instagram. And, she's doing well, I guess. I was working with her in the beginning, and then now she's branched out and she's kind of got the hang of things, which is awesome. And she's pursuing, her career, if you will, on IG. My brother is now reviving his movie channel, his movie review channel on YouTube, which I'm super excited. And then the boys are going to come on, and we're going to do a wrap up this weekend, a recap of the trial, and talk about it. So they're helping me, which and in turn I will help them. They're not too much on the streaming. I know my son tells me that he's pretty eager to hear some of the audios and things like that. So I started revisiting the Amber Heard Johnny Depp audios last night. There is a channel here on YouTube that I've recently discovered. What happened was I was looking for the audios. They were coming in my feed. I started listening to them, and then I saw the person that actually owns the channel, and then started watching her, and I really like her. And then I also in turn made an account on Twitter and was looking for people to follow. And, a lot of people that are on YouTube and stuff like that or on social media say, follow me here, follow me there. So I started following people that were, I was starting to look up the favorite channels that I had on Twitter. And now I'm following all these people, and they all have really deep detail about this case since it started, like way back when. And so I was watching the trial from day one, and now I'm like streaming the trial starting this past Monday. So I am new to streaming. So if you see me, say hello, please. I would love for the company. Like I said, live streaming's tough. I was actually, like I said, asking questions last night in the Facebook groups because I was trying to stay off Facebook and grow organically on YouTube alone. And I think it's really hard. Social media, the realm is so big at this point that it is kind of hard unless you actually try to get exposure in all extensions. So anyway, there was a lot of people that were giving me pretty good advice, so I'm pretty happy about that. But we're going to go ahead and start reading these in just a second. We only have 15 minutes. We're not at lunch yet, so we only have 15 minutes. And I got to keep track of that because every time I stray away, they go on and I miss it. Because when the live streams, when they sit, they don't stay in place. They actually, they're not real time. They don't refresh themselves is what I'm trying to say, I guess. So I don't want to miss them coming back in the courtroom. I'm watching people. I really don't like to watch people because I feel like the sound on people is poor. I like Sky. I like to watch it on Sky, but we're going to stick with people since I started here. So we'll see. Yeah, we just want to make sure that we're on task with this. So let's go ahead and go back to Twitter. And then let's see. Let me see. I always make myself sound so terrible. I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty used to slow growth, if that makes sense. I know that sounds terrible, but I know I'm pretty familiar with slow growth, so I've learned how to improvise while I'm on camera and not feel so like such a loser. Oh my goodness. My son was like, "How do you do that with no one in the chat?" I'm like, I'm trying, y'all. Let's see. All right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I know there's a lull there. Let's see. I should be taking a picture every day, huh? I'm such a terrible promoter of myself. I was saying yesterday when we were watching Josh Drew's deposition that he looks like Ron Swanson. Did you guys see that? As soon as I saw him, I was like, wait. He's just like, oh. That's the first time because all I've ever seen him on is the video, the vid cam, whatever, the video footage or whatever. Anyway, so here's some, before I refresh these tweets, okay? This is, it's James. Yeah, there's new, because he's in the courtroom. So I'll let you guys know who he is. But anyways, so this says, are they really trying to push the narrative that Johnny has yes men around him? They do not, do they not recall how his $30,000 a month wine bill is non-existent since he and Amber split up? So there was a lot that happened. And I agree with that because when they were talking about his expenses, he put up like all these people, right? All her friends, all her family. So obviously during that time, he was going to need more money because he was putting all these people up. It's like, what? She had like an entourage full of freeloaders that came with her. And he just put them. And I think he was just, I think he did it nicely. Like, hey, you love these people. You want them around you. No big deal to me. Just move them in the building. So, oh my goodness. How did Elaine's, oh no, because they always talk shit about Elaine. All right, so let's see these new tweets right here. And let me make sure that my gift of gab is above me. Let's just make sure they're not back in the courtroom because I get lost. Okay. All right, so let's refresh the tweets. And let me just make sure somebody came in my chat yesterday and I didn't even see them. I felt bad. He was like, hello. I was like, hi. Anyway, and I keep forgetting to plug my stuff on IG. Share my videos, you guys, if you want. If you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, if you want to share the link. Because I am roamery over here. Okay. So when I'm watching a bunch of ex-employees bitching about a guy who made them millions and then getting dropped for not doing their jobs, I also use profanities. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's happening. I think they went and found all the bitter people that he, that he let go for whatever reason. And of course, those people are going to talk shit, right? Because they don't work for him anymore, and they're bitter because they're no longer there. So tough shit, man. And I was thinking, because I had to get, I had to get ready while this was doing. I figured I'd just go audio while I did my thing this morning. But I was thinking to myself, I'm listening to the trial, right? And I'm thinking they better be very careful what they say, especially if they work in the industry still. So be very careful what you say. Very, very careful. Yeah, they keep saying Elaine is reaching. She's like, look at right here. This is hilarious. Look, she's like reaching. That's so funny. That is hilarious. Oh my God. Anyway, I wanted to see what James tweeted. He's in the courtroom. So let me see. I don't know if the DIY guy's in there this morning. Let me see. Or are we back? We should be back here pretty soon. I just want to make sure. James, I wanted to give you guys his, if you guys are looking for someone that's actually in the courtroom that's reporting on all the jurors. I just don't remember his handle. I know his name is James, but I have to remember. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait. Elaine with the microphone problem. I know. She's like, turn your mic on. We cannot hear you. Turn your mic on. Get with it, lady. Have some coffee. Turn your mic on. Was JD ever abusive towards you? No. Did you ever see him be abusive towards anyone? No. Was he ever fired from a movie? No. But he was sometimes late. Oh my God, the jury. This is about whether or not he's abused, right? This is such a great. I see this all the time. This is so funny. She's like, whatever. I like that one from Mean Girls. Have you ever seen it? I saved it somewhere, but the Tracy J and UTA made tens of millions off of money from Johnny Depp's career. He stayed loyal to them when every other major movie star was signed to CAA, WME, and ICM. This bolstered UTA's reputation. Many actors signed with them because of their affiliation with Johnny Depp. That's very. I'm telling you, the information I learn on Twitter is amazing. So I'm going to retweet that. Let's see if are we back? Yeah, we're back. All right, you guys, I'm going to go audio again and we'll watch this and I'll come back at lunch and get myself situated here. So let me go back. Let me go back here. I'm going to actually put myself on the bottom left-hand corner because I feel like it's better to have the court like big, like zoomed in. And I'm going to go on audio, so I'm going to turn off my camera. And I'm going to mute myself. Oops. Let me put the banner back on because we didn't even do, well, we sort of did Twitter highlights, sort of, kind of. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I'll be back.
Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Bredehoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman.
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. And I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. He can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship. Yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you advice?
I would instruct, I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well, let's go general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
I think
Depp
we need to let,
would be free to terminate at any time.
my apologies, Mr. Waldman, I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way. So I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of the settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp?
I accept the instruction.
Once you came into Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes,
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
it would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question, gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten, correct?
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes,
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product and that is protected in Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question, yes or no.
yes,
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
it would.
And therefore,
And therefore I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs, isn't that correct?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. Do you see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Would that, can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Was it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me your best estimate.
Okay. I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Was it more than a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform. And the response that I received was, multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
no,
Do you still communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between you and Johnny.
it would, so I accept the instruction.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, if it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I will instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct or retract any statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. I think I'm going to try to blow it up just a touch. It's kind of hard to read. Okay. And it's an article from July 3, 2020. Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
No, actually, if I'm just going to go to page 8, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make the statement?
Same instruction, same rationale. You can't answer the why question without disclosing attorney-client privilege, so I would instruct you not to answer.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment. Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
On same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would you have corrected or retracted it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you can take control now and do that.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing heard and her friend said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are 2 parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part
Right.
with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading. And I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Right there? Okay. Do you see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Okay. So directing your attention to exhibit number 11. So, because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist, he's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17th February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17th February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no, but I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail Online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as we would say, element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp?
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who've testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who were those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divinier, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divinier was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard's. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax. I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May. And then, of course, she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared and that she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when in the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull up the document labeled ARW 660, please? Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you help disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
I've had several phone calls with a person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists, because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. If they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
On the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that
No,
right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Heard and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation to the extent it existed from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and
Okay.
have that witness. And is that,
And
go ahead.
we start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Get your name and business address for the record, please.
Marie Sadanaga, Marie, Sadanaga, Sadanaga. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute. And then it says, met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it. And the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadnaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur. So things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime, and that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them. And that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be, if there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
Oh, we take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that either their life was in danger or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument. There was no physical injury. Both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
Ms. Meadowhoff asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay. When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily. They would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked about if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth. And both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to a domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine,
and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they report it to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and guess what I'm trying to say? I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back in an hour. All right, so we'll be back at 1:45. Is your next witness on a deposition or the TV then? All right, we'll see you at 1:45. Thank you.
Okay, well, congratulations, Elaine, for reaching again. Girl, this is too much. I don't think any of those witnesses actually did anything for Amber Heard. I will have to watch legal LawTube again to see what exactly or how they benefited Amber at all, which I doubt. I doubt very much. I mean, I think it was a mistake, honestly, for them to bring up Adam, because I feel like knowing that he filed a claim. I mean, I know it's a disadvantage that he didn't get a copy of the claim, but if they can contact the sheriff's department and they can provide that claim and put it into evidence, maybe. I mean, I don't know how late or what the cap is on entering evidence, but I feel like that would be a good thing for them. And I don't know if there's like what's it called? Like an amount of time, to enter evidence. But I mean, he named 9 people, and it goes against, which I understand is hearsay because it goes against everything that they testified to, which they're all lying anyway. We already know. She's got a whole circus full of clowns, ass clowns, all of them. Elaine, I can't stop saying that on Twitter. Elaine, you're reaching yet again. But to listen, I mean, from the depositions, you guys, from the time they started yesterday to the ass clowns from her friends, I mean, let's not even talk about Rocky's deposition. The first part of Rocky's deposition, which we will go over at some point again, I need to put like a little, I'm going to put a video together, I think, in wrap up of this week. I feel like doing a little SNL kind of, anchor kind of thing, just to be funny. But first, she's on for the first part of her deposition. She's like, she's not even wanting to be there. She's like, I don't recall. Like, she's like totally out of it. She has no interest in being there. You can feel it. She's very flippant. She's very nonchalant. And then the second part of it, she's straightened up. Her hair's in a bun. She's frowning. She's like, being all dramatic. She's sighing. I mean, if I had to hear one more side of that girl, for real, Josh just seems like a dingle. I mean, he just seems like a dingleberry anyway. He just seems like a knucklehead. So, I mean, I think his testimony was not beneficial because everybody just knows he was just there like to agree. I think you have the ringleader, which is Amber Heard, which I've said a million times, who's promised this entire big ring of people money. They already were going to stand by her anyway because she was putting them up, which means all of them got to live in this exclusive plush place for a little while, And then you got her ass clown sister, who gets up on the stand yesterday and is eager to spit out her story. She's just not even waiting for questions, just volunteering information, which made her even look worse, which I think her sister got a hold of her and said, listen, you need to be believable up there. Go up there and, be strong and be like, own that shit, is what she told her, I feel like. Because we all know that Amber Heard and her sister were texting each other in the UK trial. They were texting, literally, they had their phones in their hands. So, and that's just stuff those are details that I learned like through getting to know this case, because I didn't know the deepest depths of this case. That's why Brian's channel is so important, because he had facts. And that's why I refer to his channel as a reaction, because he has part 1 and part 2. I mean, if you guys haven't seen Brian, he's that Brian guy. I think he's that Brian McPherson, I think he's an internet investigator or like a journalist, I guess there. And then that umbrella guy, of course. But, if you watch his channel, Incredibly Average, he's got all those videos in sync, telling the story from beginning to end. So I feel like it's good to watch, it's good to revisit those videos. And that's why I wanted to do it before the trial resumed. I did that last week, and I will include that in the description box if you guys want. If you come across this video and you want to see it, those are great videos. They really are. Because they tell the story from beginning to end, and he actually lays out. I mean, he spent so much time on those videos, y'all, like as a actual detective investigator type of presentation. And he did animation with it and everything, which was really awesome. So once you see the part 1 and part 2, then you kind of know the beginning of everything. You know exactly the story that's being told in terms of the episodes and incidents that they're referring to, which is Australia and Toronto. So like once you understand, the bottom line of the story, then you start to piece it together when court goes in session, because you understand when they're playing these clips, what exactly they're playing. So this week, I started yesterday, and I will do it again this evening, right after court. I'll wait a couple hours and I'll do it again. We're going to visit the rest of the audios. And the reason why I think these audios are important, as hard as they are to get through, because trust me, they are long. They are long. There's a couple of them, like tonight, we're going to visit 20 minutes. I think the first one we listened to is 19 minutes. And then the next one we're going to listen to is 5 hours. 5 hours. There's 2 of them. There's 4 hours and 20 minutes and 5 hours. 5 hours. So it's like once you listen to these audios, you can make your own assumption. The problem with the audios, though, is I will say that when I go over these audios on Twitter, because I got almost 300 views yesterday on Twitter, which was nice, because I've been struggling with my live streams. Y'all know I've only been live streaming since court resumed. I mean, well, that's not, well, yeah. Well, that's not true. I started live streaming and I converted my channel from a shopping channel into this commentator reaction channel. And that was the first day of break of court, which was, I don't remember what date that was. I mean, if you go back in my catalog, then you can see when I started, because I'm now going on Facebook and sharing these videos, which I was trying to stay away from Facebook, y'all. I'm not into Facebook. I'm really not. I have a personal account and all that stuff, but I don't pay attention to Facebook at all. I know it's good for networking, and I know it's good to grow, but I'm not a fan of Facebook. So, but I am streaming on Facebook to help. But anyway, so I started doing these live streams on May 9th, 2022. And what I wanted to do for that entire week of no court, because we were at no court from the May 9th to May 15th, 2022. And with that said, I wanted to go over and rehash, because I had been watching the trial since day one, but I didn't know all the details from when it originally started. Okay. So that was probably from the time that they divorced, right? With the time that he sued her in the UK and lost. And most people think, oh, Johnny Depp just lost, he must be guilty. But that's not true, because the UK judge did not allow Johnny Depp to put in anything into evidence to defend himself. So she got up there, she lied, and I think most people don't, or maybe the people that aren't caught up with the case don't understand that the son that the judge, what's the judge called in the UK? I know they have different titles there, different laws, but the judge in the UK, his son, his biological child, works for the paper The Sun. So there was a connection there anyway. So that was already unfair. I mean, and I don't know if obviously they probably knew that or whatever, but then, and this is all stuff I've learned, because I haven't dived in it deeply, but I've tried to I've watched all of that Umbrella Guys live streams to make sure I have facts and not fiction, and then go back and watch all of Brian's videos, which originated 3 years ago, when I think he started the defamation case. I'm not sure, because like I said, anything prior to day one of court, I had to go back through the court proceeding, through the court process, and figure out, okay, do I want to learn this case? What do I want to talk about? That kind of thing. And the only thing that prompted me to want to do this is I was watching the trial. I was watching it every day, and I was like, wait a minute, I have stuff to say. But obviously, in order for you to actually comment on the case, you have to kind of know it, right? You have to know, like, details, of the case, and you have to learn. If you're going to learn something about it, it needs to be the truth. So one of the things I've done is I've become very active, I feel like, in the Twitter community, which and I've become very familiar with LawTube, which actually has been really awesome, because they have two people in the courtroom tweeting out. I guess tweeting out. I should just call I call it the twits anyways. But the twisters, the tweetsters is what I call everybody. But anyway, they have two people in the courtroom in the audience reading the jury, people that do this. So it's been pretty cool to read their tweets and to kind of read the jury to find out where does the jury stand, especially in all these boring depositions, because I feel like depositions can put you to sleep, but you have to be attentive to them, because you actually need to, you need to be aware of what these people are saying to piece together on your own. I would just say that because the entire globe is watching this trial, you have to kind of pretend to be a juror, I guess, kind of. I don't know what kind of I know I've been called a jury duty a lot, but let me change my banner real quick, because we're at lunch break. Let me show this right here. I've been called to jury duty, but at the same time, I've never served on a jury, so I don't know. There's always been exceptions to why I couldn't go or whatever. But I think, the court of public opinion, obviously, based on all the facts that have been put out and shown. That's why on the break, I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to go on this journey by myself to figure out how to, like, since I'm watching all these live streams and all these people. Hey, Brenna. Hi. Wow, I actually have someone in my chat, girl. I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you so much. I've been, I've transitioned the channel, Brenna Crafting. I know you've been with me a long time. But girl, I've been wanting to do a commentary reaction channel for a really long time. And I was thinking about trying, not to digress of what I was saying, but not, I mean, I just didn't want to start over. I didn't want to start over. So, if you saw, I announced that I was leaving the community and that I was going to do something different. And I really love this. It's very hard, though. I won't say that it's easy. It's very, very difficult to do this, especially knowing that all my crew here are in the shopping community. So I expected to lose a lot of subscribers. I'm quite impressed, actually, that I've only lost 6. But streaming the trial has been incredibly difficult, and growing the stream is going to be a challenge for me. The close people in my life are like, how do you do that? Oh my God, that's so, like, isn't that mortifying? Like, to do a stream and no one's in there to talk to yourself, and like, no one's really watching. And I'm like, patience, my child. You know what I mean? I mean, this is one of those patient things, right? You just have to. Every day, girl, I get up and I'm like, you can do this. You can do this. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what you've always wanted to do. So don't lose faith, right? Like, and you announced what you were going to do. You told everybody you were going to leave the community, right? And and I am pursuing photography on the side, but this channel, I thought to myself, I watched all these videos. On, okay, is it smart to change your category, when you've had it so long? But girl, let's be honest now. I climbed that, DT mountain for almost 5 years. Wasn't really growing as much as I'd like. I love that community. I love the support in that community. I love everything about that community. But at the same time, you have to be practical, and I'm pouring all this money, right? I'm pouring all this out of pocket fundage going into something that I could do like this, you know what I mean? And that I could pour into equipment and audio. And let me tell you, girl, streaming is not easy. I do not know how these people do it. I'll tell you right now, I am a complete nerd when it comes to equipment, audio, and all this stuff. And I went and I bought, obviously I want to buy some more expensive mics, but I needed something ASAP. And I've been struggling with this. I mean, there are days when I think my son helps me at night to just try to figure out if my audio is okay. And every night I'm like, yes, I'm ready. You know what I mean? I'm ready to go. I get up in the morning and I've got this massive echo. And with no one in my chat, I can't verify it. So now I've been like, now I'm learning, watching videos every night, on how to do all this stuff. And I'm using my phone to sound check, I guess you would call it. So right now I've got my earphones turned off, just because when I have the earphones on in my ears to listen to myself, I get this massive echo, and I'm just not educated enough on the audio. So, but I like my mic. It's cute. Look at, it's all radio. Look at that, girl. Do I look professional or what? Y'all know, if you've been with me for a long time, I've been talking about a podcast for a long time with the girls. Still trying to put that together, but now, I've ordered some additional mics. I love this mic. It's a cheap mic, but it actually is a really good mic. I just need to get some software, to make it sound deep and professional, like a radio type thing. But yeah, I'm fascinated by this case, and I wanted to talk about it, but I knew that if I came on to stream the trial, that I did not want to be an idiot. I didn't want, you know what I mean? So I got involved with Twitter. Thank you so much, Brenna. You've always been so supportive. Thank you so much. It really means a lot that you're still here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please share on YouTube, or maybe shout me out or something, or share on Instagram, or if you have a Twitter, anywhere you have a following. If just to kind of help me grow, I'd really appreciate that. I'd love to have you, on the as a commentary if you have an idea on something to talk about. I do have StreamYard, so I can put people in virtually, which is really awesome. But I started watching the case anyway when it started, and I was talking to the TV all the time, and I was like, oh my God, I got to say something. And, I've been a long time Johnny Depp fan. I don't know if I would call myself a Depp head, but I definitely have always been, a child of the 80s and all that stuff, right? Yeah, I was in high school when all the big movies came out, right? So like, I wanted to say something. I mean, I've been around for a long time, like watching his and I'm sure a lot of us have. As far as the Pirates franchise though, I love the ride for sure. But I've never really been, I don't know the movies all that well. I know my children do. My brother has a movie review channel now. And my daughter, I'm so excited. Like I've gotten all my enthusiasm and my spirit vibes, if you will, of the YouTubes and the interwebs of all social medias have I've tried to be encouraging. So my daughter-in-law is trying to be an aspiring Instagrammer fitness, which I tried to plug a little bit, but there were a lot of people complaining, saying, oh, you're trying to plug this channel. What is this? It's a fitness thing. And basically it was just a plug. So, Brenna, what I'm doing actually is I'm playing the audios. Okay. So if you're not familiar with the case, I would highly recommend that you go on to Incredibly Average's channel. Let me show it to you right now. I don't know how long you have. I know you work like I do on YouTube, and YouTube is a job no matter what. I don't like to say YouTube's a hobby because it's not a hobby. It's a job. Whether you're getting paid or not, or you're working towards getting paid, YouTube is a job. Can I get an amen? Because it's a lot of work. But let me go ahead and show you Brian's channel. I won't play his videos because I've already went over this. I did start my live streams May 9th. So if you want to go into the catalog, they are quite live. All of my live streams that I will be putting on this channel at this point will always be at least 2 hours or more. I started my very first multiple panel live stream with my brother and my son. We will be recapping this weekend as well, because I like to get the male perspective on things. So that's the reason why I have included the boys. But my brother has a movie review channel as well that he's trying to grow. And we've been talking about the case a lot. I think there's a lot of people that are talking about it, right? Everybody's learning this case, because Johnny Depp has always been very, very, very quiet. He's always been not really a star out there that's been in the limelight. The thing about this case, and let me show you Brian's channel really fast, because me, I have the gift of gab. I'll start talking and completely forget to show you. But really quick, if you're on YouTube right now, or if you're on your phone, yeah, lots of drama. I mean, I don't really consider this drama though. I mean, it's real life. I think this case has really humanized them. Just because they're celebrities doesn't mean crap, really. I mean, just because they have billions of dollars doesn't make them not two people in a relationship that didn't work. But there's a lot of I don't know. I mean, Johnny Depp, I believe, is 58 now. I think he just had a birthday. He might be 59, but she's super young. She was an unknown, which she should have known better. I talked about this on my open, on my live stream. I talked about it because there's just a lot. There's a lot, right? I mean, there's a lot he should have known better. He should have had some kind of financial protection. He didn't push it. He didn't make her do it. She put it off, and he paid for that in the end, I feel like. But as far as him abusing her, honestly, I have tried to stay even keel and fair from the time that I started watching this case, and then starting researching the real facts of this case. And I feel like I said, I found a bunch of people on YouTube, that are actually really diving deep into this thing and have been following it for quite some time. That would be The Real Laura B on Twitter, Incredibly Average, Brian McPherson, his channel on YouTube. And then that umbrella guy who also does, he provides a lot of resource, and valid information regarding the case. And so watching them, and then also watching Emily D. Baker, watching Legal Bites, man, they've blown up. When she started, the thing about Legal Bites, which is really, really awesome and really kind of gives you hope about social media and making this a career if you really want it, is when she started the case, when they started talking about this case, she had 50,000 subscribers. This girl has about 250 now, and it's only been like 3 weeks. So they've really blown up, and I think LawTube is becoming a thing, which is nice, just for legalities, period, not just for what's going on in the YouTubes. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like how he describes he can try to run away from her, and describes it like boxing, like you need girl. I mean, when I went over Brian's, that's why, see, because when obviously everybody is taking the time to watch Johnny Depp's testimony, right? But the problem with that is that if you don't know the story and you're just hearing him, then you kind of really still, when they play these audios, because they're snipping them, so they're not playing the entire audios. And so when when they cross-examined him and they started playing these audios, they were tiny little clips. And it's like, if you haven't taken the time, and I realize it is, girl, they have like 11 hours of audio out there. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I find it very just it's just odd too, that they recorded so much. But I know that they didn't start recording until they were seeing a therapist. And, it was suggested that they record their conversations to help in therapy, which makes sense. But I think she really used that. And I think she always had a motive. This whole entire thing is premeditated. No one's ever going to tell me that this girl did not plan this shit. She is Gone Girl 100%. I went over the Gone Girl video, the Gone Girl Amber Heard similarities video, which is really, really awesome if you want to get some true facts about how she premeditated this plan. I honestly believe that she did that. But Brian's channel, as I keep mentioning, it's called Incredibly Average, and it's spelled just exactly how you really spell it. I'm going to show you his channel right now. And I did a live stream Monday the 9th. My brother and I first talked about it as a conversation. The next day, I went over part 1, and then the following day, which was Wednesday, so that's the 9th, 10th, the 11th. So between the 10th and the 11th, we went over Brian's videos, and we went over the actual story that goes to this case. So I would highly recommend, whether you're behind on the trial or not, I would highly recommend going to Brian's channel. And let me go ahead and take you to Brian's channel real quick. I'll show you. So this is Brian's channel. It's called Incredibly Average. He is considered to be an internet journalist. But as you can see, like if you go into his library, you go into his catalog, all of his videos are from 3 years ago. And this is when he was gathering actual evidence to put together a story. In his catalog here on the very bottom, there is a part 1 and part 2. And it's this one. It's like you have the very first one where it says Johnny Depp and Amber Heard abuse claims and the lies. So he actually takes you from day 1. And then after he explains the whole entire case to you, which is only 35 minutes, it's not that long. Then he goes into part 1 and shows you and demonstrates the entire story with animations, with photographs, with legal documents, the whole thing. And I did that prior to resuming halftime of court so that everybody could understand. And for myself, because, like I said, I thought, well, if I'm going to stream this and I'm going to talk about it, I need to know what I'm talking about, right? I can't just appear and like look like an ass clown. You know what I mean? So I visited his 3 videos, which would be these 3 on the bottom, as you see my cursor there. So I would highly recommend that you, to visit those if you really want to take your own time and visit this case and understand why this thing is so big. And then I would say, if you want, I would say visit that umbrella guy who just was mentioned in the depositions right now. And he's on YouTube as well. He's also on, this is all Twitter accounts as well. You can, Incredibly Average on Twitter is that Brian McPherson. That's his name. If you want to follow him on Twitter, because girl, I am obsessed with Twitter. But anyway, I also follow that umbrella guy who has a lot of facts and shares a lot of, information, on the case, and it's factual information, which is, there's a lot of documentation, public record, the whole thing floating around on YouTube, on the interwebs anyways. But so these are the 2 people that I followed to get the bottom line of the case and to look at facts. Okay. So I understand that's why I wanted to do reaction and not because none of this is my content. It's just me looking for research on how to figure out, what's going on in this case and what are facts and what are not. So I followed that umbrella guy. He does a lot of live streams. A lot of people are streaming the trial as well and talking about it. They have much more, information than I do. I was just like, and I'm just an average person that has something to say. Hey, thanks so much. Thank you so much, Stational Gent. Am I saying that right? Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your advice yesterday. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I'm live streaming the trial. I'm converting my channel. I didn't get to say that in the Facebook group, but I'm converting the channel. So I'm coming from the shopping community, and I'm converting myself into a commentary reaction video. And like I said, I wasn't sure how I was going to start it, but since I had started watching the trial from day 1, I was just a person watching it, wanting to kind of, voice my own opinion about it. And then I started doing research on it and finding people on YouTube that actually had true facts, like I said. So, but it's been tough, dude. It's been tough, bro. my kids keep saying it's not dude anymore, it's bro. I say dude, I'm old school. But anyways, yeah, so I was staying off of Facebook on purpose. I wanted to organically grow as a commentary and reaction channel by myself, because remember, I'm taking the following I already have accrued. I had this channel 5 years. It didn't do very well. And yeah, no, I am. I know there's a lot of people talking about what's next. Because I know that my niche, or I know that what I'm focusing on is basically my brother and I actually were talking about this yesterday, because my brother's on his new journey as well. He's a movie review channel, and he kept asking me, what are you actually going to do with it? And I said, because he goes, the trial's kind of a global thing right now, or it's the thing to talk about. And I understand that. I understand a lot of people are jumping on this train. I get it. But at the same time, I know that there are a lot of people that are going to be covering the Marilyn Manson case yet. I don't know if I want to, completely make this about true crime and, all that kind of stuff. But I definitely want to talk about topics that are important. I want to just kind of leave that door open for me to kind of talk about whatever's, whatever I want to comment on or react on. But I know I watch Think Media, I bought Sean Cannell's program, the masterclass, and I definitely understand, that you need to do certain things in order to stay ahead. I already have vidIQ and TubeBuddy. I prefer TubeBuddy. I really like it. But as far as growing in this aspect, it's going to be new for me. It's new. I mean, I even bought the mic and the whole thing. That's new for me as well. I used to just shop and show product on camera. It wasn't a big deal. Now this is a whole new thing, but I like it better. I feel like it's the mature place I need to be in. I just got kind of tired of doing, I love the community that I came from, very supportive, but I wasn't growing, to be honest. I just wasn't growing the way I wanted to. And I was pouring just a ridiculous amount out of pocket money of, buying things just to buy them and show them. And this way I get to invest my money in, audio gear. And my son's a film student, so he helps me out with the camera, and the mic, the audio stuff. Audio's tough though. I'm just learning it now. Yeah, Sean Cannell's really good. Yeah, and they're doing, I was watching, because LawTube's big right now. I don't know if you watch LawTube, but I like Emily D. Baker. Legal Bites has really boomed. I can't believe it. I was just telling a friend of mine from my existing community that I discovered Legal Bites. They were trending for super chats. Can you believe that? They were trending. They went from 50,000 from day one of trial to 250. That's how much she's grown. Emily D. Baker went from 300,000 to 450 just covering this trial. So LawTube is like actually growing insanely right now. But it's really awesome to actually see something like this that has become such in the mainstream media, and then also see the legality part of it, because I think it's going to be, I think that community is really going to grow. And what's funny is the girl that owns Legal Bites, Lita, she had a fellow attorney friend that in Virginia that was just appearing on the show, and he didn't have a channel or anything. He had a Twitter, but he didn't have a channel, and it was just awesome. They encouraged him to get a channel. Dude, his first video, it's at like almost 1 million. It's at almost 1 million right now. I was because he had a theory, on the bed situation, on that Johnny's boot broke the bed. So but I'm just, admiring LawTube, because it helps me if I want to. I'm just one of those analytical people, like where if I want to comment on something, I don't like to sound like an idiot. I want to know like facts of what I'm talking about. So, but I am going to have, I do have my brother who has his growing channel, my son who wants to get involved in being on, just involved in conversation. He doesn't have a channel, but he's wanting to donate his time to come in. I chose StreamYard over OBS. I like OBS a lot. I've used it several times, but I prefer StreamYard. So, I'm kind of familiar, and I love the fact that streaming, I don't know how you agree, I don't know how you feel, but streaming, I love it more because as crafted as I have got with editing, because I love editing so much, but I love streaming more. Like, I like the fact that it's just, you prepare, you do your live stream, and you're done. And I understand it's all live, and I understand you can't go back and change anything, but I love it so much more. It's so much more, to me, it's so much more just, I don't know, organic, it's just not like where you have to sit down and spend time and time and time, editing. The only thing my son is slapping me on the hand for is, Mom, you say so much. So I'm trying not to do that. But as far as commenting on the trial, I started with just kind of going over the trial during the break. There was a 7-day break. I don't know if you've seen it on YouTube, but there was a 7-day break where the judge had a convention she went to. And so we broke, right? And so that was my opportunity to start my live streams and talk about the case. And like I said, I have been pondering in my mind what's next. I definitely would love to collab with other YouTubers. But like I said, I'm brand new in this type of community, I guess. So I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm very comfortable in front of the camera and I feel like I'm very personable. So hopefully, I mean, everyone that I worked with in my previous community really liked me, because I feel like, anyway, I know I'm just saying my own opinion, but everyone that I ever kind of assisted or came in contact with me liked the fact that I took it so seriously, if that makes sense. But I did buy the masterclass from Sean, and I really do think his program is really productive. I really think so. And I take this very seriously. I just realized that it's just a really big hill to climb, to try to get exposure. And Facebook groups are good, but I don't know. Sometimes I just get scared of them because there's so many people that come into your channel and bots and things, you know what I mean? And all that kind of stuff. And when we do worldwide groups and stuff, it's really hard to try to get authentic people, in to follow you for genuinely. So, but I do need to make more effort to do a carousel, you know what I mean? Which is like IG and Twitter and YouTube and Facebook. I am streaming live right now on Facebook. So that's something new for me. I really wanted to stay away from Facebook though. I'm just not a big fan of Facebook. I understand it's a good networking outlet, but I'm not a fan of Facebook. I would also take clips of your live streams and make it smaller videos for the most potent sections of your lives. I need to get together with someone like that. Maybe we can, I don't know, talk on the back end or something, and you can kind of give me some pointers on how to do that. Just because, do I download it? Is that what because editing's a breeze for me. I love editing and I'm quick at it. I'm very fast at it. But at the same time, I don't know how I would put it in a short. You know what I mean? Like, I would love any pointers. If you've been on YouTube for some time and you're growing yourself, I would love any advice on how to do this, how to grow in it. Also, if you have any advice for, right now I'm using my Canon. I just realized I could use the Canon utility as the webcam. I don't like the fact that on every device I see myself on, because I go and check just to make sure that I look okay. I know we only come off as 720, but it's weird because everybody that uses StreamYard, for some reason, I feel like the clarity on OBS is better. And StreamYard is so grainy. I just feel like it's a little bit rough, and they gave me free 10 days of 1080p on StreamYard. I don't know if you use StreamYard, but I know otherwise it's like $50. It's $50 a month. You can have a premium sub on StreamYard. That way you can download your lives. Oh yeah. Okay. So I do pay for the mid plan, and I just bought the having extra team members. I bought $9 or something. So I bought the middle plan, not the pro, not the high one, but I bought the middle plan, and I paid for, like my brother and my son to have full access as admins, so that when we do our multiple panel kind of thing. So I did that. So I'm happy I did that. And yeah, I'm just yeah, I got Sean. I went on one of Sean Cannell's videos, and it was $10 off for my first month. Next month I think it'll be like $38 or something. But dude, if you times that by 12, come on now, knocking at my bank's door. But I feel like it's worth it. Like I said, I'm using a Canon, as I have the Canon web utility camera. I just wish I came off clearer, but I think it's the resolution, right, in whatever device you're looking at. And then I bought a USB mic. I know I should have an XLR. My son is like on me going, Mom, you need a really good mic, like a Shure mic, which I will get. But this little USB mic I got, I feel like it's good. I feel like I really want, here's what I could really use if you know someone or yourself. I tried so hard to download and include Voice Meter, and oh my God, that echo in my ears, I cannot get it right. I understand. I have done, every day I struggle, and I think it's just my own mental challenges, but I feel like I have it right. And then all of a sudden I'm doing the same thing every single day. And that's the echo. And I understand it's a level thing, cause I already went into the sound control and I've already like made everything primary. And it seems like it's pretty 1, 2, 3 to learn stream. I mean, the audio part of it is easy. I feel like, I feel like if it's just yourself, I don't see any problem to use a USB mic. My son is, you need an interface, which I believe I do. I'm not saying I don't. I would like to get a Shure mic at some point, but right now my bank account is not allowing me to do that. I really like this Shure mic. Excuse me. I really like this USB mic I'm using. I just want it to sound deeper and more professional. And so I heard lots of positive things about Voice Meter, put it on there, watched how to, put it on there correctly. And I could not get that echo to go. I was so frustrated. I almost cried, like seriously, because I'm the kind of person that I challenge myself and I'm very love to, understand the analytics of things. And I just couldn't figure it out. So, and even Audacity, I put Audacity on there thinking, okay, this will be easy. And for some reason, I just couldn't get it. So I took it all off because I didn't have time. I already started streaming. I'm already on a schedule, trials every day. So it's like streaming the trial is like 8 hours. And then tonight I'm going to do audios, the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp audios. I started those last night, but it's hard. It's tough with no one watching you, with no one in the chat. Thank you guys so much for just stopping by. And I really appreciate you. I wish I knew your first name so I could just call you by that. Gent, I'll call you Gent. But thank you so much, honestly, for making an effort to stop by and say hello and offer your experience and everything. I haven't had a chance to sub to your channel, but I definitely will. And Brenna's been around. She's an OG of mine. Thank you so much, Brenna. She's just been super supportive since, I think everybody that's been on my, I'm sorry, excuse me, Brenda. I'm sorry, Brenda. It says on your handle, it says Brenna. So I apologize. I thought that was your name. Anyway, she's been very supportive. And so, a lot of people, thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. So, everyone that's been following me for a long time, I started this channel in 16, early 16, late 16, early 17. I did well with my first videos. I got like 1,000 views and stuff. And then I started doing Walmart stuff, which, got me about 6,000, 7,000 views, that kind of thing. And then I just, if you go into my catalog, well, I took all my content down. It's not gone. I just put it private, but my videos or my track record is so weird. I will go like 1,000 to 500 to 10 to 20 to 12. And I know when you're analyzing your catalog, to figure out what's doing well and what's not, it's really hard to figure out what people really want. It's like, and then I've always been challenged with comments. I don't know about y'all, but for me, comments have always been really hard. And I know in the masterclass, they say it's always good to start your stream with a question, maybe, or end with a question to keep engagement. But it's just, I don't know. For me, it's going to be a learning experience. Like I said, I'm brand new at streaming. I've only been streaming less than 10 days. So we'll see. But I'm so grateful that you guys are here. I'm just like, wow, people, what? But I did do pretty well on my audio last night, even though I was in there by myself. I got almost 218 views, I think, on Twitter. So I really like the fact that I really love StreamYard. I really like it. It's simple, but I love it. I like the fact that it allows us the multiple extensions. I tried Twitch. I made a Twitch account thinking that would help me. And unfortunately it did not, because it wasn't yesterday, but it was the day before. I had a bunch of kids, coming in here saying, hey, mom, just silly little things, flirty type weird things. And I was like, okay, I'm streaming the trial right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have time. I don't have time to mom anybody. So I ended up disconnecting Twitch and got rid of that account. It's not for me. I feel like Twitch just isn't my gig. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, just be patient with it. It can bring you followers. But I don't know. I'm not into Twitch. So I'm going to stay with Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and then just get better at carouseling. I'm really bad on IG, and IG's been really good to me. IG's been super good to me, but I'm so bad at it. Oh, and my brother's TikTok. Now I do have a TikTok account, but I haven't been able to utilize it. So I mean, it's not, that's not true. I just need to learn how to multitask. I need to learn how to take my content and understand if I do a short or something like that, to just drop it everywhere in a carousel form. And that's been tough for me. So I wish they had like some kind of extension, to do, maybe a short or something on IG through StreamYard. That'd be great. If we wanted to just pre-record a video or do like a 2-minute live stream or something, just to get it in there, it'd be awesome. But I'll have to work on IG. So I got to revisit, my plan a little bit. But as far as like the format and the niche, I would just say, in closing, because I got to watch, I don't know when they're going to be back, y'all. I can gab forever, and I need to just make sure that I'm not going to miss the trial resuming. But I do know that this is what I want to do. I do know that a commentary and reaction is what I want to do in terms of niche wise, but I don't want a niche within a niche, if that makes sense. So I don't want to do commentary reaction and then just do like true crime. Do you know what I mean? Like, or like, I don't know, psychology or whatever, whatever I decide to talk about. I just want to come on here and be me and pick some topics, and put a format together, put a schedule together, and go from there, and hopefully, if I'm lucky, I can learn to collab with other people and stay broad that way, because I feel like once I have the opportunity to meet people or to pair up with other YouTubers, I feel like I could build some pretty cool, relationships with people that do what I do. And then, just also get experience from other YouTubers and maybe appear on other channels or something. So if you have any, like I said, Sean, let me know when you're available or whatever, and maybe you can teach me some stuff or something if you've been on YouTube for a while. I want to do monetization. I actually right now I had 1,050 when I started. Like I said, I've been on YouTube forever, so I should be a lot better. I mean, I've had social media agencies reach out to me and say, "Hey, why aren't you growing? Or your impressions suck." Really? I understand that. But yeah, no, I want to get monetized. I want to do this. I want to do this. I came to play. You know what I mean when it comes to this. And I've always been really serious about it, but I just haven't been able to grow the way I would like to. But a part of that is my own fault, I feel like, because it takes real dedication to do this and a real like commitment to do this. And before I started live streaming, I was at 1,800 minutes. So I'm close to 4,000 now. I mean, I've been streaming every day, so I'm not sure. And even though I see that people are watching, a lot of times people don't comment. Like I see people peeking in. So I see the people that are clicking in terms of impression, click to ratio, but at the same time, no one stays. So I've had some pretty consistent 1 or 2 viewers the last few days. So I don't know if people are just putting on the trial and watching it and just leaving it be, or if, everybody does something different, right? So, and today is the very first day I'm streaming live on Facebook. I wanted to take advantage of that. I converted my old page to this channel page. So I think patience, I think that's what, hard work, dedication, patience, and you'll get there, the Cannon Girl theories. Someone asked me why Cannon Girl theories. I have theories, you know what I mean? Like I usually come up with my own theory most of the time, and I'm using a Canon camera, and I thought, okay, that's good. So the name was off the cuff, random. It wasn't planned out, and then I had somebody say, well, don't you think your viewers will be confused that it might be photography or something? And I was like, why? There's no reason to do that. I did announce to my previous community that I would pursue photography outside of leaving the community, and I will, but right now, photography was more of a hobby thing. It wasn't something I wasn't sure if I was going to bring it to YouTube. I have another dormant channel that I could put it on there, but right now I've only been able to do one photo session, and so I don't have enough content, behind the scenes, and I don't have enough experience with my lenses yet. So that's something on my kind of like, it's a split type thing, but this I can do all the time with a bit of a schedule, you know what I mean? And just kind of format it that way. Also look this up. After a certain amount of minutes, your lives don't count towards your watch hours. Really? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. See, I know nothing. I think my son was talking to me something about that. And you know what else I want to ask you? Sean, since you're here, is how many times can you stream a day? I know that the max of a streaming session is 12 hours, I believe, because I've had this channel for a while. That's another reason why I wanted to use my established channel. But how many times can you stream a day? Like, is that like, are you able to stream several times a day? And also within the time frame, do you have to minimize? Do you split that 12 hours into a 24-hour period? Or can you stream multiple times a day and it doesn't matter? It's 12 hours each session. I'd really love to know that. Yeah. No, I will. I am. I think what I wanted to do, like I said, is I want to do a recap video. I know a lot of people are doing recaps videos. So I was time on the audios that I'm doing at night now, because there's only 4 or 5 audios available out there. So I'm doing the audios, and within the audios as I'm live streaming them, because a lot of people on Twitter are watching them as well, according to the stats from yesterday. I'm time stamping them. So I'm making notes as I'm reading the audio. And then, to make my own content is going to be kind of, I'll script it out or something, I think. And I'll do that probably Saturday, because trial ends. Usually we have Fridays off. So if they decide to continue with no court tomorrow, then I'll probably script something out tonight and talk about a recap tomorrow. And then I have a live stream planned with my son and my brother this weekend to talk about the trial. And then, because Amber Heard took the stand this week, so everybody was talking about that. Of course, they obliterated her. It was, if you guys haven't seen her testimony, you got to see it. It's really good. Camille Vasquez, she's an ace, man. She is an ace. Not only is she adorable, but she's an ace. But they don't want people to stream for a long time just to get watch hours. That way bots don't pass. Okay. So last night, but here's the thing, is the trial is 8 hours. Okay. You can't get away from it. It's 6 a.m, or actually it's Eastern time. So I'm in California, so I'm on West Coast, but the trial starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 5. Sometimes they'll go to 5:30. So that's a whole 7 to 8 hours, right, of streaming time. And then I really haven't been doing much of a recap, because I'm talking to myself half the time, honestly. So it's hard to do that. Like I say a little bit of, what I'm feeling at the end of the day, but then I figured I would do the audios. So last night I started the first audio series, because remember, the trial ends. Well, if you guys don't know, the trial ends May 27th, 2022. Johnny's case rested on May 9th, 2022. And then now we're in Amber's case. And what a lot of people don't understand is they are intertwining the cases. And that's the reason why they went straight 6 weeks. So 3 weeks for Johnny, 3 weeks for Amber, but they were doing them, intermingling them. And so some people were saying, well, is this Johnny's witness? Is that her witness? So nobody knew kind of what was happening. But right now we're in Amber's case. And closing arguments are on May 27th, 2022. So you guys don't want to miss that if you want to just see the closing arguments. There's been a lot of good evidence. She's buried. She's lied so much now. That's why there's so much. That's why they're clowning her so bad. You know what I mean? Honestly, because she's really told lies. I mean, there's too much evidence out there to the contrary. So, I mean, and she's made a joke out of DV, which is really sad and unfortunate. And that community is very upset with her. And so, she just made a mockery of this whole thing. So a lot of fuckery going on her end. But I'm not saying, and we all know that Johnny Depp has his issues. He's been very transparent about that there's nothing, but at the end of the day, when it comes to this court case, if you guys don't know anything else, at the end of the day, this is about defamation. This is about defamation. Are these allegations from the op-ed, have they impaired his career and ruined his reputation? That is the core thing, because remember, she's countersuing him for the same thing. Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard for $50 million, and she is countersuing for $100 million. So she's trying to say that what he's done has impaired her career. When, if you listen to the audios, this is why we are going over the audios, because the audios have been leaked. There are 11 hours of audio where she clearly states from her own voice she is guilty of half the shit she set up that she's been saying in this trial. So everything she said she hasn't done, that he's done, she's done. So she clearly states with her own voice that she got Aquaman because of him. So there are a lot of things you can hear her, completely coming at him, making arguments, harassing him, like it goes on and on. I mean, it's just pure fuckery. It's Gone Girl vibes. I'm serious. And that's a fact. It just is a fact. That's why I was glad Brian made that Gone Girl Amber Heard similarities video or whatever. We watched that too on here. But yeah, it's insane. She's a psychopath. And I also did another thing too, Sean, to say that is that, like, how you said, here's the thing about like commentary and reaction in my opinion, is that you have to be very careful over like deciding what you want to do, because I know Sean Cannell has also said you don't want to be all over the place. Like, you don't want to confuse your viewers, because you're like, because one day you're talking about this, the next day you're talking about that, and they're like, what the hell are you doing? But I feel like in the realm of commentary and reaction, that gives you the freedom of, as long as you are clear with your audience, like on an introduction or some way to communicate what your goal is for your channel, I feel like then people will always be eager to know what you're going to do next. And so that is my plan, and I'm hoping it will be executed well, but that all takes experience and skill, like I was saying. So, and yes, she has defamed him for sure. So she lied a lot. She's lied from the beginning. This whole thing was a hoax. I mean, she's premeditated this entire plan with her friends and everything else. So that's why when we do the recap, if you guys want to come back for the recap, that'd be awesome. Then you can, really understand. But I also have previous live streams. They are long though. I will say that live streaming for me, in my opinion, with this kind of case, can't be under 2 hours. I mean, most of my live streams have been 3 hours, 3.5 hours, because there's so much to talk about. I mean, in Johnny's case alone, there were so many people and so much information. There's videos, there's audio, there's just so much. It's like, oh my God, the drama of it all is like 1,000 pounds. So it's like to go on and live stream and talk about this for an hour is kind of a joke. You can't do that. There's just too much stuff going on. So in order to recap, and bring people in for true fact and detail, you have to take the time. And the only way that I've been introducing those streams is to say, hey, this is my intent. This is what we're going to be talking about tonight. And we'll be here for quite a while. So put me in your ears, go wash the dishes, go do some laundry. You know what I mean? You don't have to watch me at all. You just go listen to me. So, yeah, but yeah. She is a psychopath. She truly is a psychopath. She has BPD 100%. We did a comparison between Johnny's forensic psychologist and her forensic psychologist, which I think was telling in itself. I think Johnny's forensic psychologist was a lot more effective and a lot more knew a lot more about the testing that she did on Amber and how true it was, because Amber truly is a BPD. There's no doubt about it. So, okay, about self-improvement overall. Also film my travels now. If it's because travel, in my opinion, is about self-improvement. I agree. I do. That's why I feel like this is good though, because you can sort of put yourself all over in terms of like what you're talking about, like with this case, because it is so broad, if that makes sense. But yeah, moving forward, I definitely will stay within a topic, especially when you're streaming that long. But luckily with this case, there's just been so much going on, because I've been streaming this trial and I watched it from day one all day long, specifically, and took notes and watched LawTube to understand. My thing is, if I'm going to learn about something, I need to know the realities of what I'm learning about, and the legalities, especially of this case, who's doing well, how they thought the cross went, how they thought the direct went. And then I also, in my last live stream, not yesterday from court, or not the audios, but I have live streamed in the past about what, before the trial resumed for cross-examination, before Amber went up there, I did a reaction or review video on Legal Bites that she did, what is a cross-examination, because I think there was so much anticipation of Amber Heard taking the stand that everybody was wondering and sitting on the edge of their seat of what was she going to say. You know what I mean? What was she going to say with all these, because it's funny how she's accusing, Johnny Depp of DV, but yet she has a DV record herself. He's never had a record ever. He's had multiple partners that have come up, and it's not. She just took Me Too to the extreme. She used it to ride on its wave to get popularity and I don't know what that's called, recognition, or, she thought she could evolve her career by jumping on the Me Too wagon at the time. And it's done nothing but backfire on her. So what you thought she would walk when she walked out and her lawyer gave up. It's funny. Did you guys see that clip too? This clip that's going around on TikTok and YouTube about how when she got off the stand and Johnny Depp unconsciously got up because, he's always escorted out of the courtroom and she jumped. I mean, there's been so many body language analysts that have talked about that was so like that was so she acted the whole time. That's not the way your natural responses. She tried to make it like if someone like literally jumped out in front of you, and instead she looked at him first and then she responded. So because a person's natural reaction when they're afraid of somebody else is not that way. So Amber walked out. You mean was that when she did when the judge said you can go sit next to your attorneys and she walked out? Is that what you're talking about? She was so pissed off at her attorneys that day because Elaine was a mess. She was a train wreck that day when she couldn't, and that also throughout that whole entire direct, she kept calling. Did you guys see her when she was direct examining Dr. Hughes, and she kept calling her Dr. Curry? Because Dr. Curry was sitting in front of the thing. And I think that was a great strategy because she was intimidating her. I thought that was awesome. But yes, she did that because she was mad. Amber Heard, when I say she did that because she was upset with her attorneys. So instead of going back and sitting at the table, they escorted her out. And there is some talk right now. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's facts, but there was some talk that she kind of unleashed on her attorneys and it got out in the media somehow. So I don't know. We'll find out if that's true or not. But yeah, she was not happy with her attorney's performance that day. So, and here we are. Camille was an ace though. Camille aced that. I mean, even all the legal attorneys were like, if you ever want to see a cross-examination done correctly and by the book and by the rules, watch Camille's performance. Camille was fantastic. And so I think she just did, just because she's lied so much, she's buried herself. She's lied. And there's so much evidence, that shows she's lying. So it's like, girl, get with it. Okay. Stop lying everywhere. You gotta, you know what I mean? She was arrested for DV from her previous partner. It's insane. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Her name is Camille Vasquez and she was phenomenal. And I love that. Miss Heard. That was not my question. Miss Heard. That was not my question. The question is yes or no. I mean, girl, and what I loved about Camille was that she was not condescending or aggressive. She was just assertive. You know what I mean? And I think she handled her very well. And I think she challenged Amber very well. And I think Amber she tripped up. She tripped up for sure. Part of this case fits my channel because men need to understand how dangerous false allegations can ruin a man's life. No, I would definitely, if you're not covering this, I mean, in terms of at least this, I would definitely start talking about it because she's made a mockery of this and he's giving that community a voice. And I think a lot of people are in support of that for sure. And I think you should take all advantage of talking about this in the best way possible. And I would definitely review some of the trial if you haven't, had a chance to catch up on it. I definitely would, check it out and definitely, catch up with it on your own time because there's a lot to say there. You'd have a crap ton of content and we'll see. I mean, I feel like it's still touch and go because again, remember at the end of the day, it's all about defamation. But at the same time, Johnny's been transparent. There's no question that Johnny Depp has had issues with substance abuse. That's never been the issue. You know what I'm saying? That's just never been the issue. So for someone to say, what they're trying to prove now is that he was so inebriated that he's done things without knowing. And I think that's completely false. There's been too many witnesses to verify that everything she said is a lie, even down to the bruises, because she never sought medical attention. She doesn't have any medical records to back up her allegations at all. I mean, she's never had, like she says, she said she was beaten daily. She's never had any damage to her face ever. She said she had a broken nose, but yet there's no medical evidence of that, right? You know, she's everything she says is just it's a joke. It's a joke because pulling out her hair and the whole come on now. And all her friends were in on it because Johnny Depp was putting up all these people. So they all lived off him for free. Thank you so much, Brenda. Thank you so much. I want a video clip of that cross-examination. Yeah. Are you asking me for one? Because I can give you one. I'm going to do a breakdown on it and try to put it all in a thing. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go because we got to stream the trial. But thank you so much for stopping in. Please come back if you want anytime. I really appreciate it. But I need to get back to the trial. So you guys have a wonderful day. And court is getting back to come in session. So let me go ahead and get ready for that. And I just appreciate you guys coming in to hang out with me. Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate it. Like I said, any advice you have would be fantastic. All right, y'all. I need to, I'm going to put us back on and I'm going to mute myself. You guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. All right, they always take a minute before they resume. So if you guys hear silence, that is natural. And next is going to be, oh, you guys, hey, don't forget, if you guys get a chance, if you're watching this or whatever, just remember, I think Ellen Barkin is today. I have a feeling. I'm not sure. We don't know if they're going to be able to fit her in today, but Ellen Barkin will be appearing sometime today or tomorrow. Thanks, Sean. I'll follow you on IG, I promise, and I'll let you know. My IG is the same name as my channel. So again, thank you so much for checking in, though. I really appreciate it. Also, hey, you guys, if you come back or if you're still here for any reason, let me know your Twitter accounts so I can follow you.
All right. So, are we ready for the jury? Yes. Okay. All right. Be seated. Your next witness.
We call Ron Schnell.
Okay.
Schnell.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
Yes. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It's called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, M-A-I-L. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
And what'd you do after that?
After that, ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in US history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master powers in those matters.
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years?
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013, is that right?
It was 11.
2011, okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay, and that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment, although since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been consulting for litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation. Yeah.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously. But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks. Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come
Thank you.
That's fine. All right, so Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No.
All right, then I'll move him in as an expert in statistical and forensic analysis of social media. Okay? Yes, sir, your question.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask various things. In this case, I use two of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag. And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
And did you choose particular hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found that a super majority of them were using one of four different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But when I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did two of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
Okay. In addition to the four hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1, which is on the 5th page of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's expert designation. Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to I'd make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be a?
If I could get it one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just.
Okay. Can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last? Can we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way, it's not. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
And is this the chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize. You see, in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the fourth one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018 to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right, the last 3 hashtags, which are highlighted, or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump. My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to November of 2020 for the hashtags related to Mr. Depp, if you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show what did your analysis find in terms of tweets without those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there, there are single digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And do you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901, which will identify as 1901.
That's fine, 1901. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901 can be published.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020, that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
And do you recall at your deposition being asked that a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled. Good.
I remember questions regarding particular dates, yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020 as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you look at the day-by-day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and you can see that there's a spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So on April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th, and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
And what terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Okay. If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Which would make 1902.
1902.
That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
None as a
Okay,
demonstrative.
yes, okay. You can publish that.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. And that's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags or misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Let's clear that. Oh, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or minions, and looked for those in the same data.
And in terms of the percentage of the amount of times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25% of the negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average, had either Waldman or Waldmignon.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So so if I had put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what do the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but when I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, particularly the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
He's an expert.
Oh, overruled.
If these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
That's correct.
And You're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated, yes.
At $600 an hour.
That's what they're getting paid.
Right. And you're aware that Mr. Depp is being sued based on allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. So, and where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, Justice for Johnny Depp. That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Amber Heard is an abuser. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
We just don't like you, Amber. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
And the last one was Amber Turd, right?
That is another one.
Okay. And these four hashtags you identified and searched for, you don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection to these three Waldman statements. The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to any of the Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion, where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya
has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but
you're adopting your own opinion.
No, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
Right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media, correct?
Made in what? I couldn't.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But Justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
I don't recall, actually.
Right. Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right. People can form a negative view of Ms. Heard without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements?
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
You didn't form any opinion that of the million plus tweets that you looked at, were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
Yeah. The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
Yeah. And there are spikes that existed considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement. You were asked about that by counsel?
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked.
The majority is so large that you had to draw another chart?
The reason we're drawing another chart is because the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other hashtags.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right. As I testified, you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, but when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these spikes are there.
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. You're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right. And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
That's correct.
There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah. Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020?
I'm aware.
And in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around the trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the trial was going on then.
All right. There are a number of things called out in your chart relative to particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out, if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right. All right. At some point, you ran searches for additional search terms: hoax, fraud. I think you said fake. And then you don't know why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right. And just because the tweet contains one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Young terms. So, it's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his name and Waldman-Young or Minion.
Wait a minute, is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No. I'm trying to speak.
I'm trying to certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appeared in any of these tweets?
Well, if you look at the tweets that have Waldman-Young, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Just a large sample was 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these. But that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. When people are saying that they're part of the Wald-Minions or things like that, I would expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
Nobody asked whether it had to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering, how do you know that it had anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements?
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this. So I wouldn't expect it to be anything else. I didn't think it was in controversy.
It wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that that if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this case.
All right, but again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? Did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right. And so you identified all of these hashtags as negative towards Miss Heard, right?
Right.
Justice for Johnny Depp is not negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis is not, in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
I'm not opining on the hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets that contain that hashtag.
But the hashtag itself is not negative.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
Do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
It's not part of my assignment.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Yeah, me too. No further questions.
All right, redirect. Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of Justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Ms. Heard?
All of them.
And what percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman Young?
Over 25%.
And in your analysis, how far in time did the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman Young go? Like how far to now?
Beyond the scope cross.
He was asking about.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. Didn't see any end to it at all.
And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Ms. Heard before or after April 2020?
It was clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April of 2020. And there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period and 27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
Based on his analysis up until the time?
I'll sustain the objections.
Okay. Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
To continue to go on.
Mr. Schnell, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they're not.
Thank you. No.
All right. All right, so you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir? Thank you. All right, your next witness? Okay, sure.
I wanted a cookie. Mom?
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation and restart.
Okay. You just want to spell the last name for me?
It's Mulrooney. All right.
Where'd she go? Did you check the mess? No.
Please state your name and address for the rest.
Michelle Mulrooney, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
Oh my God, another person with an
Ms.
attitude.
Mulrooney, what is your occupation?
I'm a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice.
Could you just please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history?
Okay, I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991. And then I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch. When I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And then in 2011, I joined Venable LLP as a partner.
Thank you. What are your areas of practice and expertise?
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable.
And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnups?
Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for.
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues.
Do you regularly represent actors?
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is?
Yes.
Yeah. And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to
the top of the email where it says February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup?
The early part of February, the late part of January or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to ask
Why
you
is
to
everybody
take a look
on
at
Amber's
what's
team
on
so
exhibit number
irritating?
4.
Baby Rottenborn, I
It
can't
is
handle.
a,
And now we got
an
this
email
one.
from you
Her voice, her
to
demeanor,
Dana Lowry, which is Mr.
unbelievably annoying.
Counsel, correct?
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13, and says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No,
What is it?
it's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50, each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings. Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the confidentiality agreement?
It's very standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement when either party is disclosing their assets that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
To show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling that she'll have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says, Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. Now, what did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends. I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro forma.
What did you mean by back ends?
Back end is either profit participations or royalties Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
And those are all components of what they make during the marriage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
I received one telephone call.
And whom did you receive that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean, that he called me names, and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
He was slurring his words, and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under him. I was just extremely rattled by the call. I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a postnuptial draft agreement?
No.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
Let's face it, did Amber ever really pay for anything?
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have
No,
had the authority
she
to
did
fire
not.
you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
What, if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing. Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive, I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call the Disney corporate representative.
All right.
Would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Tina Newman.
Ooh, they're bringing in Disney.
Disney
You know,
Studios
Disney
Motion
never
Picture
wanted to be a part of this.
Live action. 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
Disney did not want to be involved in this at all. I remember that. And why does she look like the lady from Misery?
Subpoena taken paragraph number 2, and it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production. Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing as the corporate designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents you reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena that was taken, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No,
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification. Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
Do you
Doesn't
know?
fall.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibility. It's above my head. It's the best way to say it.
So what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Are you aware of anyone else at Disney who has knowledge of the topic areas in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say. I can't speak for someone else. Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, at plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
Is Disney aware that Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
Would Disney entertain paying Mr. Depp more than $300 million and provide him with more than 1 million alpacas to be able to obtain his services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 52 to Alan Horn. Who's that?
He was our co-chairman.
Of Disney?
Yes.
And Alan Bergman, who's he?
Same. He's the other co-chairman of Disney, or was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated, was the president?
It's our president of production, correct.
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Rader is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw, and it's dated 5/10/2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, subject HR, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production, head of communications on this particular day?
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given that Disney has a relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
Okay. And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people, was to keep them apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp. Would you agree?
Yeah, that would be my assumption. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been labeled as exhibit number 53, and it is Disney 114 through 137. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Sometimes I wonder if they do this on purpose to us. I am having I did not have these. I have not had any of these problems at all, except for maybe the first day that I streamed. So they are
Yeah.
fucking with my stuff on purpose.
He may have been the EVP. I don't know.
Okay.
Disney does not want to be here.
And then we have an email.
I love
from
this lady's
Prophets
attitude.
To Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton.
You could just feel she does not. I wonder, did they say that she was subpoenaed in the beginning of this? Because I didn't hear it.
I believe we said he was one of the
A lot of these people were subpoenaed. They didn't volunteer.
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman. Okay. And Ellen Bergman.
The other co-chairman.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
Do you have any understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
Because now I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Yes. It looks like a email.
Please tell me. Please describe it for me.
It's an email. Well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance, and then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right, and you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Correct.
What is that?
He handles all finances once film goes into post-production on any given picture. Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he sent you this, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right, and in fact, you
I keep forgetting to turn off my mic. You probably heard me talking about
Yes.
putting my hair up.
Yes.
And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this? You sent it back?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56. And it is a document also produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to 169. It says Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actors' camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against the Sun for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, unquote. Katie Clenny reports. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, Elaine.
Recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame. We're talking October 2018.
I'm so getting tired of them talking about the UK case.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it
It's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return. You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not considering Mr. Depp for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018?
No.
All right. Do we? How much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin,
All right.
B-A-R-K-I-N.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Good morning.
I think the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally in about
What the hell
26
happened
or
to
so.
Ellen Barkin, you
And
guys?
I did theater, television, movies, lots of them.
She looks horrible.
That's what I did for 40 years.
What is she,
And,
60?
in
No.
the course
70?
of your career acting in
70, I
theater,
said 70.
television, movies, etc., you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Oh my God, she's so gonna be a meme.
Yes.
And can you describe?
She's so gonna be a meme. She did that.
We just developed a friendship
Oh my
over
God,
time that lasted, I guess, if we
Y'all, I
met
made a
in the
new
90s,
YouTube friend.
maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor.
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes, 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic, to your
change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me like where you would see him? Just give me some sense of it.
Yeah, he would come to my house or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What would you understand? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle that, do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room. So maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And was it, when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? We'll see you back in 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3:45. Does that give you time to be ready? Okay. All right.
I'm dying. I'm dying. People already took the screenshot of her like this. Oh my God, I have to show you. I have to show you. Look, someone already took. I had to post it on Twitter, y'all. I had to. Here, wait, let me share my screen. Oh my God, this is hilarious. And no wonder why he was laughing. Johnny, he's probably like, oh my God, I have to admit I was with that thing. Wait, I got to show you. Hold on. This is too much. Here, wait. I better. I'm tired. Wait. You have to see this. It's hilarious. Wait, did I post this already? Hold on. My mouse is like, sometimes my mouse just does not want to work. I had to throw some makeup on because if I do that stupid, if I do that other, I can't. Wait, let me post this so I can just show you my own page. Oh my God, this is lovely. Oh my God, this is so fucked up. This is, please let her become a meme. She's got to become a meme. She just has to become a meme, y'all. She has to. Hold on, I'm trying to post this on my main page so I can share with you guys what's happening. Someone got while this was going on, someone got banned. Or wait, maybe it was Adam. I can't remember. I don't know. Someone got banned from Twitter for posting too many court documents, which I don't even know why, because now they're like public record. All right, let me show you. Are we on? Wait. I have all these things on both. I have 3 monitors, so I have stuff over here and stuff over here, and I'm looking over here. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Wait, you have to see this. Do you see that? Wait, let me get back to StreamYard. Hold on. Wait, look. Oh wait, I don't have it. Do I have it on the screen? No, I don't have it on the screen. Hold on. I gotta show you. Oh my god, do you see this? This is too good. This is too fucking good. Oh my god. This is hilarious. Look at, I have 0 viewers. Isn't that sad? I have literally 0 viewers on Twitter. Oh my goodness. My son's always like, "Mom, aren't you like super embarrassed that no one's watching you?" I'm like, "Fuck no, I don't care." It's funny. I know. I'll keep promoting my live though on She looks straight into the camera. She looks straight into the camera. And this was 2019. Actually, you know what? Let's hold on. Okay, to be fair, I think she's older than Johnny. Because I know Johnny Depp is 59, I think. I don't know. Let me verify my facts here, because I don't want to just be like saying something and someone go, "Do you really not look shit up?" So let me look. First of all, let's see. Johnny Depp age. Oh yeah, he's 58. June 9th. He will be 59. So he is a Gemini. No. Yeah. Yeah. No, he's a Gemini. All right. Him and Brad Pitt are the same age. Brad Pitt's a Sagittarius. Is Brad Pitt a Sagittarius? I think Brad Pitt's a Sagittarius. Let me see. Because I know Johnny Depp is if he's June 9th, he's a Gemini for sure. Because my mom's a 3rd sign. I just want to know what. Yeah, he's a Sag. And what's weird is Angelina. God, could you imagine if that divorce would have been like televised? Oh my god, that would have been fantastic. Or him and Jennifer Aniston. Gemini, yeah. So Angelina Jolie's a Gemini. Her face, I can't. I gotta kick myself back, you guys. I gotta lean back. It takes some air to look at that. And I thought I was bad. Oh my god, that is too good. That is too good. Please let me get some retweets on that. Oh my god. Let me see what they're saying. Let's see. Let's do the Twitters. Let's do the twits. Twit highlights. Let me put my banner back up here. Twitter highlights. Afternoon break Twitter highlights is what I should put. I love the fact that StreamYard allows you to put like your like your messages you want to tick across the screen. I love that they allow you to like save that. And you can put them in folders, which I did not know. That's pretty awesome. I did not know that. That's so cool. I didn't know that. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, I see. You can't edit it unless it's not. Twitter highlights afternoon. How about afternoon delight? That's really old. Afternoon delight. Lights. Okay, and then we'll do morning break. I'll fix that afterwards. Anyways, dude, that is so funny. Oh my god. He's probably mortified. He's probably mortified. Like, oh my fucking god, they did not just do that to me. Look it. And then there's light. I can't wait to get myself some new lights. My light situation is just oops, look at the light fell on me. I need a whole new background. Let's just not even talk about that. I need some floating shelves or something. I don't know. I want to do some plants or something. I want to brighten myself though for sure, because right now I don't have my That might be why I'm not really lit up, because my vanity, I had to move it over to the left wall. And so all I have is like, when I should put it straight across from me, because then it would like literally shine on me, which would be smarter. But the reason why I didn't put it on me, the vanity like facing towards me, is because there's a window there. So I figured, I just need to get myself some really powerful lights. 100% confirmed. I will arrive on Monday, 5/23 at 1 a.m. for the jury trial line, and I will provide juror updates throughout the day of the trial. Oh, he's coming back. Cool. Because I think what they're trying to do is get LawTube in there for the whole entire rest of the thingy or whatever, which is good, because that allows us to, they're reading the jury and they're sending messages across. So make sure you guys check out Emily D. I like Emily D. I like her. I like Legal Bites, but I prefer Emily D. And if I had to watch a LawTube channel, it would be Good Logic. He's my favorite. I don't know why. I just like him. His name is Joe. Legal Bites is okay, but it's always a multiple group panel, and it's okay to watch, but it's like just so many people talk at the same time. So I hope when Rob starts establishing his channel that he'll have panels, and hopefully, it won't be as busy as Legal Bites. Legal Bites is okay, but it's just there's so many people on that panel. Let me show you. Watch. I'll just give you an example. I'll show you. Watch. We'll check in. I like Emily D better, but I'll show you why. Like, I like Legal Bites. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I'm not trying to, it's a great channel. She's also trending anyways, all the time. Isn't today day 19? Oh yeah, here they are. So, there's only 52,000 watching. There's always more watching Emily's panel, but watch, you'll see there's so many people in here and it's hard to tell. I mean, I like the lawyers on there. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's like it's just a lot of people talking at the same time. And they also incorporate super chats, which I mean, I think is fair, right? If you get super chats, I think that's fair to address them. It's just when you have multiple people on your panel.
Op-ed.
See,
and like the Disney execs certainly didn't add to.
See, there's so many people in here.
I
think
this
that
is the lawyer
they have shown
know.
elsewhere. They have been able to show that elsewhere
Code
through
law,
other witnesses.
uncivil law up here on the top.
That was able
I don't
to
know about
show
this guy. I don't think he's on
the
YouTube.
difference between 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, the number of films, the kind of films that he was doing, and how.
So I don't know about that. Let me see what Emily D's saying. Let's just. I was gonna not do that while I was online, like while I was streaming, but if we want an accurate update on where the trial is during the day, it's better to react, because, to show someone that's talking about it. Oh, wait, here it is. Right. Oh, man. Here we go. I love Emily D. She's my absolute favorite. I love this lady right here. She rocks so much. She was one of the first LawTube channels, so I really like her and I support her, even though she's getting fucking, look at 124,000. She's got almost double of what Legal Bites is viewing right now. So that's pretty awesome.
Question, is it me, or are they just describing jealousy as communication?
Oh, I wanted her to
because when you're in a relationship,
hold on. When did court go out? When did court recess? I can't lose court. Let me refresh my
Elaine. I've pulled an Elaine calling Dr. Hughes Dr. Curry. Well, anyway,
Elaine.
Dr. Hughes testified that was common in IPV, or interpersonal violence, interrelational violence, intimate partner violence relationships, that there would be this jealousy and controllingness. However, we're still not helping Amber Heard's case in defamation along when you look at it from the perspective that
interesting.
This headline of the digital version and the tweet of the digital version are the most difficult for Amber Heard to defend. The print article is gone. The print article is done. I don't see any way that Johnny Depp wins on the claim with the print article. But I also don't know how we get to adequate evidence with regard to the to the counterclaims at this point. We've not seen any damage yet. Are we going to get a damages expert to talk about the jobs that were lost, the money that was lost? Because what we got is a social media guy who told the entire jury that hashtag Johnny Depp is super popular on the internet and hashtag Amber Heard is an abuser and hashtag Amber Turd were also popular on the internet, along with mean tweets that said, you know, hold on, that said, hoax, fake, and fraud. So they brought public opinion into court, and I don't think it helps. And then you have the Disney corporate designee. The Disney corporate designee's entire purpose was saying, we've seen other negative articles of Johnny Depp, but we did not see the op-ed of Johnny Depp.
Very
so
interesting.
it's going to, hey, we didn't cause the damage here. Hey, the op-ed didn't cause the damage. Here's where that doesn't help though, with the proposition that one of these, well, the title, the headline of the article, alleging sexual violence. If the jury believes that is about Depp, then that's defamation per se, and they don't have to prove damages. So trying to disprove damages in that way might not be super helpful. It might just be a waste of time.
Yeah, but what is she saying about like the print ad though? Is she saying that
when we get
lost
to
when it comes
this
to the
testimony
print ad?
with the hashtag social media
print
expert,
op, the printed op-ed?
it's just not helpful at all.
I'm confused about that.
So let's go to Twitter real quick and then we're going to get to questions. Let's see. Also, not sure if you could see on the video, but Amber really, really hated hearing Amber Turd. Face scrunched up, eyes blinking rapid fire.
Well,
I'm sure the internet will treat this
then, huh?
responsibly. Yes, I'm sure we will see this all over the Tiki Talks later today. We're going to get to some questions and then we'll see what else Runkle tweets.
Okay, I'm
we
gonna
love
let
having
her
our
do her thing, but I wanted to check in to see what she was saying about where is the case at the moment. What really makes me interested in like understanding what's going on with the case is that what does she mean? See, I've been so busy trying to grow this on my own that with my own stream, just getting up and getting on here and stuff. It's interesting to hear her talk about that. If there's still, is she trying to say that Johnny Depp lost the print ad? Like the printed op-ed ad? Is that what she's saying? Because if that's what she's saying, then I don't understand how the digital article, I don't know. I'm still trying to understand the legality of this because anyone I guess has learned that proving defamation is insanely hard in the legal system. So for me, I'm a little confused as to where are we really with this at this point, because I don't think Ellen Barkin helped. Okay, I don't. I didn't get to see the lady that was like a lot of the fast. I saw Disney, which you could clearly tell they did not want to be there. I'm sure they were subpoenaed. I know the court documents of who was supposed to appear was early on, like the umbrella guy, Brian McPherson, all these people were showing. The court documents were all also public anyway, in terms of the witness list, I believe. So we were able to see super early on what studios were going to be beckoned and what studios. I know they did not bring in Jason Momoa's text messages, which they still have time, but I don't know. They were going to talk about that. James Franco did not testify. Elon Musk didn't testify. There was question about Disney, but we didn't know if they were going to come. So obviously there was a representative for Disney. And so now I'm just wondering, where are we though with the defamation? Like, I know I'm still trying to understand defamation per se. I've been trying to follow LawTube, like I said, but lately since I started, I'm refreshing the screen, by the way. That's why you see it like that. I guess I could put it up here next to me where I'm bigger than it, if that makes sense. But anyways, I'm still trying to understand defamation in general to try to see, you know what I mean? Like I'm really trying to understand defamation when it comes to this, especially. And I just don't think compared to what they're talking about legally, I just still really don't feel like there's enough evidence to prove that he did what she's accusing him of doing. If you saw the cross-examination with Camille Vasquez, then she she challenged everything she accused him of, because she has, I mean, just about everything that she accused him of doing, whether or not someone saw it or not, like, because no one physically saw it, first of all. They only saw like some kind of swollenness or whatever. That's why the Gone Girl video is very important to watch, because we don't know where these bruises came from. We don't know. Even if they were bruises at all, she could have inflicted them on herself, planned it, and because it's clear, like, this is the reason why we're revisiting the audios tonight. We have audio number 2, which I can't wait to get to. The only thing is I'm going to tell you, if you're here and you want to listen to the audios, and I will announce that as well when I start a new stream. But if you're going to listen to the audios along with my channel, please make sure you listen to them with earbuds in your ears, because the sound is very, very hard to hear. Because a lot of times they have the phone sitting somewhere. Like even the one we listened to last night, it kind of felt like the phone was kind of in the side of the couch or something, like it was in a pocket or something. So you could hear their voices. You could hear his obviously closer than you could hear hers, because he was last night, the audio that we saw about the hour-long audio when she's talking shit, and then he falls asleep and she comes back and she says, "Are you okay?" And then she says, "I love you. Do you?" This girl is so fucking creepy. Oh my God, she's just so creepy. Like, she's just so fucking psychotic. It's unbelievable. Oh my goodness. There's some women out there that are just, I don't know. And I could say that. I'm a chick. I mean, there are just some women out there that are fucking freaky. I mean, poor Johnny. Like, they said he was in dark rooms and was depressed, and poor him, man. Like, if his life was that miserable, and I mean, I'm not saying that, obviously his life wasn't challenged because he had substance abuse problems, which is obviously anybody that suffers from that can attest to that. It's not easy. Oh, we're back. Okay. I'll talk to you guys when it's over. We only have an hour and 50 minutes, I think. An hour. We're at 12:50. So for them, it's 1, 2, 3:50. So we only have an hour and 10 minutes. All right. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Oh, yes. Okay, you want to approach with.
I didn't lose the sound. They turn the mics off when they sidebar. So obviously, something's going on. There's Camille right there. She's an awesome attorney. I wish she would. Sometimes I wish she would have just did this whole thing, because she's so assertive. I mean, the attorney that crossed Whitney yesterday. I don't particularly care for her. Oh my God, there's Baby Rottenborn. Now we have to endure Baby Rottenborn again. You guys, I can't stand Baby Rottenborn. I just can't. Oh, he's so annoying. His voice is just unbelievably annoying. That's Baby Rottenborn. We call the LawTube community calls him Baby Rottenborn. You got Rottenborn, who is the silver-haired guy, the salt and pepper. This guy also has a little bit of salt and pepper, but he's the one that he has his voice a little bit more high-pitched and he talks faster than Rottenborn. So the law community calls him Baby Rottenborn. So they call him Baby Rottenborn. So I guess that's his new nickname. So anyway, but yeah, he's very annoying. And then there's Camille right there in the skirt. She's awesome, man. She's an ace. I just enjoyed and embellished every single minute of her testimony. I think what we will do probably on the weekend before we resume next week, because they are going to be doing closing arguments next week. So closing arguments are the 27th, which today's the 19th. I don't know if we have court tomorrow. We may. I don't know. Because the 27th, closing arguments are May 27th, which is a Friday. So it means they're going to have to wrap up everything next week. We may have court tomorrow since we had a week off. So I'm curious to know if they're going to continue their Fridays off. But closing arguments are May 27, 2022, which is next Friday. So let me go ahead and mute myself and let's go ahead and go back.
right, thank you. Your next witness?
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alan Blaustein,
All right,
Blaustein.
thank you, sir.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right, all right, thank you.
Can you please provide your full name?
Alan Scott Blaustein.
You're a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're a psychiatrist?
Yes.
How long have you been a psychiatrist for?
Since 1987.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
What medical school did you go to?
Northwestern University.
Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
Correct.
You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with?
Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe.
Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome?
I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety.
And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety?
She told me that.
Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar?
There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion.
Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis?
No.
What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed?
Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
I would say that he expressed having issues with anger.
Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber?
He expressed having anger towards her. Yes.
Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber?
I can't, no, I'll have to say no.
In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs.
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
This is from your file.
Correct.
You keep this document in the ordinary course of business.
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And so where it says 10/2/14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete, yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety, and then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober of, abstinent of.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time that you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January of 2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Okay.
And again, I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? You know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad, thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. She needed me to be all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
This violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I can remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What other relationships was he talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children and arguments about not child custody, child care, or visitation, or access to the children. On the left, it says raise 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear. Wake up to fight devil. Wait up to fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt. Something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled as something that was internal to him as the devil?
As a representation of something horrible inside of himself, what I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit, and there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber's fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
Do you know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I'm referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, page, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
That's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue. Need a minute. Here I can say with certainty his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point?
Don't worry, y'all. We're going to go over the
Amber
audios tonight. So we can see who the one that was.
Okay.
We can see which one was the one
what
that
does it
rages
say
the
under
most.
she
It's
refuses
her.
to accept?
It's not him.
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
May not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. But what does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
Do you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where he wrote, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
I think that's something that he said to, he told me, he said to her. That he was.
That Mr. Depp said to Amber, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next page, which is Blaustein 15. And where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Self-something?
Self-destructive very early.
And was Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, again, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, asking him about where can he get rewards elsewhere? Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There's raised another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those are things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says, back to the left, it says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
More on relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic, grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
The relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16. Yeah, and this is 10/29/14 at the top.
Mm-hmm. Mood euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention. Normal mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by
memory
attention decreased?
Difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory, transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I asked him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
Right. And then what does it say after that?
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination, more present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be, what today's date was, perhaps is what that's referring to.
I'm having a really hard time with this because we have our HIPAA law, which is a Privacy Act law. And the only thing, I was just talking to my mom because she worked in healthcare for 32 years. And I worked in healthcare. So those of us that know healthcare know that we have a HIPAA law, which is a Privacy Act law, where they can't really go through your medical records or announce them unless you sign a waiver. So I'm thinking that he probably signed a waiver in order for them to expose these notes. Because I know they can't just expose them. The United States has our HIPAA law, which protects our Health Privacy Act rights as patients. So he must have signed a waiver. That's the only thing I can think of. I know they're not just pulling his psych records to the world without him signing a waiver. That's the only thing. It's just, it's in my head right now. Like, how are they getting away with this? And I forgot to change my ticker.
What do you mean by that?
Anyone watching has to remind me to change my ticker.
I didn't see in this presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay. Next one.
I hate Baby Rottenborn. I can't stand Baby Rottenborn. He's so annoying. His voice. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Amber says contact. Hold on.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
At 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
The first line says 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late.
They pulled some of Amber's records and
parts of him.
They.
What do you mean by that? Looking at jealous parts of him.
Things that make him jealous and what his role
They're
might
going
be
after his
in
bipolar
jealousy.
to try to. They're going after his bipolar to try to make him like he's lost control or like his substance abuse has caused him to be this or that or the other. But keep in mind, this is a defamation case. So that's what we're talking about.
It was a triggering point. And my next note is.
And they're trying to
point,
prove that he has abused her. She has absolutely no
Or
medical
actress
records,
cheated
no
with a leading man.
verification of
So
any
was Mr. Depp
thing on her body
jealous of
ever.
her being
So keep that
with
in
other
mind
men?
as
I don't
she's
remember that.
gotten them to
specifically.
expose his entire
Alternative
medical
Blasting
background to the
18,
world.
Which looks like it starts
It's
at
not
12:7,
good.
14.
It's infuriating, is what it is.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
She's terrible. She's
Correct.
she's
And then it looks like you have paranoia in
bad.
quotes.
She's a really evil
His
person.
word.
Psych,
What he meant by
psychopath.
that, the
She's a
elements were
psychopath.
fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia.
Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's what's the next day? 12:18, 14?
Yeah, let's see. 12:18:14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Yes. Patient working. So psychotherapy on phone. It's just possible there was a phone session that I didn't mark as a phone session. Big fight with girlfriend yesterday. Struggling with how to separate.
That's because she would never let him leave, ever. She was constantly harassing him. She would not let him take his space when they had fights. And we will hear this in the audios tonight. So stay tuned because I am playing the second episode of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard audios. So if you guys are interested, make sure that you stay tuned to my channel because we're going over the second audio tape tonight.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. positive hypnotherapy session. Goals to make a beeline to bed. Using relationship to take care of the individuals. Let's see. Not logical approach to Amber's work. Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1/8/15, just to be clear.
We'll watch Emily's rap, just her last 10 minutes when court is over, because this is the last part of it.
Admired Amber. Threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that?
I think we have 10 minutes.
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is
Well, first of all, she's not straight, so he should have known that in the
something of
beginning.
Vulnerability.
But
Instances of vulnerability, an internal fear parallel to vulnerability in childhood.
God, this is really exposing you guys. This is not okay.
3 or 5.
What she's done
only
just
way.
shows like her
What does
character.
that mean? 3 or fight only way?
She did this shit on
3
purpose. Like she wanted to strip
3
him raw.
or
And this
5,
is wrong.
or 3
What
and
they're doing
5
right now
the
is
only way.
wrong on so many
And,
human levels.
My understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he's jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
You know what's trending on Twitter right now? We just don't like you, Amber. Because they know they brought out in court how all she cares about is what people think of her. She's done. She's toast. She's done.
Your next witness.
Oh God. We have another one.
Your Honor, our next witness is Eric George. He was the attorney for Amber relating to the op-ed. Will you please state?
All right.
334, 3530.
Your name for the record?
Sure. Eric George, ERIC. Last name is George, GEORG.
This is two years old.
Could you also state your business address, please?
I'll be right back, you guys.
2121 Avenue of the Stars, Suite 2800, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
It's Brown, BROWNE, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
And you are an attorney, Mr. George?
I am.
And I take it from the name of the firm that you are one of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Okay. What are your areas of practice?
Litigation, largely in the business and entertainment areas.
Have you handled defamation and libel matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of the bar?
Sure. In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Can you please tell us where you attended undergraduate and law school?
Sure. At Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure. I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately March of 1999, I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through mid-2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
Sure. From about March 1997 to January of 1999, I was counsel to then Governor Pete Wilson, and my specific title was Deputy Legal Affairs Secretary.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes, various ways that lawyers are from time to time in magazines and publications and whatnot.
And what, if any, recognition have you received as one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
The legal paper annually puts out a list of the top 100 attorneys in California, and I've been fortunate to be selected as one of those for many years.
And what, if any, recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Same answer, except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer magazine. I could have that wrong, but again, annually they put out a list of their super lawyers.
All right. And are you also a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
I am.
What is one of the qualifications for becoming a member, being invited to be a fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
Sure. So the college reaches out to individual lawyers who have distinguished themselves and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice. And it's an organization dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
I'm going to now turn to Amber Heard, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. George, how long have you known Amber Heard?
I have known Amber Heard, gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing with the ACLU. And so in the Washington Post, December 18, 2018. So as I go through and ask these questions, I'm going to be using just the term op-ed. Will you be comfortable with me using op-ed and understand it to mean that particular publication on December 18, 2018?
Sure.
So what, if any, legal representation did you provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
She presented to me a draft of the op-ed and asked for my counsel in terms of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
When is the first time Amber Heard reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing the op-ed?
It was certainly within the time frame of December 6, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if anything, was your objective in representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
I reviewed it and spent some significant time on it to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against her in connection with a defamation or related type of tort claim. And ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
So, Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 9.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the marriage between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
And what was your objective in representing and advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
So my objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard in connection with the publication of an op-ed, whether that is a tort related to, say, defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection with the judgment.
And what, if any, indications did you have from Amber Heard during that time frame that Amber did not intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
So let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me to the effect that she was willing to run some risk of being sued or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel or anything of that sort. Number two, that she affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was disregarded by Amber Heard?
None, to my knowledge.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was followed by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting and publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
I acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead and spell the last name for me.
It's a tough one. Kovacevic.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions, you read their scripts, you negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever at any point in time see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard?
No.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
did you assist Ms. Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes,
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
extremely.
Was Ms. Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. When a movie, I mean, when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry you could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Okay, going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. She was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series. When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes. And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because the evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did and it's all hearsay and it's all, whatever, but there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations no one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Okay. Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point?
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would, a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one, I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah. And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please. Now, did in fact L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the renewal?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay, and why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. that would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them, many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set a career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film, would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable, that would be a good comp.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day and the end of our week. So I want to make sure you have a good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony and enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend, okay? So you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, all right? So enjoy your weekend. We'll see you early, 9 o'clock, ready to go Monday morning, okay? Thank you. All right, and also in this matter. Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, please do not do any posts on social media over the weekend, and no public statements, please. All right. And we will see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the jury instructions, objections. We're going through those now. I appreciate that. I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get. So if you get with Jamie, so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations. The laptop is going to be scrubbed, and it's just going to have the audio and the video files on them. Okay, so they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no passwords. So it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on there, and that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury. Okay. It just seemed like that was a better way to do it for the audio and the video files. Okay. As far as times go, I can give you your updated times as of this minute. For plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute. So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes. And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. So anybody have any other issues before we're done for tonight?
No, thank you very much. Not at this
All
time.
right. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, court's done for today. So I'm going to put myself back up here. Oh, y'all. Ellen Barkin. I can't. I have to keep saying something about it because it's just so damn funny. I will say it again. I don't like that they went after his doctor. I don't like that. She has her issues too, though. She has her issues. He's got his issues. Always remember, at the end of the day, this is about defamation per se. I want to keep saying that because if you don't know what it is, you should probably check out Legal Bites or check out Emily D. Baker, which right now, I always like to check the end of Emily's stream to just see what she's saying. So I'm going to just check in on her. Hey, Aunt. Hold on 1 second. I'll add you to the stream. Just a second. I added you, Aunt. Hold on. Okay. I'm glad that you're here. But give me 1 second. I don't know if you were ready to come in yet, but I got to check Emily D's. I got to see what she's saying real fast, if you don't mind. And then I'll talk to you. I didn't read your text yet. Hold on. Can you hear me or no?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I just have to see what Emily D's saying. Hold on. I always check legal at the end of the day to find out what these depositions did. I find it very interesting, most of it. I don't like I said, on Facebook or whatever, wherever I am. I don't like the way they pulled his doctor, but I think they did say that he signed waivers. So I think he was okay because he wanted to be transparent about bringing up all of his issues. So I think it was okay. But another thing I think people don't realize, and I'm so glad that we have experience in our family with substance abuse, that it changes. You know what I mean? Like a lot of substance abusers, if anyone that comes across this video, a lot of them get diagnosed with bipolar anyway. You know what I mean? So I think that's very important for people to realize and I'm sure that most people that have people in their family or know friends or anybody that suffered from substance abuse, a lot of times when they go into recovery, they end up getting
the outside forensic
diagnosed.
come in and testify to him. So
okay, hold on 1 second. I just have to see court. She watches court walk out. Is that too early? How many minutes has it been? It's only been 5 minutes, right? Hold on 1 second. I'll let you in just a second. I just got to see what she's saying. Where did it end, right? You know, there's no court tomorrow. My internet was doing well, and then for some reason, right around between 3 and 5 o'clock, it just gets really challenging. I only had 2 slip-ups today, so that was good. All right, she announces. So did you hear the schedule or no? You know there's no court, right? Are you still here? You're muted. It's okay.
Oh, I didn't realize you were talking to me now.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if you heard the schedule. It's 9 o'clock and
Yeah.
tomorrow's no court.
Yeah. I just wanted to join because I just wanted to give my little 2 cents on today's thing.
Okay, hold on. Let me just hear what Emily D's saying really fast, and then I'll let you in. This is the legal
and 30 minutes left, which is good to know, because they do need to reserve time for rebuttal witnesses. So when we get into things like strategizing, whether there's cross-examination or not, this is where that strategy comes into place. They need to reserve time. So this is the end of the court week. I'm going to answer some questions. First, and we've extended an invite to Runkle to come in if he wants to. But first, we need to talk about Depp's doctor. So that is the first thing we are going to chat about. And with that, we just needed to take a peek. Road to 450 up in here. Up in here. Are you punchy at the end of the day, Emily? Yes. Here's the thing. And we are, y'all, look at that. We need to talk about Depp's choice with the doctor. So here's the thing. I'm gonna leave this in the background. I'll see. If we click over, I will let you know. I know that it felt kind of gross to have his treating psychiatrist come in and testify about intimate details of their therapies together. But the option was really to have the treating psych come in or to submit perhaps to a forensic psychiatric evaluation like Amber Heard did. Amber Heard brought her mental health into it, so it could have been a psych eval. On the psych eval, the other side chooses the doctor, just like Dr. Curry evaluated Amber Heard. All of us in the chat, or most of us, I can't say all, most of us in the chat felt that that doctor was deeply empathetic to Depp, and we empathized with Depp. A doctor selected by the other side is likely not going to have the same affinity. They are doing a forensic evaluation, not treating. Treating doctors tend to have a different perspective on their patients. Their goal is therapy and to help. They are not there to testify against someone. A forensic is there to diagnose, to test, and to testify. So I think all of us looked at this doc and went, this is heartbreaking. This feels weird. This feels invasive. And I feel for Johnny Depp. But isn't that better for Johnny Depp than having a outside forensic come in and testify to him? So I think there was a big strategic decision to use his treating psych instead of allowing a forensic to come in, so that there was empathy for Depp and not just a neutral party who's just diagnosing and would potentially diagnose whatever and just doing the forensics. So I think that was a strategic choice, saying we will offer a deposition of his treating doctor and waive privilege to do that, but we will not do a forensic evaluation. So I think that's the point. And I know it felt icky, but I don't think it was forced evasive. It was a choice. And I think that was a strategic choice by Depp's team. And I think it was a very good strategic choice by Depp's team. What do you think? Do you think that that was a strategic choice? And he is not claiming PTSD. Yes. He is not claiming disorders, but they are claiming a history or a pattern of abuse and substance abuse. I don't think that doctor moved the ball. Emily, they're giving his license can people who did not see this doctor should not say anything. This is the problem.
Let me hold on.
This is also part of the problem with this case being on the internet. Is that
Okay. All right. We're good. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Unmute.
Okay.
Sorry. I always have to hear her. She was a
No,
prosecutor,
that's good.
so I had to hear
Yeah,
her.
no, that's good information. I was kind of wondering like why they called him, especially when his notes are from so long ago.
Yeah.
But I do think that was good. I mean, not for the same reasons, because I didn't think about like, oh, he would have had to submit to some other psychopath. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was pretty good just because it kind of like you get into more of his mindset. And I mean, it was like very vague because obviously the doctor, it's so long ago, the
Protecting
doctor
him.
doesn't, well, yeah, the doctor doesn't like remember every little thing. And I'd rather them do that because one thing that I'm seeing a lot of when Amber Heard's lawyers call like depositions and their witnesses or whatever is that all of her friends or close people to Amber Heard seem to remember like 90% of everything. You know?
Well,
So,
actually, that's not true. Because if you saw Rocky's deposition, the first part of it, she was like, I don't recall. I don't remember. And then the second part of it, her hair's up in a bun and she's like, it was just like in the
yeah.
room. There was like
Well,
a piece
then all
of
of a sudden,
candy wrapper on the floor and there was a little bit of chocolate on it. And you
yeah.
know what I mean? Like, so that's the difference. So, you know, I don't, and honestly, you know, I really was interested in why they broke up Rocky's and why they didn't break up Josh's. Because I didn't see, unless you saw Josh, Josh was on yesterday and they did say he was a fairly decent witness, not like to benefit Amber Heard, but just a decent witness, you know, a decent deposition.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember if I saw the whole thing because yesterday was the first day I was like trying to let the court play and I was kind of up and down because you know, I had stuff going on in the house. I had to get a package and stuff. So did they split Josh Drew's deposition the same way they did Rocky's? Do you know?
I don't remember. I do remember watching all of his, but I don't remember what they did.
Usually sometimes you can, like, I know Io's, they didn't. It was, Io was in a suit the whole time and he took off his jacket. So
Yeah.
he was still in the same, but you know, again, like you have to, okay, here's the thing that I have a problem with, and I know you're going to go into today, but about all the friends, see, the reason why I believe the Gone Girl video is good, and now it was actually clarity today with Adam's testimony that umbrella guy, Brian McPherson, who is incredibly average, and the real Laura B. I don't know if you know who she is, but she's all over. She's on a bunch of different panels like what we have right here. And so to have that direct evidence and for them to have him as a resource in some aspect with all these videos that were made, because you know Brian took a lot of time to make that animation, you know, in computer graphics and then piece together all those documents and stuff. So for me, I think it was all premeditated because each one of those people, I mean, I think Johnny Depp was just trying to be nice. He was trying to say, okay, if you need your friends and your family near you, then I'm willing to, you know, I'm willing to house all your friends. I'm willing to do that. But I feel like they all had a plan that they were taking. They all wanted something from him. And she was the ringleader. And I will always say that because I think she kept that $7 million because she promised to pay all these fucking people off. And then when shit went south and they all distanced themselves from her, I think, you know, I think she ended up having to pay them because you know damn well that because she's also a celebrity, she probably had NDAs set up for them also. You know what I mean? So for anybody to think that there was just NDAs on Johnny Depp's part, that's wrong. There was NDAs on her part too. So anyway, I just want to say that because I know that, yes, that was focus. That was yesterday's focus. And then now today, you know, we're talking about, but one thing I did want to ask you before you give the rest of your thoughts is it really true that Aquaman was the biggest movie?
It is. I checked it. Literally when they said that, I was like, okay, is that true?
Well, I was like, God, I hope Ant comes. I mean, I was actually waiting for you guys to come
it
in
is.
weekend.
It made billions. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, it is to date the most successful DC film
But
in terms of
on the audios,
revenue.
I played the first audio yesterday. I played 3 minutes of Christina's she put clips together. But the second audio I played last night, because I need to revisit the audios because I haven't seen them since the day one of court. But I visited the first one yesterday, which was an hour and 10 minutes. Not a lot of people tuned in, but I got a lot of views on Twitter for it. And I'll do the second one tonight. But the one that I chose to air first, she's actually, and I even timestamped it. She actually says, because he says he's recording this particular conversation, and he says, "I got you, Aquaman."
Yeah.
And then on the end of it, which I don't think anybody remembers, but I have the timestamp, and I'm going to do a recap, and I'm going to clip, because one of the guys that came in, I found him on Facebook. On Facebook group. If you see him in the chat right there, he said it might be a good idea to go ahead and just recap and add some clips and stuff. So what I think I'm going to do is take those little clips of where he says, "I got you, Aquaman," from the audio, and then she says, "I know you did."
Aquaman.
And then she's asking him to help her with something else. So I think what was happening is I think there was issues going on or something, and she needed his help to finish something or whatever, like in reference to a project she was doing. So she was uttering in that audio, that particular couple minutes of that audio, she was saying, "I just need you to help me. I just need you to help me."
Yeah.
So all this shit that she's pulling right now, the bottom line is it's all about money. And so I sent you guys a psychic reading, which I know a lot of people don't believe in, but at the same time, the psychic said that, and because he did, when they got their divorce, he did the first reading. Now he's doing the second reading, and he doesn't have a lot of information on the case because he's not following it. He relies on his audience to tell him what's going on, for people that are watching the trial. But he said that Johnny has a smoking gun. So somewhere in between, she burned somebody while they were together. So I think also that no one's realizing that while he was in this miserable relationship, that she's part of the reason why his reputation was deteriorating while they were together. Does that make sense? So it's not just his dependencies and all his bullshit he was going through, but at the same time, I honestly believe that she had something to do with ruining his career. Ruining his relationships also in the industry. Because when you're married, you're married. You know what I mean? He was locked down to her. There was nothing he could do, to keep her out of shit. So anyway, go ahead. Sorry. Anyway, I just wanted to ask about the Aquaman thing.
You know what? And actually, you're making me think now about when all of her friends testified. And maybe you remember, but I don't remember, when like Io and all of them are testifying and saying, like, oh, they had really bad arguments, and he would become like vicious or,
Oh,
whatever.
you mean in their depositions? Yeah, in their depositions, no.
Yeah.
There is new released. Brian just put a brand new, never been seen part of the deposition, and I think it's Rocky. I haven't visited yet. I'm going to do that tonight, but it's like 3 minutes, and it's exposing them because what was happening is in the depositions, they're not showing everybody everything because at the time even though they were getting that evidence to air, I don't honestly, I really had to listen to the attorney. I don't think he was leaking anything. And I got up and I was making food. So I didn't hear, when they were talking, like I didn't hear the cross, or wait, what was I not hearing? I didn't hear, the analyst with the graph. I didn't hear all of cross on that, but did you watch the cross on the analyst that was doing the hashtags and the whole thing with Twitter? Did you see did you see that whole thing? Okay. So when they crossed him, what did they say about, like, when he said, I missed that one little part where he says, when Adam leaked something.
They're saying when he wrote his article or whatever.
Yeah, it was the second part. So he was directed right by Amber's team, and then Johnny's team comes in to cross-examine him. So right around the middle of that cross, he said he was talking about the fluctuation and how justice for Johnny had already been kind of going on even through their divorce or whatever. So what I was asking was in direct, they kept saying, the analyst kept saying, when Adam leaked the article or whatever, or leak the information. Okay. When Cross got a hold of him though, and he stated when Adam leaked, how did they respond to that? Like, I don't know that attorney's name, but what did he say when they were talking about when he was referring?
Amber's
No, Johnny's.
Johnny's.
On Cross. Cross is when the opposite team goes.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. I have to say something. I did not like that guy.
Oh, well, nobody does, but it's okay.
I don't like the way that he talked. Like, he kind of like, it's not really flowy. It's like
he owns the firm.
Up.
Yeah,
man.
He owns the firm. That's why. Him and Ben Chu.
It was more like, it's such a night and day between like Camille and all the other people.
Oh, I know.
Like,
Everybody
for me,
loves Camille
because it's like she's easy to follow, and you know what she's getting at.
Yeah.
Like with this dude, I'm like, where's he? Like, I'm like the fucking dude on the stand. Like, I'm like, where are you getting at? Like,
yeah.
Finish your sentence, like, please.
I followed him. I just feel like he's slow. You know what I mean? He's not on his feet. But I think that has to do with new age lawyers versus old school lawyers. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's a style, if you will. So I was just wondering though, when he came back up to cross-examine that guy, and he was talking about, because he was saying, how do you know? Like, other than science, how do you know? So, but he said something about the witness said something to that attorney about Adam leaking information. So how did the attorney respond to that? Johnny's attorney.
So I don't know exactly what you're getting at, but I feel like when they crossed during the cross, they kept asking him based on his stats, how do they know that his article influenced more numbers? You know, like how is it adding to the numbers? You know, and because the guy kept saying that I base all this off mathematics, you know,
and science,
and he's like, and science, and the guy's like, but you'd have to, like, you know, make an opinion about this. That's what he kept on about. Like, you have to have an opinion, right? You keep saying it's all about mathematics and science.
Yeah.
But only your opinion, no mathematics, no science, is saying that it's because of this guy's article that these numbers are up now.
Yeah. Have peaked or have because this had to do with defamation on both sides, because you have to understand there's two cases going on at once. So even though they're examining and even though they're direct examining and cross-examining each witness, they're defending each case at the same time, if that makes sense. So I know Amber's case, this is her turn, but at the same time, they're still part of what they're doing has to do with their case as well. So just keep that in mind when they're asking questions and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, it's about, is all this negative publicity in these hashtags, are they relative to Johnny saying bad things about her, and therefore it's ricocheting off of the internet? You know what I mean? In other words, is this bad publicity reflected on her losing jobs and L'Oreal dropping her and Aquaman 2 dropping her and this and that and the other, when she has made that, she started this from the beginning. From the beginning, he said, I want out of this marriage. I will file. He was not in a hurry to file. As soon as she heard file, she blackmailed him, waited till he went out of the country, got her attorneys to subpoena him, and they had 24 hours. And she said, these are the demands of what I want. And if you don't get me what I want, I'm coming for you. That's what she told him. And this started from that day, way back when. That's when all this started. So, and that's why the clip of the audio says, go ahead, Johnny, tell the world you're a victim. That's when this all became, a big deal. And the UK trial, everybody needs to understand, like even people that luckily I had two. So I did prove to myself also, just so you know as well, that when you do live streams, you should participate in Facebook, because some of these book groups in Facebook they're willing to help you, is what I'm saying, So someone that I met in the Facebook group came to my chat just to lend support, which was nice. But I'm just realizing that a lot of people don't know about this trial, either, even though we're streaming it or I'm streaming, you know what I mean? And I'm talking about it and the whole thing. A lot of people don't know the ins and outs of it. But bottom line is that a lot of what she did was because she wanted what she wanted, and that was it. And if she didn't get what she wanted, she was coming after him no matter what. And he was not responding to her, just like in the audios. I don't know if you've heard the audios, but just like he says, when you don't get what you want, you know what I mean? You start acting all fucking crazy. And why are you doing that when you know, and you can hear Johnny's tone, you know I'm going to give you what you want.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to give you what you want at the moment you want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because you're kicking and screaming and saying this and saying that doesn't mean that and that's why on the stand when he did his testimony, he said it didn't have to go this far. You know what I mean? Like she did not have to do this, but she wanted to do this. She wanted to make an ass out of herself. She wanted, she didn't want people to come for her, but yet all these leaked audios came out where she dug herself. She buried herself. So how could that, no wonder why they said she had a meltdown when someone hacked into her phone. And she's trying to blame him. She's trying to say he hired people and, that her phone wasn't hacked on just randomly. It was hacked on purpose and he paid people. And anyway, so you're like, bitch, then quit. Like all you had to do was just tell the truth. You know what I mean? Like you didn't have to go over there and try to say he beat me with his rings every single day.
Well, like I said last time, if she would, I can't empathize with her at all where we're at.
Yeah.
Because it just seems too orchestrated.
Yeah.
And it seems too manipulative. The way all of her friends seem, they don't remember everything, but they seem to remember the exact points to call out Johnny,
Yeah.
So it just seems a little too and you know what the funny thing is too is when her sister was on the stand, she's like, there hardly was a time when I wasn't drunk.
Oh my God, dude, did you see?
And then we're like, all of a sudden, but you have like a perfect account that day, that one day, you have this perfect account of what happened. And, every other time you were drunk off your ass, but this time, like you remember exactly what happened. And it seems to be, I don't know. It seems a little too orchestrated to me.
Well, they coached her too. And that was the thing is that was the minute she got on the stand, I think her sister got a hold of her and said, listen, you know what I mean? You're going to get up there, right? And you're going to come on strong. You're going to come on that, you're not some weakling. Because remember, Amber Heard does not like being called a victim. And she does not want to be perceived as anyone weak. That's not her style. She's very combative. Yeah, she's very authoritative. She's very combative. And she's very, very domineering. So she didn't want her sister to go up there looking all weak and frail. But the mistake her sister made was to go up there and to be so eager, to say, oh, me and Johnny, we were besties and we were high half the time. And like, remember, did you see the way she responded? She's like, you mean when I wasn't high? She's like, oh, you mean, and then she switched it in the same sentence, So it's like you and her, I mean, they're like clones. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
them trying to reel her back.
Yeah. And I don't think that's her true personality. I think her sister is saying, if you're going to do this, you're going to get in there and you're going to say this and you're going to say that. You're going to be this and you're going to be that. You know what I mean? Because remember, the mother passed away. They only have the father. I don't even know what's up with the father. But what I'm saying is all she has is her sister. Her sister's always bullied her, always, manipulated her and made her do this. From the reality clip of her sister having a bruise on her face and scratches all over her body. Okay. Because they have that clip and everybody was wondering if that clip was going to come in. Why didn't they spend that much time with Whitney? Well, I found out from LawTube that Whitney did not finish her deposition. So they couldn't keep Whitney up there because Whitney never finished. See, she never really wanted to go up there in the first place, but they needed her. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you'll notice, some of these deposition videos were subpoenaed. I don't know if if you heard that, but there were a lot of people that were I mean, Disney was pissed. Disney did not want to be
you can tell
part of this, and Warner Brothers either. you know, because as you could see, Warner Brothers got themselves out because the witness list and all the information that was supposed to come in from the studios was all listed weeks and weeks before the trial started. And it was just, it was a blithering list about this long of all the studios and everyone that they, just like, have you seen, we've got 2 more days, I think, of testimony from Amber's side. And I'm waiting for Jason Momoa's text messages. Jason Momoa's text messages are supposed to come out. They're supposed to be addressed. And as you can see, Elon got out of it. James Franco got out of it. Ellen Barkin's only in it for the clout because she's old as fuck. So she, you know, she's not working. You know what I'm saying? Because she's an older actress. And she just wanted it for the clout. Just like the girl from Dirty Dancing wrote her book. And now she's all trying to get in the limelight, you know, riding on this wave. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to say, oh, yeah, I wrote my book. I was engaged to Johnny when he was young, da, da, da. You know, so that's all bullshit, too. On top of the fact, and then she tried to say, if you have ever seen Dirty Dancing, this bitch tried to say that Johnny is irrecognizable. Is she fucking kidding? She doesn't even look like herself at all. She's had so much work done to her face. She doesn't even look like herself. So how's she going to go over there and just say, oh, Johnny doesn't look, you know, Johnny looks rough. Well, I mean, okay, Johnny does look rough, but at the same time, Johnny has stood up and said, this is why.
I mean, he looks good for a recovering addict. Like, he looks good to me.
I think
like,
so. But, you know, our family has had our share of, you know, being related to substance abuse. And I tell you right now, I mean, you cannot do that many, you cannot put those many foreign substances in your body and have it not affect your moods and your brain. So most substance abusers are diagnosed with either one of 2 things: bipolar disorder, 1 or 2, or schizophrenic, either schizophrenia or schizophrenic tendencies, because it alters the brain. And so obviously for him to say, you know, I mean, if he's been, I never knew, I don't know if you knew, but I never knew personally that Johnny Depp had substance abuse for this long. Like, I didn't know that his whole, you know, pretty much his whole life, he struggled with drug and alcohol. I did not know that. I thought the way from the trial, I thought that it started out with opioids and then it got worse. So, I mean, if you know something I don't, because you're in the, you know a lot about movies, but I never knew that about him. So I didn't know.
The only indicators to me was that I feel like I read something about on the movie The Black Mass that some people were saying that he would work a lot of hours, but he was definitely on something, which made him like even more irritable. You know, you're like tired, but you're also like on something and being you're tired, you get irritable.
Yeah,
So,
well, that was supposed to be the lowest of the low. That was when he was on the Roxys, and they talked about that in the beginning of his testimony. So they talked about that was the lowest of the low right before he got detoxed. So this was right before shit happened on the island and also Australia. You know, when things got really bad in that small little block of time where they, you know, because the primary 2 incidents that were spoke of in this case were Toronto and Australia. That's why the audios are so important. And that's why visiting part 1 and part 2 of Brian's channel is so important, because it sets the pace. It kind of lays down the blueprint of how this all started, you know, the whole phone thing and the bruises thing and the whole thing. So once you know the story and you get familiar, or even if you don't know the story, actually, because he put it together so well, there's no way you could not follow it. You know, he condensed this entire fucking madness, drama, really bad Lifetime movie into 2 small videos that were 28. I think the first one is 36 minutes, I think, and the second one is 28, or vice versa. But he actually kind of tells you every single thing that happened and why it's coming up. And so I think that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people, especially with this case, there was just so much. I mean, between Johnny's problems, you know, himself, and then her problems also, right? I mean, her anger issues and all this kind of stuff. And then her drug use, because they've never really brought up her drug use, you know, and she's a trigger warning, anybody that clicks on this, but she's also she's got eating disorder problems and, you know, all that. So They were both battling their own issues, their own demons or whatever.
Well,
And so
hers is like a lash out at you kind of person. Him,
Yeah.
I think like he's irritable to be around, so he could snap at you, like say some shit. But he's like, leave me alone.
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think
person,
he's like, I think he's one of those people that tries to be patient, but if you provoke him and keep poking the bear and poking the bear and poking the bear, I think he's going to snap. You know what I mean? Like not snap by hurting you, but snap by he's tried to
saying some shit.
his composure and say, that's why another reason why the audios are so important, because there's so many times like, is it tonight? I think it is tonight. I'm going to run the 4-hour and 20-minute video just to get it out of the way. But anyways, yeah, it's 4 hours of this bullshit. And it's almost like these audios, if these audios are a representation of what his life was like daily, of her harassing him and just never leaving him alone, because there is nothing worse than having a disagreement with someone. You walk out of the room and they follow you. Okay? Yeah. They follow you and they say, I'm not done. And you're like, if you don't give me some
right now.
If you don't give me some space, I'm telling you right now, you better just
this is what I was saying earlier though, is that like there's all these audios, right? Never once in these audios does he actually get physical with her, right? So there's one. The other thing is that you can only empathize with her because we've all, well, I mean, at least most of us have been in a relationship with somebody who is like that. They like pushing your buttons. They like fucking with you. And then when you say something to them, you're the bad person because you said something. But it's like you provoke and provoke and provoke, and then you're surprised when something happens, right? So then she made like this whole story so that it makes him look like the bad guy.
Yep.
But I would empathize more.
Twice. That's why they called the police twice, because when the police came out the first time, they were like, what are you talking? You know what I mean? There's nothing here. And then they go and they rough the place up a little bit, breaking shit and doing all this crap. Not to say that her and Johnny did not have arguments, or, he didn't have his moments. But in this particular instance of these 4 officers coming out on the same night, when the first time they come out, everything's intact, nothing's out of the place, and Johnny's not even there. He's not even there. And then he comes, and then they come out a second time, and the second set of officers have the video cam, or whatever it's called,
the body cam.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they want to say, oh, there's this or there's that. When all 4 of them attested, she was not in danger. She was not in danger. She did not look like she needed, physical help. It is our responsibility to, recommend that she go get seen by men. That's the thing about Cross, is she had absolutely zero medical evidence. Nothing. She never talked to anybody. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't. Oh, I broke my nose.
I'll do that later. Or something like that.
I broke my
she's
nose.
talking about her nose. She's like,
I broke my nose. He hit me with these rings every single day. He assaults me with he S's me or whatever with a bottle. But no. And it broke, by the way, as he was like, literally doing these vile things to me. But you know what? I went upstairs and went to sleep.
The big thing too is
I went upstairs and went to sleep. I was like, you wouldn't be able to walk.
You know what? Like, and this is just my opinion. I'm like, not whatever, but if you're being like physically like hurt by somebody, like constantly, right? That you're saying this.
Right.
And you still are in the relationship with them, and you're telling your friends, hey, like we've been arguing a lot, he just loses it, whatever excuse, like whatever little seeds you're planting, whatever. That's one thing. But then she went to say that he sexually did something.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is like so over the line.
Yeah. Well,
like
you're dealing with.
Like the physical stuff, like I'm not like saying that's like nothing, but when you go to the level of saying that your partner does that to you, are you not leaving like immediately and never talking to this person?
Exactly. And then she said,
Like,
"Oh, but I love him." And that's what's so fucking creepy about her staring him down. This bitch is looking at him as much as she's not only looking at him as much as she can, she's dressing like him, which is weird as fuck. And that whole time she was being cross and direct examined, she was staring at him. That is some fatal attraction bullshit. And then she turns around and says, "Oh, I just want him to leave me alone. Johnny's suing me. Johnny's suing me. Johnny's suing me."
You know,
Like, what
the
the
thing
fuck?
too that just disproves everything is that after the sexual thing,
Yeah,
right?
right.
See,
Oh,
this
with
is
no
another
medical
thing that
records, by the way. No medical
that's what I'm
attention
saying. Like
whatsoever.
without like anything medical going on, like it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like it just really
But
doesn't make sense. Like would you not?
when something is that bewildering, it is not true. Do you know what I mean? When something is that exaggerated and is so jumbled up, that's like a puzzle being all out of place. You have no idea where to start. And then saying, yeah, and then, and then saying, I don't know, maybe saying you put it all together in an hour. You know what I mean?
No, it's
Like
like
or
saying,
something.
"Hey, this is the last piece. This is going to be the last piece right here, everybody. Yep, that's it. That's what happened. That's the last piece.
Yep.
We don't need the rest of the puzzle, though.
Right.
None of the rest of the puzzles. That's irrelevant.
Yeah.
This last piece, though, that's what matters."
Yeah.
And it's like, come on.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, that's why everybody's so upset about this case. And plus, think about all the people that are in these real situations with these really whacked out people that like won't let these people leave. These are relationships like that, DV relationships. She's made a mockery of this. She said, I mean, and then to be a spokesperson about it, like to go out and make money, be a spokes and then lie and say I donated money and kept it all. And that's the reason why I was thinking, because I can't wait for us to.
Which means
I know, and that's why Camille said, "Wait a minute, did you pledge it? How much of that money did you donate?"
Yeah.
Well, I pledged it. I pledged the whole thing. Okay, Miss Heard, that is not what I asked you. What I asked you was how much of your money, of that $7 million, not Johnny Depp's contribution on your behalf, not Elon Musk's contribution on your behalf, how much of that $7 million of your own money was donated, literally put in the account of the actual institution? I pledged 100%. I pledged all of it.
I'm like, okay, we're done.
Yeah, she was like, that's why the judge was
done.
like, "Please move on." She was like, "Thank you, Your Honor." You know what I mean? They were getting nowhere. They were absolutely, she was just
the thing about it though is there's such a big difference between Johnny and her, like on the stand, because Johnny might say something that's like kind of like, it's more like funny, witty, but it's like for half a second.
Yeah.
For her, it's like pulling teeth. Like
Yeah.
you will not get a straight answer. You'll not get nothing but like combative person.
Yeah.
And they're like talking shit. Like while they're talking to you, they have to like bash Johnny at the same time,
Yeah.
She can't go like a second without like answering a question and not bringing him up.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus, like, come on.
Yeah, I agree. I love the way that just now before it ended, they were like, "Oh yeah, everybody knew who Amber Heard." Bitch, we've never heard of her before. The fuck
You know
are
what's
talking
funny?
about?
Oh,
Her 5 seconds in Magic Mike? Is that what you're talking about? The girl that
No.
sat on the chair up on the stage? Is that what you're saying?
She's the person who you've seen in a movie, but you don't know who she is.
That's what someone
Right?
just said that on Twitter. I just remembered I saw her on Zombieland, but had no idea who the fuck she was.
Well, like
You know?
I saw her in, there's like a Nicolas Cage movie that's like ridiculous as hell. It's
Oh,
called
really?
like Drive Angry or something.
Oh.
And she's like the main girl in the movie. And I'm like, I have no idea who this is.
No, but she was landing big roles. She was landing.
Well, I mean, I guess from the terms of like not being known to being in something with Nicolas Cage or something with Johnny Depp or,
Yeah.
like she's in something with famous people, so that I think is an accomplishment. But at the same time, Johnny's not wrong in saying she's talentless.
But first of all, too, it makes you wonder how many auditions did Johnny Depp really get for her? Because I mean, think about it. He was an A-list actor. I mean, I think he still is up there. I just think, this. I mean, it's only natural for the industry to want to distance themselves with anybody that comes with a bunch of shit, And I mean, that's the only thing that I think people in his personal life, I think, are supporting him, but they're still going to, it's like a family member saying, you made a bad decision, but it doesn't make you a bad person. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you were 50 something years old getting involved with a 20-year-old and you know better than that. You know what I'm saying? And now you have to deal with the consequences. Unfortunately, they're huge consequences. And, we're still going to love you. We're still going to support you, but it doesn't change the fact that you made a bad decision. You know what I'm saying? Like you made a bad decision by getting involved with this woman.
Oh, yeah, no, he fully regrets everything. But, this is what else I was going to say is that I can't empathize with what she's done now. But if at the start, after his testimony and cross and everything, if after that, when she went, what she should have done, like her game plan for her going on the stand, she should have tried to get people to empathize, not focus on like the physical shit that she cannot really prove, but to empathize with people with dealing with a destructive significant other who verbally abuses you. And you say some shit too, but we've all been in relationships where you get in arguments and you get in yelling matches, right? Like there's
right. No, that's true.
People can empathize with that. I cannot empathize with somebody lying, orchestrating shit, manipulating people, getting your friends involved for asking them to lie for you. And even if they're not knowingly lying for you, because it's like you said, Gone Girl, nobody really knows that she's lying, but her friends and close people can witness that, damn, all of a sudden I see a bruise.
There's an actual audio tape where she's talking to one of her family. I think it's one of her family members or friends where she's actually saying the plan. She's actually telling that person, this is what we need to do. Like this and like that. So that's why I was saying that this was all premeditated. And it's her own goddamn fault. She was the one that was addicted to recording her conversations, to taking video left and right. She dug herself in her own hole, knowing the way that technology works and everything else, and how we live in a time where there's not going to be much you can do without someone recording somewhere or someone doing something, like you never know what people are doing. You just don't. And now they have a set recorder inside the phone. You don't even need a separate device. You can just freaking go into your settings and record your phone calls or record whatever the fuck you want. You know what I'm saying? So for her to be that naive, and think, this will never come out, especially with hackers. That's why when her phone got hacked, she was like freaking out. Well, yeah, you better your entire plans on that phone. What are you talking about? I mean, she wasn't even smart enough to do it on a different phone or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, Gone Girl, because it was all, that's why they say Gone Girl, because of that audio where she's actually telling, I think she's on the phone with Rocky, or she's on the phone with somebody anyway. It's either one of her family members or one of her friends, but she's actually telling the whole story. Like she's literally saying what she's going to do, and she's going to file for divorce, and she's going to ask for this and ask for that. And she's going to get this much money. And so it was all recorded. And so that's why it's just a lot of that shit wasn't admitted. It wasn't admissible in court. So that's why the audio's leaking and the public being able to listen to that, was her demise. You know what I mean? Like more than what's going on in court was just all these leaked things, videos and audios and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. I just can't really like yesterday, at the end of yesterday, just hearing everything against Johnny and people kind of saying similar things about him. It made you like question for a second. You're like, shit, like this kind of makes sense a little bit now.
Oh, you know what? No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. While you were talking, I was thinking about when she was talking about being with someone powerful. That's what she was talking about, that he had all this money, right? And she had nothing. And so it would only make sense for the person that held, it's kind of like, it made me think of the movie. What's that very famous movie with Richard Gere and what's her face? She's a She's a hooker and the whole thing.
Pretty
you know,
lady or pretty woman.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it kind of made you think of that. You know, someone less known, brand new in the industry or whatever, you know, meets this A-list actor who has all this power. You know what I mean? It can do things, and it did make you think. So there wasn't. I know what you're saying. There was a slight sort of little space in between, I guess,
Mhm.
a gap. You know, where you.
Well,
where
there's just like it. The more that more people are saying the same things, the more you start to, because there's no actual proof, right? There's no actual proof.
No, nothing. That's why they're
Yeah.
saying, if you say that this happened to you, why didn't you run? You know, I mean, you're saying that he literally beat you from the day you met him. There was no good times. He beat you every single day, which also actually you can relate to before you give your thought, is that show you said on HBO of All Four Women, and Nicole Kidman plays the wife, the girl.
Yeah.
She's in love with
Yeah,
him,
Big
but
Little
she
Lies.
was beat every day. Yeah, but she was beat, like she couldn't move and she wore turtlenecks and long sleeve. But yet
Mhm.
you see this bitch over here like with sheer stuff on and backless dresses and makeup, and they're saying, oh, you can't, no swelling whatsoever, no veins, because sometimes when you get swelling too, your face kind of webs out, or
Yeah.
when you get a red spot, your
Well,
body does this weird thing. So
for her to say that he broke her nose, I've seen a girl get her nose broken in high school, and she got her nose broken.
you're right,
because
exactly,
it
yeah.
literally, like,
Well,
other than the
MMA
blood,
too.
you literally see like there's like this whole area is like blue and
Yeah.
purple. This whole under both eyes is blue and purple. So like there's no question in your mind
Right.
that somebody broke their nose, because come on.
Yeah, well, even like watch MMA. These guys get fucking knocked out all the time. Even just right then, like it's a perfect example of what happens to your literal face right when someone hits you.
Yeah.
Boxing or MMA or whatever, because they're using bare hands, which is, I think, a better example, to use when you're talking about literal facial obstruction. So I feel like all this, I mean, come on, think about
Well, they
it.
have
She's
gloves, but
saying,
yeah.
like, even the way that Big Little Lies was made, it's like you could feel when she's, because they made those scenes look so real, when he's knocking her around, that like, and there's been a lot of movies, made of like people that, get knocked
She's
around.
also a far better actress.
Yeah, well, I just meant though, but like when she says this happened to me, and people are visual, so they're gonna create, a scene in their mind, the way she's telling the story. But then in the same day, on the same date with the metadata, you're out with your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like laughing and joking, but your nose was just broken an hour before. What? So, I mean, that's what got her in trouble, is like she didn't just say, oh, he knocked me over. I had this small little bruise on my arm, like that tiny little bruise, dude. She could have got a spider bite. That one where she's standing on the side and she took a picture of her arm, and she's got like, first of all, with that, she said, I got hit in the face, and they show a picture of a bruise on her arm, or like,
Yeah,
she said,
yeah.
I got my cheek knocked out, but they show a bruise of her on the side.
Somebody
Anyway.
gave her a little Charlie horse.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. You just
The
said
thing
your
about
cheek
it,
messed up. Like,
did you
what?
see the videos I sent you? Like of
I haven't had a chance yet. No.
Okay,
What was
there's
it? No,
one
I haven't.
video. You know where she has the split lip right here, whatever.
Yeah, but well, you know what they're saying about that though, right? She bites
That's the
her
video I sent you. Is that, yeah, she bites and
Oh yeah.
clicks
No, that's been
at her
circulating
lip
for like
and that
months.
exact spot. And
Yeah.
no joke, she's done that in court.
Yeah, I
too.
know. Yeah, I
So
know.
it's like you're kind of, you can say one thing, but eventually she just kind of like outs herself. The whole TMZ thing.
Yeah.
She like just, there's no way that they can't not, you know?
Yep. I agree with you 100%.
So-
Why do you think people are being so upset with her? It's not like the internet came for her in a tsunami for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're making a joke of something that real people go through, and there's victims out there trying to get away from these, unfortunate circumstances, and you're over here just playing around with it because you want a settlement or something. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said,
I don't know.
I could empathize with somebody being in a bad relationship, a toxic relationship, but I can't empathize with how she's gone about this and like adding lies and then having her friends add to it.
Yeah.
It's just wouldn't this have been better like if she wanted money, right? If her and Johnny were talking about, you know, getting a divorce and all that, and then them trying, you heard how they like kept wanting to like up the money, right? They're like settling it for the divorce.
That was
right?
his that was his accountant that came in and said it started out this way, then it
Yeah.
hiked up to this, and then
But-
it hiked up to that, and then she wanted him to pay the tax stuff too. That was like
Yeah.
crazy, you know.
But wouldn't it have made more sense for her to, like, just speaking logically, because he doesn't seem like somebody who is like I don't know the word. I can't think of the word right now. But somebody like once they're pissed off at you, they'll do whatever like negative thing, like just out of spite.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't seem like that to me. So it just would have made more sense to me if she would have been like, hey, yeah, we can get a divorce, we can file for a divorce, but you know, like let's say, I don't remember what it was in the beginning, how he said it was like 3 million or something like that, and then
I think it was 6. I think it started out at 6 and then it moved to 12 and then it moved to, because you know, she was saying you pay the taxes on it then, is what she was saying.
yeah, but it just would have made more sense because she only got like what, 7, right? So it makes sense to me that she would have been like, hey, this relationship, like I love you, I wanted this to continue, but we aren't good together, and obviously, you know, previous fights and arguments have proved that. But there's a lot of like mental damage, and you know, I'm dealing with a lot.
Yeah.
And just bring up like, you know, shit he said to her, whatever, you know, that makes more sense to me. Her trying to get more money from that aspect, or, you know, from just shedding light on that, on like the mental health of everything and the abuse, like verbal abuse of everything. I think he can empathize with that too. And having to pay for that made more sense to me, that she would go about it that way rather than say he beat the shit out of you every day with these giant rings and he broke your nose and gave you black eyes and split your lip open. That just makes more sense because I can empathize with that. And there's no evidence. You've had countless recordings of this man who supposedly physically abused you, but not one of those recordings has him getting physical with you. And it's actually the opposite. He wants you to leave him alone. He wants to move away from the situation. He wants to remove himself. When the arguments and the wine smashing or the wine spilling thing, he was removed from the apartment. You know, he's not the person who is like, you leave, this is my place, whatever, you know, he removes himself. So it just doesn't make any sense to me that she would go about it this way. And I mean, like, maybe those injuries are real, but they are certainly not from him. So, and the reason I say that is because his personality and what we've seen so far, given the recordings and everything, his demeanor about this whole time, it doesn't really change. Like when he's high, yeah, and drunk, he is more irritable and he might, you know, talk shit to you or say something, but he doesn't seem like the type of drunk or high person who does something to you. He doesn't resort to getting physical with somebody. I don't know. And after today, It really sucks. I don't like seeing like the depositions, just because so many times once somebody's done giving their deposition for Amber Heard's side, I want them to be like cross-examined, because there's so many times, dude. Like the best one was her agent, because her agent is basing everything she says off of her opinion and based off of what John. Okay, so I'll give you an example. So she said something like, after Amber Heard was in Aquaman, she should have been getting more offers, and it should have increased her profile as an actor and her to be able to get more offers and to greenlight more movies. But she wasn't getting that, right? And she's saying, well, what's your opinion? Like, why do you think that is? And it's like, because of bad press and like all these articles and things that are coming out. And now they're saying that there's a petition to get her out of Aquaman 2 and trying to get her removed from Aquaman 2. And she was supposed to do a movie on Amazon, but because of her opinion, because of the bad press, didn't get the movie. But don't you see the other way, though? Is that Amber Heard made a story, and then all of a sudden Johnny Depp is fired from like all of his jobs. They were going to make a Pirate 6. They all of a sudden Disney doesn't want him in that. Fantastic Beasts, he was fired from that immediately, and they recasted his part immediately. It's taken quite a long time for Amber Heard to be thrown out of Aquaman 2, but Johnny Depp was removed immediately.
Yeah.
So listening to her agent, and like I said earlier, I don't like the depositions, because I just want all the people to be cross-examined right after they say what they've said.
Yeah.
Because so many times today I was like, dude, I cannot wait for them to like question you about what you just said, because that's some bullshit. Like I was saying about you didn't hear me, but
yeah,
I
sorry.
was saying that the agent like said some shit that after Aquaman doing, like, that's her biggest movie, like she should have been getting offers left and right, and it ups her as an actor. Like, she's able to ask for more, she's able to get more offers, greenlight more movies, but because of bad press or whatever, she's like all of a sudden not.
You know that's kind of a rule in the industry, though. If bad press follows you, they're going to back away from you right away. They're going to find a way to nix you.
Yeah,
find a way to remove you. So,
but my point is that her agent said all this and said that it's because of bad press. Like, nobody wants to say that it's because of bad press, but it's because of bad press that she's not getting these parts now, and that she's getting thrown out of movies. But the same thing could be said about Johnny Depp. If actually his is worse, because he's not like questioned like about anything, or not like, hey, we'll still put you in this movie, but if it gets worse, then we'll consider. No, they dropped him immediately as soon as there was a rumor that came out.
But that's because, remember, all this started on the heels of Me Too. So that's why, you know what I mean? Like, all this shit, she planned it out, remember? So the op-ed came out on the heels of Me Too, where she knew she would get boosted above and he would get knocked down, because at that time, when all this started, most men actors with Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby and all these people getting called out, because I mean, they were aiming for comedians. There was a bunch of comedians that were getting accused of stuff too. So it's not like she didn't know when to make a move. She always knew she was going to make a move. She knew, like, and the funny part about it is she was more bitter because the marriage, he wanted out of the marriage. He wanted out. Like, she would have could have lived that way forever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it wasn't until he mentioned divorce did she start thinking, oh shit,
and
this
also,
has an expiration.
He told her, though, if you listen to the audios, he said, I want a divorce. I got to go film this thing. And I don't know what movie it was, but it was something. And
And
he
he's
said,
like, we can talk.
Yeah. He said, when I get back, we can talk and we
Yeah.
can work something out and we can do this amicably and we can work out some kind of settlement or whatever. But no, she didn't
Because
want
he's
to do
like, this
that.
is not just gonna hurt me, it's gonna hurt you.
This was the same
Yeah.
instance as when they had an argument, and that there's that one clip, and it was the one from, I don't know if it was the one from last night. I think it's the one I'm going to play tonight. But he says, it's a couple of hours. You're acting like I'm leaving you. All I'm saying is I need some space. You need some space. Let's take a
Well,
breather.
that was when he was at his daughter's place or wherever his daughter was.
He says we need a breather. And even when they're laying, I don't know if they're laying on a bed, but I know they're somewhere. And he says, man, even every fucking fight has a freaking 5-minute something. You know what I mean? Like every, even a regular professional fight has a go to your corners and and catch your breath. I mean, nobody can do this relentlessly the way you want to do it 24 hours a day. And on top of that, I said this the first night that I streamed. I said, how can a woman be this relentless and expect a man to desire her? You know what I mean? Because now she's ugly. It doesn't matter how pretty she is to look at. If her mouth and she's just constantly mocking him and provoking him, how can he be attracted to that?
Well, she says some vicious shit. Like, I know he says some mean things, but it's like,
yeah, but come on,
she gets right to the core.
Yeah, and she does it all the time, though. All the time, because you can hear in the audios how he's trying to save face. He's trying to say, okay, agreed. You know what I mean? He's constantly trying to bring the peace in some way and agree to something.
He's like, leave me alone.
Well, there's
like,
some.
let me go.
But if you haven't heard all the audios, like the one tonight, he does say, you know, I agree. Okay, I'll sit here and fucking fight with you for 60 more hours. You know what I mean? But he's very calm. He's very like, okay, let's do this. I'll go to therapy with you. I'll do this. I'll do that. I agree to this. You know, just
that doesn't seem like stop. You know, a dude who's beating the shit out of you.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
I think he'd clock you in the mouth like before he'd agree to talk it out.
Kind of like that's
there's no way a guy who supposedly has beat you countless times.
Exactly. Well, that's
would like react like him going like already when they brought in his therapist. I was already like, there's no way this dude did anything. He's going to a therapist and he's talking about it. Like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's no way. Yeah. Like his biggest demons have to do with drugs and himself. Like
and
there's no demon where he's like, I don't know how I'm gonna react. Like I'm scared of myself because I don't know what I'm gonna do to other people. You know, I think that would have been a conversation with your therapist, right?
Yeah.
Like if you were somebody who gets violent, who gets physical, you'd be like, and you don't like that about you, you'd be like, fuck, like I don't know what I'm gonna do when I'm high. So like that is what I'm scared of. Or, you know, there would be some mention of this, right? But there's never anything about that. His biggest, like he says, demons are wanting to get high and he knows he shouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, so
it also can go back into like, if anybody's seen Pretty Woman, it can also go back to like, there's a scene where they're in bed and she says, you know, like you hear bad things long enough and the bad things are easier to believe. So if she was constantly, you know, because when you have an abusive partner, a verbally abusive partner, and they're constantly like, let's say they're okay. Let's say they have their moments where they're okay. But when they get into there's a disagreement or they get set off in some way, then they just want to go, 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 go. And if you don't have that in your blood, it's like being around someone that raises their voice. No one wants to be around someone with some piercy ass, high pitched, yelling and screaming voice. Anybody is going to want to get away from that. Anyone is, you know, like, hey man, you know, or, I mean, if a person gets upset and raises their voice, a healthy person that wants to lose their voice, maybe has like 10 seconds of losing their, you know what I mean? Of losing their voice. Fuck you. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? You know, or something. It's 10 seconds.
You know what?
Done. So
like I can see, the only thing that I can really empathize with is because I'm similar to like her argument style. I mean, not as far as like going fucking above and beyond, but I'm talking about like when there's an issue, I want to talk it out and I want to get this resolved. Like
Yeah.
I feel like in my mind, this is how I think sometimes, not every fight, but I think like if it's something that's like so small, why can we not just talk like get this resolved? Like
Yeah, find the
why in your
solution and don't.
mind?
You're a find the solution, not focus on the problem kind of person.
Yeah, not well, I'm not the person who's like, I'm in a bad mood. I need to go. I need to go
Yeah.
and like be in a better mood
To deal with you.
to deal with this, right? I'm
Yeah.
not that person.
Yeah.
I'm the person who like, okay, you said I do this. Okay, how do I do this? Like
Right.
explain to
Yeah.
me like, you made this statement, you made this like whatever. Like let's discuss this. Let's talk this out. Like and I can fix this, like whatever.
Yeah.
And I know a
Well,
lot of girls like I've like I feel like when I talk about this, I know a lot of girls like they just like to say something, and you don't need to be a fixer. You don't need to be the one to resolve my problem if I'm telling you my problems.
yeah.
I just want you to listen to my problems.
Yeah.
I
Well,
get that. And I can
girls
do
don't-
that sometimes.
I think most girls like drama because I think it's because the attention stays on them. Anyway, I'm just saying girls in general,
Yeah.
But there's the kind of people like you said that focus on the problem and not on the solution. But I mean, as you get older, as you mature, period, in any relationship, you understand that relationships are about compromise. So meeting each other halfway has got to be a goal of some sort. And also as you mature, I think you learn how to express yourself like in other words, like for instance, I'm not a morning person, and I'm sure if I know you're not a morning person either.
No.
So there's those kind of people. This is an example, not a relationship example, but this is an example. So there are those types of people that get up very happy. They want their coffee. They want to sing. They want to talk. They want this. They want that. And then there's people like myself and maybe like you, I don't know, but there's people like me that get up and need a minute to catch my breath, have my coffee.
Like,
and
don't
then,
ask me no questions. Don't talk to me. Let me get up. Like,
right. Let me be in the, like, let me understand my surroundings. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me have my coffee, get a little bit grounded. And then I'm more than happy to have a conversation. And that's not even being mean or anything. But if you get with someone that's different, they may take that, sensitively. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what? You don't want to talk to me? Well, God, what's in your cereal this morning, or or whatever.
Yeah,
So it's
I agree. I think you just like you said, like there needs to be a compromise. Like
just communication. That's all. And I think as you mature, because when you're younger, you don't have enough experience to understand how to express yourself with people. And then on top of that, you may even come across a person that doesn't know how to communicate very well. They just don't know because they're afraid. Maybe they're thinking you're going to do this or you're going to say that, or it's not okay to say how you feel because then you're thinking, oh, they're going to want to leave you or whatever. There's all these anxieties and insecurities and all that kind of stuff. But I think as you get older, you get more comfortable with yourself, and those fears that you have when you're young,
you're just like,
you just realize they don't really matter. They're there, but they're not really realistic. They're your own fear, of the person not wanting to communicate and understand.
Well, getting the better of you.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and you don't want to let that run you. Like,
yeah. Well,
you don't want that to
be
the reason why you do anything.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I agree. Like, I think there should be a compromise. Like you're saying, it's simple things. Like if you're not a morning person, but you're with a morning person, I think, sometimes you need to get up early and be,
right. Well,
whatever.
If you kind of go through that when you're dating, right? Because you learn people and you're like, listen, I really dig you, but for me, when I get up, this is where you communicate. For me, when I get up, I need a minute, so give me about 20 minutes and then you can jump on me on the couch, you know what I mean? And say, good morning, I love you, I'm happy you're here, blah, blah, or whatever, but if you don't know me and I'm like, I'm trying with you because you're new to me, of course I'm going to be, try to be on your level. But at the same time, as we get to know each other, I'm going to tell you, get the fuck off me. I love you, but get off me and give me a minute to wake up.
Chill the hell out right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's, like I said, it's nothing mean or, it's not when you care about somebody, you just learn each other. And, that's how you learn if you're even compatible to live with each other.
And I'm not saying this didn't happen, but for shit to get as far as it does in these tapes that we're hearing, you would think at some point, if you really loved that person, you really wanted your relationship to last, you'd be like, okay, you know, I'll leave you fucking be, but you better have a fucking answer when you come back.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
exactly. Yeah.
like
No,
you
I
can
get it.
still be you, but like, you know, like you said, there has to be some level of compromise, like some level of, yo,
Right.
I saw you do some coke. It's fucking 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Like, can we chill that shit out? Like, you have a mega pint of wine.
I saw you have a shot this morning for
Yeah.
breakfast with your Fruit Loops. Can you just
You
like
literally
use-
poured an entire bottle of fucking Jack in your fucking Cocoa Pebbles. Like, we need to chill this out right now. Like, we need to talk. And
Yeah.
it needs to be when you're sober.
Yeah. But I mean, I really did. Okay. So I know she's a liar. I know she's a lying liar that lies. I understand that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think anybody that related to this kind of situation they're in, which was a fucked up situation, period. But like I said, anyone that's had or has had relation in their lives with someone that has substance abuse, we all know they're not easy to deal with, whether it's an alcoholic or someone that's struggling with drugs or whatever it is. Okay.
Yeah.
We all know that they're not easy to deal with.
Well, they don't
let
even
alone
need to be an alcoholic. It literally could be like you went out to a club, they got fucking wasted.
Yeah, that's
and you
true.
see how they are when they're wasted. You're like, dude, this is like such a turn off right now. Like you were trying to fight people in the fucking club.
Yeah,
like
or
I was trying to drag you out.
Or you're so drunk we had to carry you out. Like we went innocently to have a good time to some bar or some club.
You made it about you.
Yeah, and you literally got so goddamn drunk you could not walk.
Yeah.
And so therefore all of us had to
It's
fuck
10
about.
a.m. and we had to leave the club. Like, come on.
Or you go to lunch and someone has 6 mega pints of beer at the place.
I love that. I'm gonna use that for everything.
Yeah,
now.
and you're like, I just wanted to have some pizza and some beer, man, and you had to go over here and do a keg. You know what I mean? Like at noon. You know what I mean? So I mean, I think everybody. That's what made this so relatable, though. It's just that. But I still though see I when she was telling her story, when I started talking about it, I wanted to stay fair-minded because I was like, okay, she's saying this, that, or the other. Okay, and we don't know Johnny Depp. We know him as a top actor with movies and all this kind of stuff, but we don't know him because he's always stayed private. It's kind of like Nick Cage has always been the same way also. So it's like hearing that and then, hearing that now, okay, now he has substance abuse problems. Okay, we understand that now. We've seen lots of movies with, I mean, people were singing Shallow. I mean, it's the same, because there's so many movies that give that, some celebrity or musician that's had some, problems that were there on the backstage. I mean, a country something is the same thing where she, and what's her name? She plays a famous country star, and she's got all kinds of problems, drugs and alcohol and all this kind of stuff. And they're trying to carry through because she's not really bringing in the same kind of crowd that she brought in before because of all these problems. She's in and out of rehab, the whole thing. Country Strong, I think it's called.
Oh, the TV show? The show?
No, Gwyneth Paltrow played the top.
Okay.
But it's the same thing. And you know who else made a movie like that is Jeff Bridges. He's another one that played
Crazy Heart.
It's some like what's his name now? Cash.
Johnny Cash.
Yeah. I mean, but it's the same. It's the same concept of that. You have a celebrity that's. So I'm saying that the intimate partner in their lives. We're not saying that's easy to deal with. We're not saying that. But if you're going to say that this person abused you and beat you and did this and that and the other, and you're just saying, oh, you just went to sleep after they broke your cheekbone, you know what I'm saying? You never called a doctor. You never went to the ER on the low key, or anything, never pocketed these. Because, I mean, if somebody's going to do something to somebody else, don't you think they'd want receipts anyway? They'd be building receipts as they go. If they want something, legitimately out of the person, they don't just create, and I think that's why he said, I mean, even on his text messages, he's called himself a junkie. So therefore her strongest weapon against him was blown. It was there's a grenade already. I mean, it already went and like shattered. What's that called? Just went up in flames because, okay, so he's a drug addict. All right. We already know that. Please tell us
he doesn't deny
know.
that. That the problem is that every time she's called out on something, she denies or lies or tries to divert her answer to him.
Yep.
And it's
agree.
like, no, we're
Never-
talking about you now.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
we're not talking about him. Like,
Yeah.
you did this, right?
Yep.
I did that because he was drunk off his ass.
Oh my God! On the stand,
You
she
know,
was
it's like,
blaming her
dude,
attorneys. Did you hear? She goes,
yeah,
"Oh,
I gave them
turned over
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they just my own. Then she throws her own attorney team under the bus and says, "Oh, they just didn't bring it to evidence."
You know, the other thing too that's like real, it's just like, you're a liar.
A lying liar that lies.
Yeah. But when that dude, what's his name? Drew, when he was tested, or when he did his deposition,
Yeah.
when he's like, they're like, so how long after Mr. Depp left was there people coming over late at night? And he was like, I don't know, a week or something like that. And I was like, dude, she's fucking saying she loves this guy more than anything. She waited a week before fucking Franco came over.
God. Yeah, and they were still married. Yeah.
And then they're like, what made it worse is like, there's the one recording with Franco, right? Whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
Then he's like, well, how many times did people come over at nighttime? And the dude, I don't remember his exact words, but it was like, no, he said a number first. He's like, was it 10?
Oh yeah, 10? Less than 10,
and
less than
like,
5, more than 20.
Yeah, more than 10. And he's like, okay, is it more than 20? And he's like, yeah. He's like, is it more than 30? And he's like, it's too much to estimate, or something like that. And I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, you know, Elon's paying for all her legal team.
Well, this is
Johnny Depp isn't paying for it.
insane.
Elon is.
But just like, to me, it's like, I get shit is so fucking bad, like in your relationship, and like, but you're in his fucking penthouse. Like, I just don't like that. To me, is
And
like
your whole family and friends have been put up with no rent, no money, nothing. He's given everybody, he's feeding them, he's paying their bills.
Yep.
He's like giving them a freaking plush place to live, giving them vehicles. I mean, all this stuff. And then she's still going to come back and say this, that, or the other. That's why I know for a fact intuitively that she kept that money, because she had to pay some of those people off.
Well, the funny
She had to
thing,
pay some of those. Come on now. For those people to shut the fuck up, she had to give them something. Because if you see these people on tape, please. Okay?
it's just, you know what I think
They'd
about?
be the first ones to talk.
What I think about is like Amber Heard calling them and being like, hey, we're going to need you to testify or do a deposition. And then they're like,
he said,
well, how much is it worth to you?
Yeah. He said, I haven't heard from her in 2 years. And then they show the
We're
text.
best friends, though. They were best friends for fucking
and
10
then
years.
She's like, hey, by the way, when can we get together for lunch? And then she's like, hey, by the way, can you testify?
You know, that
You're gonna be
should,
subpoenaed.
you know, that should say something though, right? Is that
you think the jury
they were best, because it wasn't like they became friends while she was with Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
These are her friends before that.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Right?
That's why I said it's all the more premeditated. Yep.
But watch, like, everything happened, right, in their relationship.
Yeah.
She hasn't talked to those people since.
They left. No,
this happened.
That's what I'm saying.
That's fucking insane to me.
They left her. They left her.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like,
she fucked.
They're like, dude, we're tired of you. Like,
Promised them money.
Teams.
She promised them money and never gave it to them. She promised those bitches money, and once the plan was executed, she said, "Bye."
Yeah. Well, I was watching this video the other day, and it was just like, this guy was like, they're all degenerates. He's like, you have a guy who's dating your friend, and he's like, yo, come over. Do you have a place to stay? No? What, do you like penthouses? Because you can have a penthouse over here. And they're like, yeah, dude, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, fridge is stocked, cars over here,
yeah.
keys over there.
Yep.
You know, hey, and if you want to chill, you want some free drugs?
Yeah.
I got free drugs.
I got a weed
Come on over.
closet.
You know, if I'm passed out, wake me the fuck up. We'll start the mega pints rolling. Let's go. And
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, this guy's the best host ever.
On
Like,
top
what
of the fact that he's on location, he's out there making even more money for all these people.
Yeah.
He's the cash cow, and they're
He's, like,
sitting there bitching
passed
and
out.
complaining. And on top, that's just like, that's why we were saying, like, that's why we were talking about like not Jodi Arias, because she didn't get anything out of it, but it's like the girl that, like I said, lied about the machine. She went over there and got all that money. And then also there was another girl that we were comparing her to, Casey Anthony, same thing. You know what I mean? Casey Anthony got like, if she wins, it will be just criminal, honestly. I mean, if she wins, this is going to send a message that to even other celebrities or whatever, they can do whatever they want, whenever they want.
You know, what this does, though, is...
I think, anyway. I mean, I don't know the way Hollywood works, but I'm just saying, like, if she wins, it's not a good message. It's just not. It's like, hey, I can lie and say I was beat down to get what I want from some powerful dude and ruin his everything. And the first thing I would think of if I was her is, I hope he doesn't I hope he doesn't come around the mountain, because I better watch over my shoulder if I'm gonna do this, because she is over. She's gone.
Well,
there is no Hollywood for her. This isn't cancel culture for her. She's done. She is done.
Well, I mean, you know what? It doesn't even have to be like the studios who cancel her, because they just have to know if she wins, right? Let's just say she wins and she's in Aquaman 2. Let's say they keep her. She won, whatever. And let's say Aquaman 2 comes out. Nobody's watching that shit.
Oh, yeah,
and
I
it's
know.
gonna fucking suck for Jason.
Yeah.
It's gonna suck for them.
Yep.
And you just have to think, like, all her future projects, nobody's watching that shit. You can put her in the movie
That's
and
what
you
I'm
can
saying.
pay her, but
That's
we
what I'm
ain't
saying.
gonna watch it.
I don't know. A lot of people have been saying that though too. Like, I mean, I know Amber Heard deserves what Amber Heard gets. I'm serious. I mean, I don't give a shit about that girl. But I think that the public should be fair to Johnny. I think they should, like, I mean, I hope that he can resurrect his career, because I think he really is talented. The thing about Johnny Depp is he's just getting older. He'll be 59 years old in the beginning of June. And, he's kind of wrapping up his prime, if that makes sense, because we all know that, you can be an actor like Morgan Freeman and, and Samuel Jackson and, you know what I'm
Jack
saying?
Nicholson.
So, age is not really
he
an
still
issue.
has like a lot in him. You know what? Putting like together my list of his movies, I would really like to see, because my favorite movie with him is actually called Public Enemies. I'm not sure if you saw that one.
No,
he's
but
like
I
a
hope you
gangster.
talk about City of Lies, because I feel like that one was really, really underrated. I feel like that one was, just because of all that was going on, and it just didn't get the notoriety I think it should have. I mean, I don't know if it was a good movie, period, but I do know it was happening at the height of his problems. And then there was another one called what is it? What's the one that starts with an M? The one it was
Mordecai?
a true story. Yeah, Mordecai. That was something about a true story or something.
I watched
Black
that.
Mass
It
was the worst time of his life. He said
liked that movie a lot. That was that's my like number 3 or 4 movie for him. But I don't know. I just would really like to see more of those roles. I really like Donnie Brasco when he was young. That was like one of my favorites.
Yeah, I remember that movie. A lot.
I just think like he's made so many movies that are like with Tim Burton or Tim Burton-esque, that it's hard to have movies where he's not like this really weird character. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but he's often played like strange roles.
Yeah.
And so like that's what people recognize. Edward Scissorhands, Sleepy Hollow.
The funny thing about Edward Scissorhands too, when he talks about it, is he said it was based on an animal, on a dog. The actual character itself, he based it on an animal,
because he's like so innocent.
Yeah, he was just like, I don't know what it is. He was doing an interview and he was just talking about like how, because everybody asks him that, it was the height of his career. I think a lot of people too don't acknowledge and don't remember Benny and June. I think Benny and
Yeah,
June
Benny and June was
good
a really
video.
good movie too.
So I think Benny and June, should be mentioned in his career full of like successful kind of, I don't know, retro album, if you will, or whatever, a classics, maybe, I guess you could call that. Of course,
I like The Ninth Gate. I don't know if you've seen that, but I like
no,
horror, kind of like thrill. It's like a thriller thing that has to do with like demons
yeah,
summoning.
what? Another movie that I never really saw or never really understood it, I think, is Transcendence. I remember the promotion of that, but I don't think I ever saw it.
I watched it. It's a decent movie. I just don't think it's one of his best movies.
Yeah,
it's worth a one-time watch though.
Yeah, but you just have to go back and see. I think when his career started to fall, and he got involved with this girl, because you have to understand, he got involved with Amber Heard in 2011. So, I mean, if his career and his dependency started going up in those years, then I honestly believe that it just because he was in this miserable relationship and didn't know how to get out of it. I mean, I know people say, hey, just leave. But sometimes it's just not that easy. She probably was not the kind of person that was just going to say, okay, let's break up. No, she was going to say, if you don't stay with me, I'm going to handcuff you. I'm going to try to find a way to conjoin you to me so you cannot walk away. So I think that's, pretty sad, but I think that's the kind of person she is. And I think her previous partners too probably have something to say about her, the real her. And God forbid, man, she's a parent now. And I don't know. I'm scared for that. I mean, I am. I just.
No comment.
I know. And I hate to say that too, because, being a parent's an exciting thing, but still, if that's her idea of, manipulating people and puppeteering people in her life.
Well, you can only think of what she's going to be telling her child later in life. Like the advice she's going to be giving. Yeah, her. Get what you want. Fuck them all. Take what you need. Like whatever. It's like
people use them as tools. Use them as objects in your life. Don't treat them like they have human emotion. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what it is. She has no empathy. That girl has no empathy whatsoever. I mean, the way that she acted out on that entire podium and looked at him and had absolutely no talking to the jury like they're her friends.
Yeah.
You're not in a trial where you're talking to people like they're your friends. They're literally going to decide your fate. What is wrong with you?
It was so cringy because she'd start talking and she'd be like, so in that instance, I was and you're like, dude, what?
And then she looks at him like what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
she's like, you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
You saw him. You saw those 4 fucking lines on the table.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God.
We're about to snore them together.
Yeah. And the sister just blew. I can't stop talking. I mean, that was just a joke. Everyone that she's brought up has just been clowns.
The one time, like when I started being like, oh fuck, was when her makeup artist came on, and then
they had testimony from the UK where her makeup artist said she never saw anything. So now in this case, she's trying to change her story. No, she's a liar too.
Not just that, like, because I'm trying to, like, even though like I know she's a liar or whatever, I think about this quote, whatever, is that every good lie has some truth to it.
Oh yeah, no,
and it's
I understand. I understand that.
And it's and when the makeup artist starts talking about, like he was lovely. He was every time I ever saw him, he was and like everybody talks about that, like, that he is very welcoming and he's the type of person who is very like down to earth,
chill, I guess.
And everybody has that, right? But then she starts talking about like they were arguing a lot and there was always something with Amber, right? She said that, like, that's why she quit or whatever, because there was always something.
Yeah.
But
that's what they're saying on Twitter right now. They're saying, isn't it funny how Johnny Depp's life started to fall apart all of a sudden when he met Amber Heard? Just saying, So like if anybody's been following his career, they could see the change. Because when he was with Vanessa Paradis, he was just living his life. You know what I mean? Like maybe he had substance issues, maybe not. But I think the family, they were able to privately address that. And I think maybe he was headed towards like, a train wreck like this. But I think meeting her just got him there faster. It morphed him into, this full blown drug addict. You know what I mean? Like just you know, and then
Well, it,
for
like,
her to
pushed
mock,
him.
what really upset me about her too, and just showed that she's a spineless, evil, like literally snapped kind of evil person, is mocking his detox. Because, you know, I mean, if he was even making the effort, because he kept saying how scared he was when they were reading those text messages, how scared he was to detox because he knew it was going to be painful. I mean, he was so knee deep into the addiction that he was terrified of the other side of it, you know, just getting through that bridge of like trying to get over it. And for her to record him in pain, and she just fucking, ooh, she just, I mean,
Yeah.
that's just pure evil, man. That's like
That's
you
what I was
having
talking about.
surgery or something and someone filming you the whole time as you're trying to get yourself back, you know, and they're like just mocking it, putting that on the internet or something, you know. To me, that's just I don't know. It's just inhumane. I don't know. I think that's just my own opinion, but I think she's too
Yeah,
much.
that was what I was saying from the start, is like how far gone do you think your relationship is to where you start recording everything?
Yeah.
Like you start taking pictures of them when they are fucking at their lowest point,
Yeah.
and you start making this shit worse.
Yeah.
Like he was already passed out as fuck, right? She's like, you know what? We'll make this picture like a lot worse. Let me give him
put
some
some
fucking ice cream on his fucking lap.
Yeah. That just goes to show I don't know. She's
That's
like
insane to me.
like I said, she's just like those like evil, you know how those women shows, they like where the woman is like, you know, like I said, like Snapped or Deadly Women or just one of those, like just the weirdest, oddest, most evil thing you could do to somebody. I mean,
Well,
and
there's
the only thing I can think of
tons.
is she hated him. She must have hated him, like literally hated
I
him.
feel like there's tons, and I'm not just like, you know, pointing this out to women, but this happens a lot to athletes.
Oh, really? Oh, I
where
don't know
they
about the sports industry.
they're trying to get pregnant from these athletes, right? So they
And
can get
musicians
supported.
probably too, huh? Musicians also.
Yeah, anybody famous, I'm sure, like faces this.
Yeah.
But it's like
I agree.
once that baby's coming, you know, like
Yeah.
once that happens, it's like they don't really have a choice. I
And
don't know.
I feel like it's more men targeted than women. I think women.
That's why I said, like, I don't want to say that it is, but athletes,
Yeah.
you have to know that, you know, they're poking holes in condoms and
Yeah. God.
they're doing some shit.
Yeah.
So I don't think, like, what's the word? It's not far-fetched to believe that someone like this is out there.
Yeah. Well, like I
It's
said, I
kind of
think
crazy that
I
it's
think
happening,
she-
you know, on, you know, live television. We're seeing this.
I think he met her, and I think although he was a little smitten with her because she was young, I still think because of what Kevin Costner said about her, I feel like she spotted him and she's like, I can't let this guy get away. I have to do everything I can to keep him, you know, not like his attention on me. You know what I mean? I have to say I like the this is why I feel like you know, I have to say I like the same music, and I have to say I like the same books, and I have to see, you know what I mean? And because she romanticized that shit 6 years later, and she's still in an imaginary hallucinated, the way she described their love story when he didn't say that. I mean, all he said was, yeah, she was like the most beautiful creature I've ever seen, and that was that. He didn't sit there and go, it was a magical love, and oh my God, and you know, and then she
When
says, I
he looks
still
at
love
you,
Johnny.
the
She gets on
sun
the
sets,
stand. Yeah.
shines on you.
She gets on the stand and she says, I still love Johnny. This has to be
But I'm trying.
horrible.
He needs to leave me alone.
Yeah, it has to be horrible for him, not only for me, but for him too. But I need him to pay me $100 million.
Yeah. Well, it's like the flip flop of emotions. Like we're literally seeing it.
Yeah.
Like you're
in real
telling him
time.
to leave you alone.
Yeah.
You wear his same fucking tie like the next day. Okay.
Yeah.
You get on the stand, you say like how lovely and how much you still love this person.
Yeah.
And then you say, he won't fucking leave me alone. I wanted to be over with this.
Yeah.
He sued me for $50 million. I just want this to be over.
I love the way she turned the bathroom story around, because it was him getting away from her. and he was saying she took, I was reading, because I did this interview about psychopaths and stuff like on my channel the other day, just because I wanted to listen to it online or whatever, like on my live stream. But he says they will literally find someone that they want to target, and then they'll literally like they're so envious of the way this person is that they like steal everything from this person. So it sounds like she kind of studied him a little bit, the way he was, being kind, being open, being generous, and all this stuff, and just took it from him, and now wants the world to see her that way and put kind of more of her own, you know what I mean? Her own personality onto him. And so when she was up there kind of, because when you listen to the audios, you can tell she's literally flipped the story. Like it's all her, it's her as the abuser, as the, the person that's instigating everything, and she's turning it around and making it like him.
She's just a master manipulator.
Yeah, just like with the cupboard thing, that nobody pointed out that he just had money embezzled to him. He's allowed to slam whether he was inebriated or whatever. It had nothing to do with her.
Did something happen to you
exactly
this morning?
And then they want to show
I don't think so.
They want to show that video as if he's aggressive towards her.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, well, I mean, he already said, he's not even talking to her, talking about her, not even in her vicinity. She walked over there where he was.
Yeah.
He went into the kitchen.
She's like this.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong, babe? We were fine last night. We weren't fighting.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
he uses that little girl voice, which you know is like.
And you were very sweet to me.
Yeah. I don't know if you know what I'm thinking. I don't know if you know what I'm thinking about that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm just like, I was like, no, this no. I
hear her voice, you're like,
yeah, I'm sorry.
Where is it?
I know this
phone?
Exactly. I know this voice in my personal life very, very well. Yeah. And so, this whole thing of what's wrong, babe? And you were fine. We weren't fighting. Everything was fine. You were so sweet. You know what I mean?
Like 10 seconds ago.
It's just like,
fuck you, God. Johnny.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
Baby.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
Honey,
it was insane.
Sweetums?
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean, I couldn't think how stupid. Dude, that was so
Let me pour your mega pint.
I don't know. I mean, if it was me and something was
done, I just love that part when he pours it. He's like, there.
Yeah. I love it. And he's so realistic. He's so realistic when he walks away and he goes, ass. You know? That's just like that's such a normal everyday.
That's what I'm saying. Like this,
by yourself
this trial has made him like more human. I don't know how to explain, but more human to you,
Yeah,
he's not like, oh my God, Johnny Depp, like Captain Jack Sparrow, whatever,
exactly.
I mean, he's like Johnny Depp, the dude.
And I mean, even in some of the audios where he says, God, you're such a pain in the ass. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just like they're just real people having real, real arguments, real everyday. Because I mean, there's in that audio we listened to last night. I got 300 views on it on Twitter, but I was like, because I didn't think it was going to do well. I thought, oh no, another stream by myself. You know what I mean? I'm just going to listen to this audio all by myself. And then I woke up this morning and I was like, whoo, something good. So I was listening to this and she was like, because she was fighting with him and he's sitting down somewhere, I would presume on a couch somewhere or on a chair. Because now that I know what the penthouse looks like, I'm kind of visualizing this happening. And so he's over there and she's picking at him and everything. And then she goes over there and she grabs his glass of wine and he says, hey, or something. And then she's like, oh, you want me to give you, and then she goes, you want me to give you $5 for my sip or something like that? And then she's like, well, I don't have any money. I only have $15 in my purse. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is like two real people in, paying some rent, working a regular job, talking shit to each other.
Some petty ass fucking backhand comment.
And then they're not, they're not talking about millions of dollars. They're talking about like $5, $10, $15.
How do we take the yacht out tonight?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, it was just weird. It was like, but you could hear the way she's talking to him and the way she pokes and prods at him. I'm like, oh my goodness. I don't think I know a person or have ever come across a grown man that is going to tolerate. Maybe in the beginning, he'll be like, okay.
Well, you have to imagine years of that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Years of like her fucking poking and prodding. And
that's what I'm saying.
You have to know that even before this, she was probably trying to humiliate him. But it was like between just them.
Yeah.
Because she says like
Yeah.
some like trying to like
Old man,
demasculine.
washed up, has been.
Well, she like tries to
you
make
know.
him like look like less of a man, I guess. Like,
Yeah. And then when he turns around and calls her a see you next Tuesday, then she wants
yeah.
to claim that as like something abusive when she sat there and like demeaned him. Maybe she didn't use foul words, but she
Like,
sat
yeah,
there
you're
and like
such a man.
yeah,
Like,
you know what I
dude,
mean? And then he
like, do you
turns
really
around and
need some toxic masculinity right now? Like,
yeah, I
that's
mean,
what you want?
yeah, exactly. And then he turns around and actually responds, and then all of a sudden he's the villain.
Well, it's like, does that make him more of a man to do this? Like, do you really need that?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus. Because
She's
if you
just
had that, you would have more than fucking everyone would be like, yeah, he beat her fucking ass all up and down this
exactly
from penthouse 1 all the way to fucking penthouse 6.
Yeah. But I mean, you know,
No
that's
question.
those are those girls that like drama like all the time. But I
Yeah.
don't see any man, honestly. I mean, it would take that's like seeing those like you know those movies they play about like the woman does something really mean, like you know the old cartoons where where the big heavy set woman is picking on the tiny little man,
Yeah.
the little teeny
Picking him up.
character with the
Picking him
bald
up
head.
back of
Yeah,
his shirt.
exactly. You know, or with the glasses and that whole
Yeah.
like stereotypical thing that they used to do in the retro times.
Mhm.
But like that's kind of like the way I think she just even though she knew how powerful he was and how famous he was, I think she wanted some kind of power in that relationship, and she thought she could use her body and her beauty, and it didn't work after a while. It didn't work. It worked in the beginning, but after he started seeing the way she really was, and he was like, bitch, you know what I mean?
I think it's more than that. I think people who have this trait of okay, I'm gonna explain something.
Please,
Like just
please
for
do.
guys. Like this is like a conversation that I've seen a lot lately where it's a question.
Okay.
So honestly, if a guy breaks down in front of you, do you think he's less of a man? Like if
No.
he breaks down and starts sobbing and crying about something.
With our dad? No.
No. I mean, like, this is an actual conversation that, like, some girls do think that guys should not cry in front of them, or, like, in the back of their mind, they're like, okay, this is not very manly of you to do this in front of me right now. Like, what are you doing? Like, some people think that. So
Maybe.
you
Yeah,
have to
I don't
think
know.
that there's, like, a little bit more at play than just, like, she saw that he saw that she was just looks. So
do you
I
think-
think, well, let me get to it. So
Okay.
like, I think that there's women out here who like, once they see a guy who is like, he doesn't react the way you want. Like there's no reaction from him like you want his reaction. And he just kind of sticks to himself and he likes to be out of the public eye. He's like so opposite of her that I think it kind of like frustrated her to some point where she
Maybe.
starts kind of
Yeah.
like picking at those insecurities that he has. Like being out in the public eye, that's something like he doesn't like that. Like that makes him uncomfortable. But she likes him being uncomfortable and she cares about how I want to be in public. I want, be in front of paparazzi. I want them to see me. Fine, let's go. Like, let's go
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Let's be out in the fucking public, whatever. She sees how uncomfortable it makes him. And so I think like self-consciously, like, or I can't think of the word, subconsciously in the back of her mind, she's like, he looks like less of a man to me because he's uncomfortable by these situations.
Yeah.
And I think that like, I don't know. Like I'm going more into what I think, because you have to think he told his therapist multiple times and his old relationships already said that he's jealous. Like he's a jealous person.
Yeah.
And when
I
you're
don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. The reason why is because I think in my opinion, growing up and seeing and observing a lot of things and so on, and being a woman also, I think there's two kind of women. I think there's women that are very comfortable with and have the kind of mindset that when they're with someone, they they appreciate and enjoy being, I don't want to say belonging to someone, but they're very protective over being proud of being the other person's partner.
Person.
I won't say property or anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying there's a lot of women that are like that, but there's also on the flip side, the other woman that wants her partner to see that everybody else sees her as an object. That sees her as an object, and that they need to feel threatened if they don't give, they don't praise her. They don't
trophy
worship her, or they don't this or that. And I think what was happening also, if you really want to get technical, I feel like she met him. She knew of him. She did not know who he was at the time. I think she didn't, because Johnny Depp has been around a very long time. And I feel like most people know through his career that he's always been a very quiet person. It's like Nicolas Cage. Everybody knows who he is, but if you see him in interviews, you can see he's a very just, everyday kind of quiet guy. Another guy that's like that also is and you can see it very much, is the guy that plays in The Walking Dead, the one with the shaggy hair. I don't know his name.
John Bernthal?
The guy that plays
the Punisher guy.
No. The kid, the guy with the long hair everywhere. He's scraggly. He looks like
Norman Reedus.
Him. Okay. Him. You can tell he likes the appearance of a bad guy, the appearance of a rebel. But honestly, when you see him in interviews, he's very, very subdued. He's not like, you see him on these shows and you see him this and see him that. But if you really study him, he's a very quiet person. You can tell. You can tell when you see him interview.
Yeah, he seems really down to earth.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is when she met him, she was 20-something years old. She probably knew of Johnny Depp, didn't really know who he was. And so what I think she didn't know about him is, and which she should have picked up on right away, which I think there was one of two things with that scenario, is she could have took advantage of that, or just didn't really know that. Or thinking that maybe he was acting, that he was just kind and quiet and passive and, you know what I mean? And really loving or whatever. And she thought that because of his appearance or whatever, and all these other things he's involved in, these rock star and the whole thing, that he was going to be some more kind of a rebel kind of person, and he wasn't. On the inside, he may look, scruffy and grungy or whatever, just like Brad Pitt. So whatever it is that the media has made them into is what people believe they are. So when he met her, I think she didn't know much about him. She thought, wow, this A-list actor is interested in me. And she thought that she could use her beauty to seduce him, when basically it worked at first. But what she didn't realize is he never needed her. You know what I mean? He truly cared about her, and he felt, he developed feelings for her, but he realized shortly in, if you listen to his testimony, that very, very shortly after they met, she changed. You know what I mean? And she started showing her true colors, and he never changed. That's the point, is that she kept hoping and waiting for something to change. You know what I mean? Like you said, that he was going to be combative, or he was going to be more, like bad boy-ish, or whatever it is that she was waiting for. And that's probably
to get that reaction she wanted.
And that is probably why, to close my little statement thing or whatever I'm doing, that is why her and Jason Momoa have horrible chemistry, because Jason Momoa is that kind of guy. And so is The Rock. The Rock is the same way. You know what I mean? Like, he's nice and he's cute and he's funny and all that stuff, but he is the kind of guy that is not going to put up with your shit. And so her beauty and all this shit that she's using as a tool only works it only goes so far, is what I'm saying. And that's why when she, that's why it was very uncomfortable. And he said, if you keep her on the movie, I don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Because he is the star of the movie. And I think his say at that table has something, says something. Because if they're going to make this thing a blockbuster and they're going to keep this franchise going, it's the same thing. This is the reason why I'm so happy that Robert Downey Jr. has now stepped in front and really strongly supported Johnny Depp. He's all over all the socials right now, like totally supporting.
Yeah, he's already said, after this is done, let's do a movie together.
Yeah. So I love it, because he came back. He was at his lowest. He knows what it feels like to be in this spot. Maybe it wasn't about a marriage, but he knows what this kind of wrath from the public feels like. And I feel like there is a chance for Johnny Depp to be resurrected. The only difference is he's aging now. You know what I mean? So even though he is crafted and well, you know, he's one of the greatest actors, like even Robert De Niro and stuff like that, you know, they get older and then they're just not as effective at the box office. I mean, people are still starstruck by them, but it doesn't mean, right, you know, that they're gonna.
Well, he's always going to be Captain Jack Sparrow, and I think even the younger crowd is going to recognize him for that. Like, I think a lot of other people struggle, like Robert Downey Jr. Young people don't really know. I know, but they didn't know him before, you know, Iron Man, right? So it's like when this guy made a comeback, they're like, they only know him for Iron Man.
Yeah.
Right? So you're just like, oh, okay. But Johnny Depp is different because
oh yeah, he's just had
a lot of people know, you know, Edward Scissorhands. A lot of people know Pirates, you know. So
well, she
I
kept
don't.
mocking. I felt bad because, you know, in the audio, she's over there talking shit, talking about 21 Jump Street and blah blah blah. You know,
Yeah,
and one
she's like,
of the proudest things of actors is to
sellout or something like that.
Yeah,
It's
well,
calling him a sellout, and it's like, dude,
one of the
you
proudest
wish you had the opportunity to be a fucking
Exactly.
sellout.
One of the proudest things that all actors are for, you know, that all actors talk
Is
about is when they
cameos.
first started. When they first started, it's like the girl that played in Romeo and Juliet. She was in My So-Called Life. You know what I mean? Same thing.
Danes.
Yeah, it's same thing. It's just like Leo DiCaprio. You know what I mean? Like he did a lot of small parts. And I'm surprised that he hasn't. You know what really surprises me is that he hasn't come out and said something, because he was in What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and I don't know if they. Don't forget about that movie too, because he was really good in that movie. In your top 10, he was really good in that movie.
Okay, so that movie was going to be my number 10, but I like Rango a little bit more. So I put
Rango's isn't that the animated
It's the animated one, yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I heard it made a lot of money.
I like that. I like that movie. It's just like, it's a good movie to watch all the time. Like, and that's kind of how I make my list is, can I watch this movie again? Was it worth the watch? You know, I don't know. That's how I make my top 10 lists is, can I watch this again?
Yeah.
Right now.
You know what would be a really good series to do is like to do all the, like, you know, like you're starting with Johnny Depp, but like do like Jack
Every
Nicholson,
actor. That's what I'm
Brad
gonna
Pitt, do
I was thinking about
Morgan
that too.
Freeman, do like even Kevin Spacey, even though he's not a thing anymore. You know what I mean? Like there's just been so many actors that have that have done so many movies that it's like, you know, they have so many movies to choose from, and then you can pick your top 10 from that, you know? So anyway, I feel like that would be Samuel L. Jackson. Perfect example.
Oh my God. That'll be like, there's so many.
I know, exactly. And to
like
pick 10 is probably
over 100 things.
Yeah, to pick 10 is probably super hard. You know what I mean? But
I feel like Jack Nicholson's will be pretty easy. Okay, I probably do his next. But yeah.
So too.
You actually said something earlier, and I'm trying to think, like, it made me think of one of the depositions today. We talked about Jason Momoa. Okay, yeah. Okay. When her agent was talking, and they were trying to compare what her career could be if this didn't if it went as planned, right?
Yeah.
And then she compared her to Ana de Armas, and I was like, get out of here.
Who is that? Who is that?
Ana de Armas, did you see the new Blade Runner? She was like the hologram girl.
No.
She was in the new 007 film. Oh my God.
I'm out of anything that
She's in that Ben Affleck film that it's like super racy right now.
Oh, the one from Hulu or whatever?
Yeah.
I did see that one. The girl, his
she's
wife.
the main girl. She's the main girl.
Oh, okay. I don't know who she is, so I don't.
The big difference is she can act.
Oh.
And she can act like good.
Oh.
She's good.
Yeah, I don't know her.
I think there's like, it's hard to explain, but there's some actors and actresses that when they're given like bad lines or cheesy lines or whatever you want to say, they can do it and do it well. Like Jason Momoa in Aquaman, the movie's not that good to me.
Oh, yeah, you know, I
Because
saw
it's
it
like-
and I didn't know what it was because I'm not a Marvel fan, period. But I did see it and I thought it was okay. I don't even to be honest though, honestly, the way that movie affected me, and I don't, you know, I'm just like, I know Jason Momoa has been around for a long time, but I didn't really notice him. I mean, I know he's a good looking man and blah blah blah, and he was in Game of Thrones and that, you know, but Aquaman was advertised on one of the streaming things and I watched it. And to be honest, and I'm not like, just because I'm like, don't like Amber Heard very much, I didn't even know that was her. I mean, I'm just being honest. And then we're talking about the first one. So, but I thought it was decent. I mean, and I want to say that I remember Nicole Kidman in the first one. That's all I remember is him as the lead character and her. That's it. That's all I remember.
What about Willem Dafoe?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you like, and so I'm kind of, honestly, I feel like in our scenario right now, I'm kind of the perfect person to ask, just because I remember the movie. I saw the movie, but if you're talking about impressions, I just remember the main character.
She made none.
And Nicole Kidman. That's it.
That's what I mean, though. Like,
you know,
that's the difference between her and Anna de Armas. Because if you watch the new 007, she's not the main girl.
But you remember,
but she has a scene in the movie that you're like, this is a fucking badass chick here.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Like, she is like the Nicole Kidman when she was kicking everybody's ass in the house.
Yeah.
Like, that's her scene, you know? And then she's not in the movie for the rest of the movie. Like, that's it. She's just in one scene in the movie. And you're like, okay, she's that fucking badass Latina chick.
Yeah.
Who's in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her. And Amber Heard, you can take her out of Aquaman and it'll be the same movie.
Well, I didn't even know, like I said,
no-
I didn't even know she was in like all these movies they were talking about today. I didn't even know she was in Magic Mike. I honestly didn't. Honestly, I don't like the franchise. I've only seen the first one and I don't even remember that one, to be honest. I mean, I know Channing Tatum is the star of that, or Matthew McConaughey was the star of the. Well, when I remember it, and Matthew McConaughey owned the bar, right? I think he owned the bar, and then I remember all the big.
I've seen
names
clips.
in it. That's it. I mean, I just remember it. It's kind of like another movie that did not impress me, and not to get off track, was the one that Jennifer Lopez made as a pole dancer, and there was supposed to be a bunch of famous
Hustlers
people
or whatever that was.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed by that either. So in other words, Magic Mike had that kind of effect on me. You know what I mean? Like I saw the first one and that was it. It was just kind of ridiculous, kind of, in my opinion, like in terms of
making a movie about male strippers.
Well,
like,
it's
trying to be more than just male strippers.
Yeah, it's like to be honest, I was more impressed by Eminem's movie than I was by that. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? I'm more impressed by that kind of a movie rather than some weird, whatever. I mean, I could even recall that I like Showgirls better, and that was like a 1980 something. You know what I mean? I remember that movie better than I remember Magic Mike.
Or
but
what's her name? Demi Moore's like stripper movie.
Yeah,
whatever.
but I do remember though that Matthew McConaughey was the star in the first one. You know what I mean? So I know Channing Tatum was a co-star, but I think Channing Tatum has taken over, right? That franchise.
I think Channing Tatum was supposed to be the main person in the first one.
Was he?
It just happened to be that Matthew McConaughey had.
Maybe were they looking for dancers or something? I think Matthew McConaughey owned the bar and he was looking for dancers or something, or maybe Channing Tatum tried out or auditioned or something. I
think it's kind of like how Creed, like Sylvester Stallone's the coach, Michael B. Jordan's the fighter, and they kind of like share the screen, but it's supposed to be about Creed, the kid.
Oh,
not about Stallone.
Okay.
Like,
I understand. Yeah, I understand that.
Like, I think that's what the first movie was supposed to do.
Yeah, but that's why when they were mentioning the movies, and then also I wanted to ask you too, I'm glad you're here, is about she played in The Danish Girl or something. I don't know what
I have not seen that movie.
Well, he's famous, right? That guy's
but
famous.
I like Eddie Redmayne. Yeah, the main guy. I like him. Like, he's in Fantastic
Cumberbatch.
Beasts.
Wasn't
So-
Cumberbatch in that movie also? The Danish Girl? I thought Cumberbatch.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. Like, it's
I
just
don't know. I mean, they were talking about
some
the
movies
shit
just
that
like
was
they
over.
really just don't really appeal to me all that much. And it's like for me to give 2.5 hours to this movie that it's like whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just like when I think of Amber Heard, it's like Amber who? Like I don't really like when people like that, you're like,
I've never
she was
heard
in this
of
movie.
her.
Like, right? Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that one. I'm like, what is
When they
happening?
put her in Aquaman, I really had to search, and I was like, what has she been in? And then when I saw like what she's been in, I was like, how is this gonna work?
I did a poll. I go, huh? No one knew who Amber Heard was. And then I did a poll on Twitter just to find out how many
Yeah.
people. It's slowly growing, but there's so many people that said nope.
Have you
nope,
heard
Nope. Nope.
of Amber Turd?
Yeah, I should have said that. I should have called you and asked you. But yeah, I was just curious, because I mean, like I said, I don't even know who this lady is. Like, even the Rum Diaries. I don't know if that was an off movie or what, but I never saw that.
I heard about that movie, but it's like that's a Johnny Depp movie. Like that's it. So
Dude, she gave him a black eye on their honeymoon.
yeah.
Have you seen this picture?
Yeah,
Look,
the picture. Yeah, I know. I watched it. I saw it.
the
And
one on
then
the boat?
what did she say? Oh man, because that was in the cross, wasn't it? And then they showed her the picture, and they're like, "Isn't that a black eye?"
Yeah.
And
She
they
tried to make it
she
about
said it was
her.
photoshopped. That was the one she said was photoshopped.
Like, oh
I
my.
was like, dude, are you fucking?
Well, you know
are
what
you
else?
kidding me?
You know what else is really believable about her also though is that every person she A's, if that makes sense, she hits them in the same place.
Well, you see the picture of Elon Musk, it's the same
That's
spot.
what I said. I said that's weird. She has like this pattern of every person she's with, she hits them in the same place.
Well,
And the woman too, the woman Tasha Von Ray, she was hit in the same place also. So it was weird. Like every person has these scratches on their arms and like these marks, and it's not even like it's a mark, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
well,
Just a mark.
it looks like she aims for right here.
Oh, her sister
Like on top
had
of
the
your
same mark
cheekbone.
also in that reality footage I was telling you about. Her sister, and she hit Rocky Pennington. Remember how Rocky was talking about that they were looking, it was Thanksgiving, and she got mad at her because she couldn't find the china or some shit. And then also the evaluation of the psychologist was saying that Dr. Curry was saying that she was telling a story about how she got Rocky, her friend Rocky, was hit when she interviewed her. Rocky said she hit me out of nowhere, like she just pow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I wonder if I don't know, to make that kind of mark in the way that she's marking everybody in the same place. I wonder, is she hitting them or is she slapping them?
That's a closed fist hit.
Is it really? I don't know. I've never.
Yeah, for sure. Because when she explains that, when Johnny Depp is like, "You hit me," and she's like, "I didn't hit you. Like I didn't clock you," or whatever she says with like closed fist.
Oh yeah.
What I think is maybe she does this.
Oh.
Right, like this motion.
Maybe yeah.
Not this motion.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
But obviously,
so I don't
it
know.
sounds like it's. I was going to ask you too. Do you think? Because do you think that Amber Heard has multi personalities?
No, I think.
I don't know. To me, it seems like because she seems like she doesn't.
I don't think she has multi personalities. I think she just manipulates people. Like, I think she sees a person, and she thinks, "What can I do to get my way? What can I do to get what I want out of this person?" And like that's what I think. I don't know. I think that's just like a personality trait she has. I think she's just toxic. Like I think to just put a name on it is kind of, I don't know, but I won't get into that because I'm sure I'll get like some
Save that for the
shit from
weekend
that.
when Nick is with us. Nick is supposed to come in and
Well, I don't even know if I should say that. It's like I know I'm gonna get some negative shit for that.
Oh,
But that's
okay.
just because I deal with, who I deal with
Yeah.
their own shit.
Yeah. Well,
And
I mean,
I have less sympathies when you put names on things because I think it gives somebody the excuse to use
do what
that.
they do.
Well, they say, "Hey, that
I
I'm
have
crazy.
this. Yeah.
It's only because I'm crazy that I
Yeah.
did this."
No. Yeah. No.
So I don't like that.
One thing I have noticed about people that have mental challenges, because I mean, I do. I have PTSD. They tell me, and I have. You've been around me, and I don't know I don't think I exaggerate stories. I think when I get overwhelmed, I exaggerate how I'm feeling. You know what I mean? I honestly don't feel like I exaggerate a scene, although I was taking some pictures in this park and this guy was walking behind me. It was just some random weird dude. And I said he was chasing me.
Oh,
so
God.
that, you know what I'm saying?
That
So
was like the
that's-
fucking girl yesterday
so-
or whatever that says,
yeah,
he
so that's,
fucking
you
ran
know,
at me.
yeah.
I'm like,
So,
dude,
yeah.
it doesn't
So
look like Johnny Depp runs
so,
anywhere. You
so
don't
Nick
want
was
him.
like, Mom, you mean someone was like walking like 57,000 feet behind you? Is that what you mean? But so, you know, like, I mean, I'm just saying I have issues, but where I'm going with this is that there are people that can get upset and say something and then say, I'm sorry. But I've noticed that the people that have extreme mental disorders tend to blow up and say, I'm sorry a lot. And I think that's one sign of mental, you know, issues. I mean, honestly, someone that blows, I'm sorry. I mean, in other words, there's a natural human thing to know that you're out of line, right? And say, I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you, blah, blah, blah. But then there's it's like, you know, someone that says they're never going to do something again and then they do it and they do it and they do it. You know what I mean? Kind of like that thing. So I feel like just people that have really serious mental challenges, you know, they tend to do things that are just out of the ordinary repetitive. They're overwhelmingly repetitive. You know what I mean? And it's not normal, you know, for them to do so many things. And one of the things that freaked me the fuck out about Amber Heard is that, and also listening to the audios, which if people listen to them closely, she's constantly saying she loves him. It fucking freaks me out. But I love you, Johnny. I love you. I mean, it's just, it's
like, well, why'd you hit me?
Psychotic. It's weird.
Because I love
I
you.
mean, every single fight, she's like, it just doesn't, I don't know. It's weird. You don't even hear him say that. I mean, once in a while, he'll say, I love you too. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like,
I mean,
what the
yeah,
fuck?
but
You just,
she's
like,
like,
slapped me and called me
she's like,
fucking
don't you
sellout?
understand? I
Okay.
love you. And it's psychotic the way she says it. It reminds me of Fatal Attraction. I'm not going to be ignored.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what, I mean, it feels.
Don't leave me because I'll always find you.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just odd. It's so, when you hear her say she loves him, it's unbelievably psychotic. It really is. It's just
I got a
weird.
level 7 clinger.
Yeah. I mean, and not wanting to let him walk away from you, dude. He's not fucking leaving the country.
Well, that's
He
what I
wants to
mean,
move
is like,
into another room. What are you talking? You know?
you're married to this person for
Yeah,
years.
exactly.
Like, you have to know how they are. And it's just you being like, no, fuck that. You're not like that. You're going to sit here and we're going to I'm going to bash you in the fucking face.
Yeah,
you're
this
take it,
next audio,
you're going to talk to me and tell me you love me.
This next audio I'm playing tonight, because I guess I can stay up late. There's no court tomorrow. But this next audio, she goes, and they played it in court. I don't know if you remember, but it's the one where she's crying. She goes, please don't leave me. Please, you're causing me so much stress.
Yeah,
please. Like, she's going to fucking
he's in the car,
grab his leg and not leave. And he's like,
dude, you got to let me go, please.
Well, he's all, I said, I'm only leaving for a couple of hours. And he said, I think that is the one referring to where he just wants to go in the house with Lily Rose. And he says, I'll see you in a couple of hours. And he's even telling her calmly, I'll call you in a little while. You know what I mean? We'll pick it up. He goes, and then when I come back, okay, we'll fight for another, 72 hours.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. But he said, just and then what's so realistic and so cool about this argument is he says, but you won't let me go. Like, it's just natural. Like
he's holding on to the fucking door handle, like ready to open that shit.
Yeah.
And she's like holding his arm like this, like fucking pulling him back in the car. He's like, yo, like, let me go, please.
Yeah.
We can come back and hash this out in a few hours. Let me go see my kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Please.
To me, when I hear him, it's like, in the way our family is, with a certain amount of us, I feel like he'd be a really cool person to hang out with, just because he seems just like every other family that has this cool kind of mutual humor, where we can get a little bit overbearing, but we all understand each other. You know what I mean? And it's just, it becomes funny at some point, but we all care about each other. And I feel like he's just that kind of person. And I think it speaks volumes that I don't think he's surrounded by yes men. I think he takes care of his people. And it says so much about these people wanting to work for him willingly. He takes care of them versus her, flying off the handle and firing people every other fucking day. She can't find anybody. She doesn't let her. She has no.
You have to agree, like, with her constantly to be her friend, it seems like.
Well, even the people that work for her, she's constantly firing people. You know what I mean? Like she's flying off the handle. She's
Or
not
they're
like,
walking away.
yeah, well, her personal assistants. And I mean, even when that personal assistant, the one that had the attitude, I mean, I still think, even though she had an attitude, I think she had every right to have that
Yeah.
attitude. And I think, that Amber Heard treats everybody like shit. And probably even the people that serve her, like when she goes and stays at hotels or restaurants, even when they played that clip, I don't know if you've seen that small clip when she was younger and she's doing an interview and she calls her assistant and she says, can you please make sure that people aren't coming in and out of the door? It's very distracting. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like you could just tell she's just super.
Well,
yeah,
today
hard to
today
be
was
around.
like really funny, like during what's her face, Ellen Barkin, when she's like,
oh, dude, that face.
oh yeah,
That face. Oh my God, it's all over. It's all over Twitter. I'm sure it's on Instagram too, but it's all over Twitter right now.
but it's just really funny when they're like, was anybody else there? And she's like, his assistant, he called him pig. I was like, dude.
You clout chaser. Oh my God. She said yes just because she wanted to be. You had a fling for 2 months with Johnny Depp 100 years ago, and you want to be part of this fucking case because you're not getting any work. So get the fuck out of here with all that. We already know. On top of the fact that
I
you're
like
100
Ellen
years
Barkin.
old. I mean, everybody does, but that's not the point. The point
What's
is, just like Jennifer Grey, they want clout. They want to be a
Well,
part of it.
no, I think the other thing is that if you have nothing but negative things to say about Johnny Depp, they're gonna fucking call you and they want you there because she had nothing nice to say about him, and it's like, damn, dude.
Yeah, but you know why, right? She's fucking bitter because he broke up with her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, he ended things and I never saw him again.
Yeah, exactly.
Best dick I ever had.
You're just fucking bitter because he didn't like you.
Ran away.
He didn't like you. He didn't want to be with you, and you're upset because whatever.
Like Ellen Barkin, she can get it.
She was okay when she was young. She had a really beautiful body. I remember that. But she was always kind of weird looking though to me. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Just kind of masculine. I don't know what
I think it's just her presence. I think she plays that. She's always that part now. I don't know. Every time I see her in things, she's like that. She's that older woman that you just do not fuck with.
Yeah, that's true.
And she'll say whatever she like. She's just straightforward as hell.
That's true. I agree.
So
That's true.
I think it's just that's her presence, and she's just that.
Oh yeah, people are saying that she was in. I'm getting notifications on Twitter. People are saying she was in Pineapple Express too. So I guess her and
yeah,
have known each other.
But I really like Animal Kingdom. That was like, I really liked that show,
With
and I
her?
liked her. Yeah, she's in that. And that's a recent show. It's probably like maybe 5 years ago or something.
She's been dropped from everything. So I don't know.
Well, she did her she got killed off on like second to last season of the show, but it's a fairly recent show. I think the last season came out like maybe 2 years ago. I don't know.
I think they said she was. Oh my God! Look at all these. This is cool. Everybody's making these animations of him. Somebody made all his looks from Never Fear the Truth. Somebody animated all his looks from every time he went to court, from the time that he has long hair.
Oh, like all of his, yeah. I like him with his hair up though. His hair down is like, no, you got to put your hair up. He looks just more professional that way.
I don't have the audio, but he
looks cleaner. Oh yeah, I like that.
Somebody made. There's all kinds of stuff going on Twitter. I don't have the audio on, but there's just always something cool on here. I feel like I like Twitter just as a new. Oh no, what's he in here for? I'm so shocked right now. Elon Musk, who had an affair with Amber Heard and helped her defame Johnny Depp, sexually harassed a woman. Oh yeah, somebody just came out tonight and said that some documentation came out from some stewardess saying that he bribed her for $250,000, and now she's coming out with this case saying that this happens all the time though. There ain't nothing new. I mean,
Yeah. But the thing about it is that if she wins this case, it's gonna.
Someone becoming a pirate from Benny and June. Is this Benny and June?
Yeah.
Or is this
No,
Gilbert?
I think that's Gilbert.
Gilbert Kramer becoming a pirate. Fuck yeah. It's funny. Oh, I can't stand her, man.
If she wins though, it's gonna be really bad because
he is gaining weight though. I'm sad. Oh my God, they're on the look at House of Horrors. Oh my God, they're
look
on
at her
everything.
face. God.
I don't know. Man, poor Johnny. He's just been, I don't know. I just feel bad for him. He's just like he's been just drugged through the mud, man. It sucks, you know?
I saw this really good meme the other day, and it was like him dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow, and it's like when Johnny Depp wins, and it has the line, "You'll remember this time as the time you almost captured Captain Jack Sparrow."
Oh my God, I hope they do say that. I hope somebody does make something like that. 2658. He looks, I don't know, he looks good. I think the drugs have just kind of really taken her
They
actually.
just age you a little bit.
Oh my God, look at Camille took pictures with the alpacas.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Oh my God, this is so funny.
Did you see when somebody asked her and they're like, "Is there a relationship between you and Johnny?" And she just laughed.
Yeah, she wouldn't answer it. They're saying she has a boyfriend, so I don't. She does. They do have a little bit of a chemistry though. They're in that courtroom. So, but who cares? I mean,
well, they're very
I don't think that's happening because I think it would be inappropriate. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's really happening, but who knows? And this ass clown right here with the graphs. Oh my God. Oh, and this ass clown right here. This ass clown right here. When wasn't I high with Johnny?
She's like, when wasn't I drunk or something?
Melanie.
It was a time that is rare times when I wasn't drunk. Something like that.
Oh my God, look at this. Melanie helping a very stoned looking Amber Heard picking through her food on May 24, 2016. What is this? Okay, Court TV. Oh my God. I'm telling you. I'm trying. There's no sound to it. No injuries. What is it? 8 seconds. It's only 11 seconds. Court TV, man. Those people, they get those, somebody should make a t-shirt out of that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Replying to something and 25 others. I don't know who this. Who is this lady right here? I don't know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk, who had an affair with Amber Heard. Oh, didn't I already?
Yeah. You just restarted the list or something.
Oh no. This one right here is what they're saying. My stupid mouse. I'm trying to. It won't stop right in the middle. A SpaceX flight attendant said Elon Musk exposed himself and
propositioned her.
Yeah, for $250,000 to silence her. I don't know.
Well, shit, he can expose himself in front of me. I'll take that $250. Shit.
Just don't touch me.
I know. Huh?
Show me what you want.
Another $250. You can shit.
You can flash me all you want.
Yeah, you can fucking be butt naked walking up and down the fucking aisles.
Melanie Iglesias testified that Samantha McMillan was the first one to see Amber following 1512 incident to do her makeup. Samantha has previously testified that she saw no injuries whatsoever. Well, what's new? They're all liars. Anybody on what's her name's team is a liar. I am providing declaration on December 16, 2016. I spent much of the day in the evening with Amber Heard. James Corden show. I saw her throughout the day, December 16th, in good light, in close range, wearing no makeup throughout the day. I could see clearly that Amber did not have any visible marks, bruises, cuts, or injuries to her face or any other part of her body. She appeared as a guest on the James Corden show. So yesterday when she was on, she said, yes, she did have bruises. And she did. So, man.
Yeah, I think these people
lying that lies.
There's no way. There's no way.
It's just a joke. This is becoming a joke. But that's the whole point, I think, of the jury not being able to, have any outside contact and all that stuff,
Yeah.
So that they can decipher on their own. Oh, God. Here's the clown pot. Here's the circus right here. Her deposition was killing me. She did not know shit. And then the second day, she has her hair up in a bun.
Well, the funny thing is the girl in the bottom left. Holy hell. No, left. Yeah.
You mean the Kim
Oh my
Kardashian,
goodness.
whatever the fuck? I was
Dude.
so, she even
When-
talks like Kim. I was so scared, Court. She was so, anyway.
She's the Courtney.
Oh my God.
But she.
Aquaman,
Man,
never heard of it.
are you serious?
Want some arnica cream, Elaine?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Amica? Because that's what she was saying.
Amica?
remember the what's that called? The animation
When
thing
he's
that
like,
came out?
Amica?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, Amica cream.
Oh no, what's this one say? I have a woman card. What does that mean?
Go down.
I have the world support. Is that even him? That doesn't even look like him.
It's supposed to be Robert. That's Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, it's Robert Downey Jr.
They just kind of like put his
Oh my God, that's funny.
face over it. Yeah.
Man, this picture right here just disturbs me.
You know who he looks like in that
It just
picture?
upsets me. Who?
He looks like our brother.
Timmy or Timmy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if he was skinny.
Yeah. God, he looks so miserable with her. I've seen interviews and pictures with. Oh my God, here we go.
Man.
I can't. For some reason, my mouse is not.
Jealous.
She is just. Look at that. Oh my God. That's quite a change from when she was young.
Mm-hmm.
This is when they were together. Wow. And they're both the same age? No way. Look up Ellen Barkin real quick. How old is she? 60?
She's way older than him. For sure.
Well, she had kind of a little bit wrinkles.
She probably has 10 years on him.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but I feel like this isn't Johnny's first rodeo in the media. Remember when he owned the Viper Room and River Phoenix passed away?
She's 68.
Oh my God, she's almost 70 years old. Yeah. He is aging, though. No doubt. You can't stay young forever, though.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, I think we covered everything, as far as I know. We all heard her lie, Johnny. My new t-shirt, Justice for Johnny. I was going to make a Justice for Johnny hat. I'm sure if I go on Amazon right now, there's probably 100 Justice for Johnny shirts. Everybody's
for sure
on this merch train. Oh no. Did they make a mockery of this?
Oh my God.
Did they make a mockery of
Anything
this?
with her is Judge Judy. When Judge Judy starts to get involved.
I'm trying.
Wait.
Do you recall? Do you recall? I'm trying. Listen, what law school did you graduate from? I would love to take a look at your law degree.
Bitch.
So good.
Take a breath and answer me. Sometimes you're the windshield and sometimes you're a bug. Today you're the bug. Bye.
So good.
Oh my God.
The internet is so quick.
I know. I love those. TikTok's probably got way better animations though, because Twitter's kind of behind. But those animations are killing me. That face she makes is unbelievable. This was the umbrella guy. That face she made though was when she looks straight at the camera and she puckers her lips, and you're like, why? Why would you do such a thing? What is this? Did anyone else notice this? What? Notice what? I can't. What?
Eating something?
Saw what? What she?
Y'all saw that, right?
What is it? What the fuck is she putting in her mouth?
Y'all saw that.
What is that? Are we supposed to think she's doing something?
I don't know. Go to the comments on that video.
It could have been you. Can't you take over? You know how
I
to do
can't.
that.
Just click on the comments. It's right under the video.
I gave you admin access.
I can't click for you.
Well, how do you look at your comments on Twitter? Show this thread. You know I'm challenged in this kind of stuff. Tweet your reply.
Okay, let's see.
Oh my God, no. Ooh, what on earth did she eat?
It's a pill tucked
In the back.
fucking behind her ear.
Ooh. Touching her face first. Yeah, we're reading the same thing. Why not just pretend it was a mint? This looks way worse. What the fuck was it though? What is this girl? Maybe it was an Adderall. Maybe it was a, what's that called? Or no, a Xanax or something. I don't know. God, I can't keep up with these people. I think
You know what's funny?
I think she's just as much as an addict as him.
When she was on the stand and they played her old video of her, I don't know, getting interviewed or questioned or whatever, her old.
Her deposition?
Yeah, her old one.
Yeah.
When they're like, you're laughing and
hair nest,
rolling your eyes and everything, and she's like, I was laughing because what did she say? The other people across from her were making faces or joking about her or some shit. I'm like,
oh,
what
really?
is wrong with you? Yeah.
I didn't see that, or I didn't hear that. I don't know. I didn't hear that.
During the cross-examination, when they played her video in front of her, and she's like, so you think it's funny to, you're talking about getting domestically, abused, and you're laughing and rolling your eyes. And she's like, I was laughing because they were making faces at me or something like that. I don't know.
She's a child, and she
I'm
don't
like,
give
what?
That's the thing that the internet thinks that she gives a shit about what is going on, Amber Turd, and she doesn't give a shit. She doesn't care. She's doing everything in the courtroom for show. Everything. She don't give a fuck. Ellen Barkin testified. Oh my God, TikTok. Oh my God, they're already doing shit. Oh my God, Anthony, you got to get on
I told
TikTok.
you, TikTok is fast. I'm telling you, that's.
You got to get on TikTok.
We changed that to sexual.
Yeah.
Did anyone witness this?
His assistant, he referred to him as pig.
Were you aware he drank?
I was always aware.
How were you aware?
He was drunk all the time. Well, most of the time. Some of the time.
All the time to some of the time to occasionally.
And what else did he do?
Hallucinogenics. And then he flipped the switch.
What does that mean?
It became romantic.
It was romantic.
Excuse me. We changed that to sexual.
Did anyone?
Oh my God, that you got to get on TikTok, man. See, I wish you could share your TikTokness. Oh no, what's this? Oh my God, I didn't see this person. Who's this? Who's this person?
This is not fucking real. That's what that
Oh
is.
my God. Tell me you're bitter about Johnny Depp firing you without telling me you're bitter about Johnny Depp firing you. Oh my God, that's not even a video. Oh my God.
That's good.
That's funny. I heard her voice and I didn't get to see it. Oh my God, look at they put clown face on her. Life is weird. Remember that one time Johnny Depp married a clown? Oh my God, this is bad, man. Oh no, what's this?
Okay, well, I gotta go. I gotta go check.
I know. All right, well, I'm gonna wrap it up now, and then I'll play the audios in a little while. If you want to listen, I don't know. I'll talk. I'll check with Nick too. It's what the hell? Okay. Anyway, well, thanks everybody for listening. We're out.
Okay. Bye.
Take care. Bye, everybody.